from your financial institution. You can comply with the seller's possession date. At the end of the day, it doesn't always come down to just price.
Despite the tough market, Arno managed to find his needle in a haystack below the asking price.
We spent a lot of time, my wife and I, talking about it, imagining ourselves in that home and imagining a life together in that home.
A home that will be theirs at the start of May. Allison Bamford, CTV News, Saskatoon.
Well, coming up, anxiety over the Strait of Hormuz. For Hungary's prime minister, a key ally of U.S. President Donald Trump.
Nehéz és könnyű, szép és szomorú.
Viktor Orban, who has been in power for 16 years, conceded defeat after what he called a, quote, clear and painful election result. Thousands of supporters gathered along the banks of the Danube River to celebrate the victory of the center-right opposition party. But now to the latest in the Middle East. Today, the U.S. military vowing to blockade all Iranian ports in an effort to get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran threatens ports across the Middle East.
This is Coalition Warship 121, engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law.
Iranian state television releasing this video showing what it says is an American destroyer being warned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to alter course and return to the Indian Ocean. Now, this video has not been independently verified. Now, the U.S. military blockade again started earlier today after a weekend of failed talks between the two countries and Pakistan. Donald Trump continues to utter threats, saying that Iran will no longer be able to conduct business.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Now, Trump also taking to social media today to say that 34 ships went through the strait on Sunday, saying it's the highest number since the closure began. However, the maritime data firm KPLER says that 14 vessels crossed through the strait on Sunday. Now, concern over the Strait of Hormuz behind another spike in oil prices today. Things have leveled off a little bit, but this hour, West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%. It's trading just above $99 US a barrel. And we've been talking about the impact that's having on gas prices, too, where prices at the pump up in most provinces today. BC, the most expensive gas, selling on average more than $1.94 a liter. It's just over $1.80 in Nova Scotia. The cheapest gas is in Alberta, selling for $1.64 a liter on average. But again, keep in mind, we could see those prices start to increase as the price of oil is also on the rise. Let's have a look at the markets too right now, where things have been a little bit volatile today. Modest gains on both sides of the border. The TSX in Toronto up 150 points right now. The Dow Jones was in the red a little bit earlier, is up 0.2%, just over 100 points as well. Again, investors still appear to be holding out a little bit of hope that there are going to be negotiations resuming between the U.S. and Iran in order to bring an end to this conflict. But we'll see, as and that volatility is expected to continue this week. Well, coming up, we'll look at how tariffs and Canada-U.S. relations are impacting tourism, in particular in the nation's capital. Details on that after the break.
Love Parliament Hill. I love the drama. The stakes are so high. And Question Period is the landmark. Want to know what's truly going on in our country? Here's where you'll find out.
The global economy is fundamentally changing.
This is a place where real change can happen. Major players, tough conversations.
We don't need more bureaucracy.
Everything off the cuff with real pressure to give honest answers. These are the people who make news. What they say drives what everyone in Canada is talking about. Right now, that's more important than ever.
RJ Decker, Tuesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
If you're paying high interest rates on your credit card, you're wasting money. Consolidated Credit can work with your creditors to reduce your total payments by up to 50% and lower your high interest rates so you can stop juggling multiple payments. Save thousands in interest charges and pay off your credit card debt fast. You don't have to be good with money, because we are. Call 800-599-1740 for a free consultation or go to debthelpnow.ca. 800-599-1740. That's 800-599-1740.
Everyone told us not to make pants that would last forever. They said to make them cheap and people will just come back to buy more. We didn't listen. See, these are my personal man-made pants, and I've washed these at least 20 times. Washer and dryer, no special treatment. And look, no holes on the inner thighs, no pilling, seams perfect, drawstrings still intact. Now, let's compare them to a fresh pair of man-made pants. No fading, same color. You see, pants on the market today are made to fall apart, but ours are made to outlast. So visit manmadebrand.com and get yourself a pair today.
For Canadians without health benefits at work, rising out-of-pocket health costs are hitting hard. But with personal health insurance from Green Shield, you can keep costs down and more money in your pocket. Our plans cover the things you actually need, like up to 80% coverage on dental. That should put a smile on your face. And most plans are guaranteed acceptance with no medical exams. Want over $2,500 in coverage for registered specialists? Just call this number and get the coverage you deserve. And of course, you can save really big on prescriptions, like up to 90% coverage big. Now that's peace of mind you can count on. It's easy to apply, and there's no waiting period. Visit greenshield.ca for a free quote. Or call 1-844-385-7873. That's 1-844-385-7873.
Well, the Ottawa Travel and Vacation Show returned to the nation's capital this weekend, sparking curiosity on new travel destinations, as some Canadian vacationers are still avoiding travel to the U.S. CTV's Camille Wilson has more.
Robert Vave spent years flying other people to their vacation destinations.
I was a pilot, just private pilot, but have had opportunities to fly in a number of different countries.
And after visiting 128 countries, he's at Ottawa's Travel and Vacation Show, planning a trip for himself.
Always looking for new ideas, things that have changed. A lot of countries have gone through a lot of turmoil and a lot of improvements. So it's interesting to see the changes that have happened over the last 10, 20, 30 years.
More than 190 travel exhibitors packed the Rogers Centre, Ottawa, representing hundreds of countries from the Caribbean to Africa and Europe to Asia, with many travel and adventure vacation destinations.
I think one of the hot places will be Egypt. Asia People are thinking of going to China more than they ever have before, Vietnam, and also India.
This show giving you the world under one roof and bringing you a taste of cultural experiences before stepping into the country.
People are going more and more to the Caribbean rather than going south to the United States.
The wake of tariffs and trade tension with the U.S., the event seeing a decrease in American booths.
We had 20 U.S. booths booked here for this year, and they all pulled out, with the exception of one.
It is paramount that we be here talking to Canadians, telling them that we're here. We know some of them have chosen to postpone their plans to visit the U.S. for now, and that is fine, but it's still important for us to be here and tell them that we value them, we love them, and we want them to come and visit us.
But for Vave, he's got his sights set on a trip across Europe.
We're planning a trip to Transylvania this fall, the Black Sea, starting in Bucharest and then heading to Budapest and then all the way to Amsterdam with Scenic on a couple of river cruises.
CTV's Camille Wilson reporting in Ottawa. Well, coming up, again, voting underway today for 3 federal by-elections, 2 in Toronto, 1 in the Montreal area. We'll have more on what it could mean for the Liberals, along with your other top stories with Carolyn Jarvis after the break.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
Now more than ever, Canadians are choosing CTV News nationally.
What is Canada's strategy moving forward?
Locally.
Now to a story you'll only see here.
Online and on the go.
Prime Minister, pleasure to host you today.
Thanks for having me, Vassy.
Whether you're watching, listening, or streaming, this is the place to be.
Trust CTV News now more than ever.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, buying, selling, renting, how your housing situation factors in at tax time. Start your morning with us Tuesday on CTV and Crave.
Tony can't wait.
To have a government be able to accumulate a majority in the House of Commons by way of by-election and floor crossers, this isn't something you see every day.
And yet here we are, the Liberals 1 seat away from a majority government with Canadians in 3 ridings heading to the polls today in by-elections.
Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
President Trump threatens Iran as the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports comes into effect.
This is such an important report because it really continues to highlight the tremendous impact that cancer has on people all across Canada.
And a new study shows cancer rates and mortality are dropping, but it is still the #1 cause of death in our country. Hi there, and thanks for joining us on CTV News Channel. I'm Carolyn Jarvis. We begin with a live look at both Toronto and Montreal, where the polls are open in 3 crucial by-elections. The Toronto ridings of Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale are Liberal strongholds previously held by cabinet ministers Bill Blair and Chrystia Freeland. The Montreal riding of Terrebonne is hotly contested after the Supreme Court invalidated last year's election results. The Liberal government could secure a majority government tonight. This after 5 MPs crossed the floor to the governing Liberals. Okay, for more on this, let's bring in CTV's Scott Hurst, who was down at a polling station in the riding of Scarborough Southwest. Nice to see you, Scott.
Carolyn, good afternoon.
How is it looking today in terms of turnout?
Carolyn, we've been tracking this poll station ever since it opened at 8:30, and there's still lots of time for people to come vote because it's open until 8:30 tonight. But ever since 8:30 this morning, it hasn't been a steady stream. There have been voters that have come by, but it's been more of a slow trickle for most of the day. So not a steady stream of voters here at this polling station in Scarborough Southwest. Now, you mentioned the stakes. They are incredibly high when we talk about the big picture, when we talk about what this means for the balance of power in Ottawa. All Mark Carney needs is one of these ridings in order to get a majority government, which will mean a lot for the governing Liberals. But in terms of what voters are coming to the polls for, it's a bit different from focusing on that big picture, which so many of us like to talk about and which is incredibly important, the balance of power. But of course, voters are coming here focusing in on the local candidates, hoping that they can take that voice and be a champion for the people of Scarborough Southwest in Ottawa. And they're still very concerned about the issues that impact so many of us when it comes to affordability. We can talk about healthcare. We can talk about housing. That's mostly what we heard from voters we spoke to today who have been coming down to this polling station in Scarborough Southwest. Here's more from some of those voters talking about the issues that matter most to them.
It's very important that we do vote as Canadian citizens. Doesn't matter whether it's provincial, federal, or, yeah. We have to have our say.
It is important because they learn about us, what we need in that sense, right? So the things that they fight for is what they know we need, right, in that sense. So that's, to me, that's very important.
A letter in my mailbox.
Okay.
That's asked me to support in the team. So I'm here to support the team.
Carolyn, you mentioned the previous MP who held this riding, who held the seat in this riding, Bill Blair, a high-profile Liberal cabinet minister for quite some time. He has now moved on to become the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. And we talk about this riding and the other riding that is west of us in University Rosedale, also held by Chrystia Freeland. We talk about those two ridings being Liberal strongholds. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what voters say today. But in terms of this riding, Bill Blair, Carolyn, won this riding by more than 60% of the vote in the last election.
Scott, so interesting that you've been able to speak to local voters there this morning. I'm curious to know whether they are voting more so for Mark Carney or a Conservative leader or an NDP leader, or whether this is about voting for the local candidate that best reflects their needs.
Well, Carolyn, at this point, the Liberals under Mark Carney have a one-year track record. So on one hand, people could come here and either vote for or against a majority government. People could come here and say, I don't like what I've seen over the past year, so I want to do what I can to to ensure that Carney does not get that majority government. There was, however, one voter who came here and we asked her, why specifically are you out here today? And she said, Mark Carney. other voters we talked to said they're more focused on the local candidates because some of them have actually met these local candidates, been to forums with these local candidates, worked with these local candidates in the community, and want to ensure that that voice then goes to Ottawa, Carolyn.
And polls are open until 8:30 tonight. That's right, Scott? 8:30 tonight.
That's correct. Open from 8:30 till 8:30. So there's still lots of time for people to come down here and vote, as you might expect. A lot more people might be coming down to these polling stations after work hours, and so it likely might get much busier from 5 o'clock onwards to 8:30. So there's still lots of time for people to come down here and cast their ballot, not just here in Scarborough Southwest, but the other ridings as well, Carolyn.
Scott, appreciate these updates. Let us know whether it gets busier later today. That's CTV's Scott Hurst reporting from a polling station in Scarborough Southwest. NDP leader Avi Lewis was asked recently about the possibility of a majority Liberal government by the end of today. Lewis blasted the party for gaining seats from floor crossers, something he says has disturbed Canadians.
People want to elect their representatives, and they're also voting for a party. That's why we're the party that has a policy against floor crossing, and we think the government could take action and ensure that a by-election is called if someone wants to cross the floor. They need a new mandate for the party that they're switching to, and I don't think that Canadians did not elect a majority government, and if they end up with one, largely through floor crossings, it just feels wrong, and I think Canadians are disturbed by this.
So will it or will it not be a majority government tonight? Well, we will have full coverage of tonight's 3 by-elections, hosted by CTV News chief anchor and senior editor Omar Sachedina and CTV News chief political correspondent Vassy Kapelos. That will begin at 7 p.m. Eastern on CTV News channel, streaming at ctvnews.ca and on Crave. Meanwhile, Quebec has a new premier designate. Members of the Coalition Avenir Québec picked up former economy minister Christiane Frechette as the new leader. She promises to revive a party that faces total collapse ahead of this fall's provincial election. CTV's Geneviève Beauchemin has more.
Premier designate Christine Frechette opened a new chapter in Quebec's history, vowing to keep the province from going backwards to constitutional divides.
Je ne vous laisserai pas ramener le Québec 10 ans en arrière.
She told party members that picked her to lead the Coalition Avenir Québec, or CAQ, that with other parties, it's always yes against no, separatist versus federalist. She pledged to focus on Quebec families, on boosting the economy, and protecting the French language.
I'm really proud to have been elected premier. And I will be working hard for Quebecers. We will deliver changes quite quickly.
But the former minister, once a staffer at the Souverainist Parti Québécois, faces a tough challenge, reviving the party of the third way that sets constitutional divides aside is a tall order, say analysts.
So think of the task it was to rebuild the federal Liberals 1 year ago and then go tenfold. Right now, with the numbers that we have, the CAQ would be wiped out of the electoral map.
Outgoing Premier François Legault founded the CAQ and has until now been its only leader.
Aujourd'hui, je vous fais mes adieux.
Legault told party members that he stepped down to preserve the party's future. And members bid farewell to Legault with an emotional tribute at the leadership convention. They now hope a new face, the second woman to be premier of the province, will change the party's fortunes.
With Madame Frechette, we can move forward.
Moving forward, says Frechette, could include traveling to Washington or Mexico to defend Quebec's interests in the face of an unpredictable neighbor south of the border. Frechette will be sworn in as premier before Quebec's National Assembly reconvenes in May. Geneviève Beauchemin, CTV News, Drummondville, Quebec.
Tariff threats and trade disruptions have pushed many Canadian companies away from doing business with the U.S. Now, some products from Prince Edward Island have landed on shelves far away. CTV's Maria Saru explains.
Spring is starting to show at Neighbors Garden Center, and for the business, some of the growth is happening overseas. While the U.S. trade relationship has been less reliable, the company is reaping rewards in Asia. Wild blueberries grown in PEI are now in stores across several countries.
We need to protect ourselves and make sure that we look elsewhere to areas of the world that are wanting our products.
Island companies are making connections abroad with government-backed trade missions helping put the right people in the right rooms. It's starting to pay off from fruit to fish. True North Seafood, which produces some products in Charlottetown, has its first couple orders moving into South Korea in the next few weeks. In parts of Asia, Canada's reputation opens doors, says Director of Global Supply, Brett Cook.
Whether it's the cold climate, clear waters, the high quality standards we held ourselves to, but also third-party agencies or the government held you to.
Back at the Garden Centre, co-owner Terry Neighbours says the bigger goal is to bring benefits home.
If we're selling elsewhere, we're bringing in, economic activity to our local economy that didn't exist before.
Neighbours is considering more travel to Asia, and there are future opportunities already on the province's calendar, including a Team Canada trade mission to Tokyo in June. Maria Sru, CTV News, Montague, Prince Edward Island.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business.
And that blockade on Iranian ports from the U.S. has now begun. The latest on the situation in the Middle East coming up after the break.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Block all Iranian ports in an effort to get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran is threatening to strike ports across the Middle East in retaliation.
This is Coalition Warship 121, engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law.
Iranian state television released this video showing what it says is an American destroyer being warned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to alter course and return to the Indian Ocean. This video has not been independently verified. Meantime, the U.S. military blockade, which started today at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, happened after a weekend of failed talks between the two countries in Pakistan. President Trump continues to threaten Iran and warns it will be unable to conduct business.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. It's a lot.
Trump also taking to social media today to say that 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz on Sunday, the highest number he claims since the closure began. However, the maritime data firm KPLER says 14 vessels crossed through the Strait on Sunday. And today, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer told Parliament that the United Kingdom does not support Trump's plan to block Iranian ports.
We are focusing our efforts on opening in full the Strait of Hormuz because of the damage it's doing to economies around the world, including our own economy. That is why we've been working with other countries at various levels, and we'll bring them together in a summit later this week. And we, the UK, will not be joining the blockade that the President announced.
And a familiar sound in northern Israel, where the fighting continues. Cross-border fire continues between Israel and Hezbollah. The Israeli army is pushing ahead with an air and ground offensive in the southern part of Lebanon. Israel and the United States have said the Israeli campaign against Hezbollah was not part of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal. Tehran insists it was. And President Trump continues his battle of words with Pope Leo, who has been critical of the Iran war. The pontiff has called Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization unacceptable and called on Trump to find an off-ramp to this conflict.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Trump lashing out at Pope Leo in response to those comments, saying he should get his act together, stop catering to what he calls the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician. Joining us now, former Vice Chief of the Defense Staff, retired Vice Admiral Mark Norman. Thanks for being with us today, Vice Admiral.
Good afternoon, Carolyn. Thank you.
It seems no one's off limits in terms of Trump's targets, the Pope now being implicated in this. I'm going to park that for a moment and talk about what's happening militarily, specifically in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump called on NATO allies, first expressed his disappointment in them, but then second said they want to help with the Strait. But we've heard from Keir Starmer saying, no, we're not in. Germany says it won't participate. What are you expecting from Canada on this?
Well, I don't want to pretend to be in the Prime Minister's head on this, but I would suspect that Canada will follow suit with the other allies that you've just mentioned. There's no upside to being involved in this. The Americans have painted themselves into a corner in many respects. This is an escalation. I think it's the only real viable mechanism the United States has to put pressure on the Iranian regime. Continuing to bomb them is just not going to get where we need to be. And so this is, in essence, financial pressure. This is all about money and stopping their ability to sell oil and move oil in and out of the Gulf.
And so if this just drives up oil markets, the impact will be felt at the pump for the populace. And if you look at the last 47 years, certainly there hasn't been a lot of sympathy for the people in Iran, for what the IRGC has been doing. Who wins in a battle of brinkmanship when it comes to financial markets?
Well, I don't know, but there's lots of people losing here. The people of Iran are losing because of their autocratic regime. The broader Middle East is losing because of this this continued state of conflict. I'm not sure the Americans are winning, despite the proclamations of President Trump. This is a difficult thing to do. It could have short-term impact. I have no doubt that the U.S. Navy will be able to interdict the ships that they're referring to. But, there's risk in all of this. I'm not sure what the end game is, Carolyn, to be honest. And this is, I think, yet another temporary measure, and I think it's somewhat desperate. And the irony is not lost on me that we're imposing a blockade on a strait that was shut because the country that has shut it was attacked by the United States. So it's kind of a bizarre sequence of events.
No kidding. There are reports that the Iranian Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf came out saying that Americans will be nostalgic for $4 or $5 a gallon gasoline in short order. Do you expect Americans will be able to withstand gas if it actually becomes that expensive?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're already seeing, indications, not just in the United States, here in Canada, and in many of the European capitals, that the pressure on gas prices is real. Again, notwithstanding the claims of President Trump that they have an independent source of supply, the reality is that the price of oil is set based on a global trade, and so unless he plans to completely isolate the United States oil supply in that context, and I don't even think it's physically possible. They're gonna pay a price, and in many respects, but not entirely, Iran continues to have a bit of an upper hand in this specific element of the conflict.
Is there any chance negotiations could resume, that there is quiet diplomacy underway right now?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I think that is really the only viable solution here. There's a lot of brinkmanship on both sides, and that's not unusual in the early days of high stakes negotiations like this. I've said all along since this began, I don't believe that this is solvable through exclusively military means. So I'm encouraged to hear that there is continued dialogue. You're never really sure, especially with both sides of this conversation, who you can depend on. Both sides are equally unreliable in that respect. But I think ultimately that's where this needs to go. And I'm going to continue to be optimistic that we can get there, but I don't think it's going to happen quickly. This isn't just going to by Friday everybody's going to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, Uncle, you win." I don't see that happening.
That would imply, though, if negotiations are successful, that somebody will have to compromise, either America or Iran, on what are right now very firm red lines on Iran's nuclear capabilities. Who do you expect to compromise on that?
Well, I mean, the rhetoric out of Washington is pretty clear, and if they stick to whatever version of their narrative they've been using since this began, this is all about the Iranian nuclear program. There are other mechanisms to constrain their program. Sure, they may not have been as successful as others would like, but they have got us, to a certain degree, to the point that at least there was some awareness of what they were doing. I don't think either side is going to budge on that issue. You may see some sort of renegotiation of the inspection regime that we had in place for a couple of decades. That might be a viable compromise, and President Trump could claim that as his own. As he's done with other agreements, trade agreements and otherwise, that, well, his version of it is better than everybody else's, and therefore he could claim that as a win. But I don't think you're going to see either side sticking to these red lines as they're referring to.
Fascinating. Former Vice Chief of Defense Staff, retired Vice Admiral Mark Norman, thank you for being with us today.
Thanks a lot. Have a good afternoon.
Same to you. Coming up, a new study from the University of British Columbia finds summer is starting sooner and lasting longer. So what does that mean for you? We'll explain after the break.
RJ Decker, Tuesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Repair my hair after hair coloring? Does that even exist?
Oh, yes, it does.
New improved Revlon Color Silk. There's this new bond repair complex in it. Have you ever heard of that? What is that? You get up to 98% less breakage. So more hair here instead of here. New Revlon Color Silk.
We're all busy.
suggests summer is starting sooner and lasting longer than previously thought. CTV's BC Bureau Chief, Andrew Johnson, has more.
A lot of people look forward to summer when it starts to look like this.
I do personally because I do like the warm weather.
We know summers are getting hotter, but new research led by the University of British Columbia shows they're also starting sooner and ending later.
I sort of began with the sense that summers feel different than they did when I was a kid. This is my perception. Can we actually look at the data and see if this is true?
They dug into temperature data between 1990 and 2023, focusing on the number of days that reached average warmth for the hottest part of the year.
The number of summer weather days are increasing in length 1.5 times faster since 1990 than before that.
The study finds summer weather is lengthening fastest in Sydney, Australia, adding 15 days per decade. Toronto summers are expanding by 8 days per decade. In Bellingham, Washington, just outside Vancouver, each decade summer is growing by 6 days.
If you're someone who also has a sense that summer arrives more quickly, you're not wrong about that either. We found that the shoulder seasons are shrinking. So the time from spring to summer and summer to fall is becoming much more abrupt, those transitions.
He says that could throw off cyclical transitions, such as when flowers bloom and pollinators become active, the speed of snowmelt, and flood risk. More examples of a changing climate on the minds of many students on the UBC campus.
I'm really concerned. It is a little bit worrying to see the kind of state that we're in if we don't take any action right now.
Researchers say now is the time to adapt to the new patterns, which are contributing to everything from more wildfires to increased energy demand for cooling off. Andrew Johnson, CTV News, Vancouver.
Coming up, voting is underway in 3 federal by-elections. That's happening in Toronto and Montreal. What it could mean for the Liberals. Next. It's voting day in 3 federal by-elections where, depending on the results, the Liberal government could end up with a majority government by tonight. The vote comes on the heels of Prime Minister Mark Carney attracting 5 opposition MPs to cross the floor to his governing Liberals. Up for grabs today, 2 Liberal strongholds in Toronto, where former cabinet ministers Chrystia Freeland and Bill Blair resigned. The other race is in the hotly contested riding of Terrebonne, Quebec. That's a Montreal suburb after last year's election result was invalidated by the Supreme Court. As for the issues, here's what some voters in the Toronto riding of Scarborough Southwest had to say earlier today.
It's important because they learn about us, what we need in that sense, right? So the things that they fight for is what they know we need, right, in that sense. So that's, to me, that's very important.
I'm actually impressed with the Prime Minister. And the former MP for this area, he was my MP. So it's just stand to reason that he's moving on to somewhere else and somebody's replacing him. So I should support that person.
Polls are open in all 3 ridings until 8:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Joining us now, CTV News political commentator and former director of communications for Prime Minister Paul Martin, Scott Reid. Nice to see you, Scott.
Hey, Colin.
Scott, I'd never condone betting. However, let's park that for a moment. If you were to bet, what do you expect the seat count to be tomorrow for the Liberals?
Well, first of all, I always condone betting. But secondly, I would say it's probably going to be a clean sweep.
Really?
I know Terrebonne was really, really close. 1 vote, literally 1 vote that then got tossed. So you can't get closer than that. I guess that's 0 votes ultimately. But when you look at where the polls are standing right now, when you look at the momentum that you've seen from Mark Carney in the months since the last election, the 1 year since the last election, I think you have to assume that Liberals have the advantage. It's not a lock in Terrebonne, but it sure looks like they're in the catbird seat.
Do you think we'll know early in the night? There's 48 candidates on the ballot in Terrebonne. So Elections Canada has warned that this could be a late night for vote counting.
That could be the frustration. This long ballot phenomenon that we've had lots of debate about in the past could delay the results. But if it's an overpowering outcome, then you'll still probably get it at a reasonable hour. I don't think we're going to be sitting up at 4 o'clock in the morning like it was 1960 and we're guessing whether it's JFK or Nixon. This thing's almost certainly going to be in before midnight.
One of the key themes of the last week is how do the Liberals define their brand, especially after we've seen floor crossers such as a staunch conservative like Marilyn Gladu join the Liberal Party in the last week. Now in Scarborough Southwest, you've got Dolly Begum, a former Ontario NDP deputy leader, running under the Liberal banner.
Yeah.
Do the Liberals have any problem defining their brand when you can say an NDP, come on in, a conservative NDP? Who are the Liberals then?
I don't think they do, in the sense that the driving force isn't left or right. It's Trump. It is North and South. It is the fact that we are a country at war and we're looking to Carney as a wartime leader. We don't always say it out loud in exactly those terms. It feels even to this day uncomfortable, but that's truth. We're under assault by this White House and by this president. And I think it is the phenomenon of this wartime mentality that causes the Marilyn Gladu, who's a social conservative, to say, I think I can fall in with Mark Carney, and Dolly Begum, who is the deputy leader of the provincial NDP here in Ontario. And I think that's the defining characteristic. It isn't so much how do they define themselves left or right, it is how do they find themselves in the moment and in comparison to the task at hand, which is to take on Trump.
Okay, whether or not the Liberals are doing a rebrand, Pierre Poilievre certainly has taken a different approach to the media and his personal brand in the last month. How do you think he's going to fare? Certainly, this is not a decision of the Conservative Party, but I'm wondering what the message to him may be tomorrow.
So, obviously, the floor crossings have been a beating. Set those aside. Tonight, to be fair, we wouldn't expect the Conservatives to perform extraordinarily well. These are 2 downtown Toronto Liberal ridings, or at least downtown, a suburban, very strong Liberal ridings. Terrebonne, the Conservatives really weren't a factor. But I'd still watch, to be honest, just in terms of the Conservative lens, I'd watch to see what that result is in Terrebonne. They did get 18% of the vote 1 year ago. And if the Liberals do ride to a comfortable win, I bet one of the factors will we will see a collapse in the federal conservative vote, 5, 6, 7, 8%, and most of those votes migrating to the Liberals. So I'd watch for that factor. Bottom line is, look, Pierre Poilievre has been losing. Lost the election, lost his riding, losing MPs, obviously going to lose the majority to Mark Carney almost for certain this evening. He's got to start winning, or he's going to find himself surrounded by nothing but questions and challengers.
I'd be remiss, Scott, if I didn't ask you before you left whether you're hearing further rumors about more floor crossers and whether today's 3 by-elections and any potential wins there could encourage somebody who's on the fence to move over to the Liberals.
There's this big story that if the Liberals secure the majority tonight, that what you'll see is a group of Conservative MPs on the basis of that momentum that will move over 5, 6, 7, 8 Conservative MPs. That would certainly, you would think, be Pierre Poilievre's Waterloo. But I think that's all beer talk. I don't see any evidence of it. I haven't heard any credible suggestion as to who that is and how that's going to come together. That rumor's buzzing around Ottawa. And listen, after the past 5 months, when there's been one MP after another across the floor, you can't dismiss it entirely.
CTV News political commentator Scott Reid, look forward to chatting with you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Me too.
And CTV News will have full coverage of tonight's 3 by-elections, hosted by CTV News chief anchor and senior editor Omar Sachedina and CTV News chief political correspondent Vassy Kapelos, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern on CTV News. And it will stream at ctvnews.ca and on Crave. The U.S. is vowing to block all Iranian ports in an effort to get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran is threatening to strike ports across the Middle East in retaliation.
This is Coalition Warship 121. Engage in transit passage in accordance with international law.
Iranian state television released this video showing what it says is an American destroyer being warned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to alter course and return to the Indian Ocean. The video has not been independently verified. The U.S. military blockade, which started at 10 a.m. Eastern today, happened after a weekend of failed talks between the two countries. That happened in Pakistan. And the threats from President Trump continued today.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Trump also took to social media earlier today saying that 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, the highest number, he claims, since the closure began. The maritime data firm KPLER says 14 vessels crossed through the strait yesterday. That strait is also a key route for jet fuel heading to Europe. CTV's Kamal Karamali has more on what Canadians planning summer vacations there need to know.
Travelers at Canada's busiest airport heading off to Europe.
Yes, very happy to go now.
Happy to have booked their flights now before things get worse.
We're not flying in the summer.
Europe could see jet fuel shortages in 3 weeks, says Europe's airport industry group, if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't fully open up. The key oil shipping corridor only partially open to countries friendly with Iran in its war against the U.S., resulting in dwindling jet fuel for European airlines.
It's almost as though the Trump administration has got themselves into something that they don't know how to exit, and it just seems to be escalating.
And shifting Canadians' plans to travel across the Atlantic. Claire O'Donoghue has already booked her flight to Portugal.
And just kind of worried about what could happen, especially not having everything set in stone. Adding on insurance is definitely something we would consider.
Canadian travel agents fielding phone calls on how to navigate this summer travel season.
What we're seeing most of is hesitation. People, if they're still planning in the planning phase, they're just pausing.
But their advice is to act now.
Book early. Flights will never be less money than they are now.
And pay a bit more for that travel insurance while leaving extra room for any connections.
Where you're not having to catch the cruise ship the next day after you land, because if that flight does not leave that day, you're out of luck.
Travel agents have noticed a major shift in Canadians boycotting the U.S. after the trade war and flying to European destinations instead. Some who are also considering exploring Canada rethinking that plan as well.
Many kind of consider, oh, maybe we'll go on a road trip this year, and then they realize how much gas costs for their car as well.
And Canadian Airlines telling CTV News they expect the cost of jet fuel to continue to rise, but even with the higher prices, there still should be enough for upcoming flights, not anticipating a fuel shortage for now. Kamal Karamali, CTV News, Toronto.
Overseas, a stunning defeat for Hungary's prime minister, a key ally of President Trump. Viktor Orban, who has been in power for 16 years, conceded defeat after what he called a clear and painful election result. Thousands of supporters gathered along the banks of the Danube River to celebrate the victory of the center-right opposition party.
We're actually seeing the number of new lung cancers and bladder cancer, other related smoking cancers declining.
When we return, what a new study on cancer rates is telling us. That story next.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News.
Rates as well as deaths from the disease are declining in Canada. A new study finds incidence rates and mortality rates have been declining for 2/3 of cancer types, including colorectal cancer, bladder cancer, and leukemia. But according to research published by the Canadian Medical Journal Association Journal, more than 250,000 new cases and nearly 90,000 cancer-related deaths are expected in the country this year. Lung cancer remains the most common one, with nearly 33,000 new cases and over 19,000 deaths projected in 2026. But there is some positive news.
Well, we're certainly seeing a decline, particularly in men who began to stop smoking earlier than women. There was a trend where more women started to smoke, and they're now beginning to see those declines coming with time, and that will continue to increase. So we're actually seeing the number of new lung cancers and bladder cancer, other related smoking cancers declining.
The study authors are calling on the healthcare system to adapt their screening programs to accommodate younger people due to the rise of early onset cancers, including colorectal and breast cancer. The battle over coal mining in Alberta's Rocky Mountains has resurfaced with a citizen-led petition gaining momentum. CTV's Kathy Lee has more on what's at stake and the potential implications beyond the province.
Calving season on this southern Alberta farm depends on clean water. But for ranchers like Laura Lang, coal exploration in the eastern slopes of the Rockies is raising concerns about that supply.
The biggest concern is drinking water, obviously, but the concern also is into our food production.
While there are no active mines here, Alberta lifted a decades-old coal policy in 2020, opening parts of the eastern slopes to development. After backlash, the policy was reinstated, but some exploration projects moved forward, including one by Australian-owned Northback on Grassy Mountain in the Crow's Nest Pass, previously rejected over environmental concerns. The concern about the proposed Grassy Mountain coal project, which is about an hour west of here, is that it sits on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains where the water source is. That water then flows down into communities throughout Alberta, into Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and eventually Hudson Bay, raising concerns about contaminants like selenium flowing downstream.
Selenium is an essential element. We all need micro amounts of selenium, but you get beyond the point where it then becomes toxic.
Northback says if approved, the project would produce steel-making coal, create hundreds of jobs, and meet high environmental standards. Near the Crow's Nest Pass, this rancher says development could help revive the local economy.
We had a vote in the Crow's Nest Pass, and 76% were in favor. Everybody around here that I talked to was wanting this.
The province says it's finalizing a new coal policy prioritizing water, air, and land while protecting jobs. Meanwhile, country music artist Corblunt has launched an anti-coal mining petition, pointing to risks already seen elsewhere.
Go across the border into BC. They've been mining the other side of the Rockies in this exact way for decades, and they have a really bad selenium problem.
Lang supports the movement, saying some places should remain off limits.
This is not the place to do it.
For her, protecting this water is about protecting the future. Kathy Lee, CTV News, near Nanton, Alberta.
While house prices are dropping in some Canadian cities, it's a very different story in Saskatchewan. Supply constraints are pushing home prices to record highs. CTV's Alison Bamford explains how it's creating a tough market for buyers.
Of course, we're looking into paint and
buying a house for the first time. Patrick Arno was hoping for something that checked all his boxes.
This is the biggest purchase in your life, so you want to be comfortable and confident with where you're going to be living.
In search of a single-family home on the west side of Saskatoon, open concept garage with potential for a basement suite. Turns out his ideal house was hard to find.
It was kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. There was really not a whole bunch of options with that, and you kind of had to really pick and choose, and you couldn't be too picky.
Housing options in general are limited.
It's an inventory shortage throughout the province.
And it's driving up prices. Last month, Saskatchewan housing prices hit record highs. The benchmark price of a home in Saskatoon reached $435,000, a 5% increase from last year.
We very much have to be focused on bringing more homes to market very fast.
It's a unique problem in Saskatchewan compared to many other provinces in the country where prices and demand are going down while supply goes up.
With very little inventory, it's definitely a little bit harder for buyers to get into.
This house just sold. The buyer paid $30,000 over the asking price in cash, no conditions. Realtors say tactics like those aren't always necessary, but it is a good idea for potential buyers to do something to make their offer more attractive.
You can increase your deposit, you can submit a pre-approval letter from your financial institution, you can comply with the seller's possession date. At the end of the day, it doesn't always come down to just price.
Despite the tough market, Arno managed to find his needle in a haystack below the asking price.
We spent a lot of time, my wife and I, talking about it, imagining ourselves in that home and imagining a life together in that home.
A home that will be theirs at the start of May. Alison Bamford, CTV News, Saskatoon.
Problem are costs for harvesters.
Coming up, why the increase in fuel prices is casting a dark cloud on Canada's fishing industry. That story after the break.
We begin with a troubling new jobs report.
When global shockwaves hit your bottom line, you deserve a Canadian point of view.
traps. Osborne worries the water temperature in the North Atlantic is still too low for good fishing.
The catch is not very good. Everybody will tell you the same thing.
A bad catch results in low supply, which usually increases the price of lobster. This week, it's selling for as high as $16 a pound. This food expert says there are other issues casting a dark cloud over the lobster industry.
It's beyond problematic.
The war with Iran continues to drive up global fuel prices. Fuel surcharges are now adding to the overall cost of transportation.
An initial impact of higher freight rates by the range of 25 to 30%.
The lobster industry was hoping for smooth sailing after the removal of China's 25% tariff. According to Stuart Lamont, the financial landscape is now arguably getting worse.
Trucking, transportation, packaging, there's very little that hasn't been negatively impacted in the last month to 6 weeks.
Those added fees may drive up prices even higher. Lobster is Nova Scotia's top seafood export. For those who work in the industry, when it comes to covering expenses, the challenge is how much to charge without charging too much and risk turning off customers.
We've had prices in recent years which weren't acceptable to the harvesting sector.
Sylvain Charlebois says because lobster is a specialty item, people around the world will still likely pay a lot to get it.
The problem are costs for harvesters. That's the problem.
He fears those who work at sea and catch lobster will take the biggest financial hit because of the high cost of fuel. Paul Hollingsworth, CTV News, Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia.
A familiar face slipped on the green jacket at this year's Masters golf tournament.
Rory is a rare repeat winner at Augusta.
Look at that. Rory McIlroy finished one stroke ahead of Scottie Scheffler to become the first back-to-back winner at the Masters since Tiger Woods in 2002. It's the 6th major for the 36-year-old from Northern Ireland. The top Canadian was Nick Taylor, who tied for 41st place. Canada's only NBA team has qualified for the postseason.
The Raptors are going to head to the playoffs for the first time since 2022.
The Toronto Raptors punched their playoff ticket with a 35-point win over the Brooklyn Nets. Their first-round opponent will be the Cleveland Cavaliers. Thousands of fans packed into the California desert for the highly anticipated Coachella Festival, where Canadian superstar Justin Bieber took the stage over the weekend. Bieber made his first live appearance in the U.S. since his world tour in 2022, performing for 90 minutes. He showcased material spanning his career, including early hits from his YouTube days and songs from his latest albums.
Cost of living is a big thing that I would love to go down.
Voters are casting their ballots in 3 federal by-elections today. We'll have a closer look at what's at stake after the break.
New tonight at 5:30.
In an ever-changing world, CTV News keeps you in the know wherever you are.
Welcome to CTV News Channel.
Connect to CTV News, now more than ever.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, buying, selling, renting, how your housing situation factors in at tax time. Start your morning with us Tuesday on CTV and Crave.
Prescribed Ozempic? What kind of asker are you? However you ask for brand name Ozempic and show your Ozempic savings card to your pharmacist to get the brand you know. To get yours, simply go to Ozempic.ca.
To prove these underwear don't ride up, they don't bunch, and they stay in place all day, we're putting them to the ultimate test.
Research has come, how well we're starting to do pre-screening, all of those different screening tests.
And a new study offers a new look at cancer rates in Canada. Hi there, and thanks for joining us on CTV News Channel. I'm Carolyn Jarvis. The U.S. is vowing to block all Iranian ports in an effort to get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran is threatening to strike ports across the Middle East in retaliation.
This is Coalition Warship 121, engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law.
Iranian state television released this video showing what it says is an American destroyer being warned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to alter course and return to the Indian Ocean. That video, however, has not been independently verified. The U.S. military blockade, which started at 10 a.m. Eastern today, happened after a weekend of failed talks between the two countries in Pakistan, and those threats from President Trump continuing today.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Trump also took to social media earlier today, saying that 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, the highest number, he claims, since the closure began. However, the maritime data firm KPLER says 14 vessels crossed through the strait yesterday. And today, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer told UK's Parliament that the UK does not support Trump's plan to block Iranian ports.
We are focusing our efforts on opening in full the Strait of Hormuz because of the damage it's doing to economies around the world, including our own economy. That is why we've been working with other countries at various levels, and we'll bring them together in a summit later this week. And we, the UK, will not be joining the blockade that the President announced.
Meantime, in Israel, cross-border fire continued between Israel and Hezbollah. The Israeli army is pushing ahead with an air and ground offensive in the southern part of Lebanon. Israel and the United States have said the Israeli campaign against Hezbollah was not part of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal. However, Iran insists it was. And President Trump continues his battle of words with Pope Leo, who's been critical of the Iran war. The pontiff has called Trump's threats to destroy Iranian civilization unacceptable and called on Trump to find an off-ramp for the conflict.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
And then Trump lashed out at Pope Leo in response to those comments, saying he should get his act together, stop catering to what he calls the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician, Trump said. Tariff threats and trade disruptions may have pushed many Canadian companies away from doing business with the U.S. Now, some products from Prince Edward Island have landed on shelves far away. CTV's Maria Saru explains.
Spring is starting to show at Neighbors Garden Center, and for the business, some of the growth is happening overseas. While the U.S. trade relationship has been less reliable, the company is reaping rewards in Asia. Wild blueberries grown in PEI are now in stores across several countries.
We need to protect ourselves and make sure that we look elsewhere to areas of the world that are wanting our products.
Island companies are making connections abroad with government-backed trade missions helping put the right people in the right rooms. It's starting to pay off from fruit to fish. True North Seafood, which produces some products in Charlottetown, has its first couple orders moving into South Korea in the next few weeks. In parts of Asia, Canada's reputation opens doors, says Director of Global Supply, Brett Cook.
Whether it's the cold climate, clear waters, the high quality standards we held ourselves to, but also third-party agencies or the government held you to.
Back at the Garden Center, co-owner Terry Neighbors says the bigger goal is to bring benefits home.
If we're selling elsewhere, we're bringing in, economic activity to our local economy that didn't exist before.
Neighbors is considering more travel to Asia, and there are future opportunities already on the province's calendar, including a Team Canada trade mission to Tokyo in June. Maria Sru, CTV News, Montague, Prince Edward Island.
It is voting day in 3 federal by-elections where, depending on the results, the Liberal government could end up with a majority government tonight. The vote comes on the heels of Prime Minister Mark Carney attracting 5 opposition MPs to cross the floor recently. Up for grabs today, 2 Liberal strongholds in the Toronto area and the hotly contested riding of Terrebonne, Quebec, just outside of Montreal, after last year's election result was invalidated by the Supreme Court. And we have reporters in all of those locations today. Joining us, Adrian Gobrel in Scarborough Southwest, Heather Wright at a polling station at University of Rosedale, and Genevieve Beauchemin at a polling station in Quebec's Terrebonne riding. Nice to see everyone there today. Jen, I'm going to start with you. By far the tightest race of all. Lots of stumping happening over the weekend by big-name Liberals, including the Prime Minister. What's the sense you're getting from voters today?
Well, it's interesting what they're saying here. It has been an election that has been full of twists and turns, plot twists in this one all along since the federal election. Of course, it was invalidated because it was so close. It was 1 vote difference last time, and then there was some issues, and it was taken to the Supreme Court. And so now what voters are saying here today, they're saying, we just want a clear winner. We want to get this over with. We want it to be clear this time around. We want to put an end to this. And as you say, so many people have been focusing on this particular race from both the Liberals and also the Bloc Québécois. Both parties have been fighting it out. This riding has long been a Bloc stronghold, and the Liberals were able to flip it last time around. But this time, it was just by 1 vote, and so it's still very much up for grabs. 25 ministers, MPs came during the race here to this particular riding. They visited. We did have the Prime Minister as well. It was really a hotly contested race. There's been a little bit of the gas off the pedal now that perhaps there have been the floor crossers, and it doesn't all depend on this riding in Terrebonne. That is, there's not as much focus on this riding, but certainly it is something that both the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois really want.
And just before we let you go, it could be a late night for vote counters in that riding with 48 candidates on the ballot. Is that right?
Absolutely. And it's interesting because so many people have been coming in and out of the polling station, and they're saying it's so different because it is an adapted ballot, because there are 48 names on the ballot, people protesting against, for electoral reform. And that's why so many names are on there. So now they have to write the actual name of the candidate that they want in. And so it will take some time to count all those ballots and also to have a result. And people who've waited so long for this are saying, oh, I guess we'll have to stay up all night, or perhaps we won't know for some time. So they're saying, as long as we get a result and we don't have to go to the polling station again before, of course, the provincial election, which is in the fall.
Okay, grab that coffee for tonight. Thanks, Jen. Meantime, Heather, you're in University Rosedale, where Chrystia Freeland won that riding with 64% of the vote last time. So it feels like a Liberal lock, but they still need to get the vote out. Are people coming to the polls today?
Well, and that is what many of these by-elections are going to come down to. What we're being told by insiders is how well can the vote be mobilized. We are here at a polling station that is actually also at the University of Toronto. So we are seeing a mix of students going into the student building as well as voters coming here. But as you mentioned, this has been a Liberal seat since 2015. That is when Chrystia Freeland won that seat in this relatively new riding. That was the first election for this riding. It's made up of parts of Trinity Spadina, which has elected MPs from the NDP as well as the Liberals, as well as Toronto Centre. And that riding is about as ruby red as it gets. They have sent a Liberal MP to Ottawa every election since 1993. And so, again, it is going to come down to voter turnout. We've heard from Elections Canada that about 9,400 ballots were cast in pre-election early balloting. And so that represents about 10% 50% of voter turnout. Of course, we're here outside this polling station. A trickle going in for now. Things likely to pick up as we get closer to the end of the business day, with this, of course, being one of the key ridings here in Toronto that the Liberals are hoping to hang on to.
All right, thanks for that, Heather. And Adrian, you're in Scarborough Southwest, where a familiar face is on the ballot for the Liberals, but not a familiar Liberal. Dolly Begum is the former NDP deputy leader. We've been talking a lot in the last week or so about how big the Liberal tent is getting. I'm wondering if people are talking about that.
Yeah, indeed, and especially after the floor crossing we saw last week with a prominent Conservative MP, really the polar opposite of Dolly Begum. And, you know, if she is to win tonight, we are certainly hoping to talk to her about that, about standing shoulder to shoulder on Parliament Hill in Ottawa with someone like Marilyn Godot, who crossed over from the Conservative Party last week. So you had lots of chatter about that. You know, this is considered a Liberal stronghold. Bill Blair held this seat for more than a decade. He won the last vote by more than he received about 62% of the vote during the last federal election. That was before he was appointed as the High Commissioner in the United Kingdom. And Dolly, as you mentioned, you know, she was an MPP with the NDP party here in Ontario. She was the deputy leader behind Merritt Stiles, raising lots of eyebrows when she came across. But this is her backyard. She is very familiar to the people in this riding, in this community. More than 60% of the individuals who call Scarborough Southwest home, they are minorities. They say that they're from South Asia, predominantly Black and Filipino. She is a really, really well known here in this area. Of course, we have Fatima Shaban from the NDP, who's trying to run. Diana Filipova from the Conservatives. Pooja Malhotra is running for the Green Party. But again, this is a Liberal stronghold, and many are expecting a celebration right here on the stage behind me tonight.
Yeah, Bill Blair winning that with nearly 62% of the vote last time around, and solid majorities in the two prior elections at that. Polls close at 8:30 tonight. Thank you to all three of you for being with us today, and we will have continuing coverage through the evening. Thank you. And as mentioned, the by-election can be caught here on CTV News Channel with CTV News chief anchor and senior editor Omar Sachedina and CTV News chief political correspondent Vassy Kapelos, beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern before the polls close. It will also be streaming live, ctvnews.ca and on Crave. why are some people claiming advance voting is risky? Okay, joining us now to make sense of all of this, the head of digital investigations for North America with AFP News Agency, Marisha Goldhammer. Welcome, Marisha.
Hi, great to be here.
So some posts are telling voters to bring a pen, not a pencil. To kick this off, have a look.
My friends, do me a huge favor. When you go in to vote, it doesn't matter where it is, bring a pen with you. Bring a pen with you. Do not allow anyone to take your ballot. You put it in the ballot box and take a pen, please.
Okay, Marisha, over to you. Is this legit?
Well, by law, Elections Canada is going to provide everyone a pencil. Now, you are more than welcome to bring a pen if that would make you feel more comfortable. There is nothing against you being able to vote in pen. But this implication or this perception that by voting with the pencil that has been provided, you've left your ballot vulnerable, that is not supported by evidence. I've spoken to many elections observers and officials who study elections, and they say Canada has a very strong chain of custody rule in place for their ballots, and you really don't need to be concerned about voting in the provided pen.
So, Marisha, what are they implying here? That if you vote in a pencil, that it can be erased? Is that it?
But once you've put that ballot into the box, it is not going to come out of the box until tonight when the polls have closed and they start to count ballots. And that is done in front of observers from all of the political parties. So really, your ballot is not alone. Poll workers work in pairs. Again, they have these very strict chain of custody rules in place. And the experts have told me that they have never seen widespread fraud as a result of Canada providing pencils for voting.
Okay, so if you see any of the posts like we were just showing on the screen a moment ago, ignore is the message.
I think so. I mean, again, you are welcome to bring a pen, but there is nothing nefarious going on because Canada is providing you a pencil to vote.
Okay, number 2 on the misinformation line. We're also seeing posts pop up warning about the supposed risks of advance voting. To be clear, these have been debunked, but what are you seeing online here?
Well, as advance voting has become increasingly popular, right? We saw a record number of people voting early in the 2025 federal election. We saw about 38,000 people cast ballots already before this election today. So whenever something like that becomes more popular, we're also going to see people questioning the security. But again, what we need to know is that Elections Canada says at the end of every day of advance voting, the ballot boxes are sealed. Those are signed by the poll workers and signed by observers from the political parties. If that ballot box for any reason needed to be transported from the location where advance voting took place to the location where the ballots are going to be counted, that's going to be put in another bag. And that's going to have another tamper-proof seal put on it that is signed. Really, anytime election materials are being moved or being handled, there's a chain of custody and there's also a record, right? So Elections Canada is keeping record of who has handled those materials and where they are going and why. Advance votes are going to start to be counted about 2 hours before polls close tonight. But again, that's going to be done in front of observers from political parties.
Okay, Marisha, your team has written about this in prior elections where people have insinuated that advance voting ballots are stolen. You saw those posts on Twitter and X and the like suggesting that people take those boxes and they're stolen. Not true.
There's just no evidence that this has led to any kind of fraud, right? There are instances where, as in this video that you're seeing here, poll workers need to move materials, either from a central location to set up the polling place, or again, because the place that was being used for advance voting perhaps is not a facility that Elections Canada controls, right? And so then those boxes need to go to where the ballots are going to be counted. But again, that is recorded. This person who is putting, this is actually an empty ballot box into their car in order to take it to set up the polling place that day. You know, that has been recorded. He's gone to the central office, he's checked out those materials, he's taking it to set up the polling place.
Okay, something you've seen in elections past as well is people seizing on delays in ballot counting, suggesting the delay is because something nefarious at play. But to pre-bunk, you taught me that word today, thank you for that, you're flagging that it's possible that the ballot counting could be really late, especially in the riding of Terrebonne, Quebec, where there's 48 people on the ballot. Tell us about that.
Yes. So because of this large number of candidates, right, we're seeing what they call the adapted ballot, or we might think of it as the all write-in ballot. And that may just take longer to count. What we need to know is that, you know, you're allowed to misspell the name. There's other ways that they're going to be trying to interpret your intent. And so when they're doing this vote and they're showing your ballot to all the scrutineers who are in the room, it may just take longer to determine what you wrote if you have, you know, doctor's handwriting, for say. Additionally, but it's exactly as you're seeing in this clip here. They're going to show the ballot to everyone. They're going to read the name. They're going to record. And this is all done in front of observers from the various political parties.
Okay, so before you start seizing on tweets or posts online that say the delays are because something sinister is happening, no, it's just happening because there's 48 candidates on the ballot tonight. Marisha, we appreciate you as always. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Marisha Goldhammer from AFP for us. And you can learn more about our contributors and watch our Deception Decoded segments at ctvnews.ca/decode. Time for a short break. We'll be right back.
RJ Decker, Tuesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Declining for 2/3 of cancer types, including colorectal cancer, bladder cancer, and leukemia. But according to research published by the Canadian Medical Association Journal, more than 250,000 new cases and nearly 90,000 cancer-related deaths are expected in the country this year. Lung cancer remains the most common cancer, with nearly 33,000 new cases and over 19,000 deaths projected in 2026. But there is some positive news.
Well, we're certainly seeing a decline, particularly in men who began to stop smoking earlier than women. There was a trend where more women started to smoke, and they're now beginning to see those declines coming with time, and that will continue to increase. So we're actually seeing the number of new lung cancers and bladder cancer, other related smoking cancers, declining.
The study authors are calling on the healthcare system to adapt their screening programs to accommodate younger people due to the rise of early onset cancers, including colorectal and breast cancer. More than 2,200 workers from dozens of long-term care homes in Nova Scotia are now on strike. The Canadian Union of Public Employees submitted a 48-hour strike notice on Friday, and this morning at 7 o'clock local time, workers from 24 facilities across the province hit the picket lines. The president of CUPE Nova Scotia says workers are struggling with wages and the high cost of living.
Picket lines started happening around the province of Nova Scotia to show our government exactly how the workers feel in our long-term care sector. The energy has been absolutely amazing. Our locals are mobilized around this province to get a fair and living wage for the sector.
Nova Scotia's long-term care minister says the Labour action will cause challenges, but adds that agreements are in place to ensure essential care continues. She's also urging CUPE leadership to reconsider the province's offer. British Columbia is experiencing a shifting seasonal clock. New research suggests summer is starting sooner and lasting longer than previously thought. CTV's BC Bureau Chief Andrew Johnson has more.
A lot of people look forward to summer when it starts to look like this.
I do personally because I do like the warm weather.
We know summers are getting hotter, but new research led by the University of British Columbia shows they're also starting sooner and ending later.
I sort of began with the sense that, summers feel different than they did when I was a kid. This is my perception. Can we actually look at the data and see if this is true?
They dug into temperature data between 1990 and 2023, focusing on the number of days that reached average warmth for the hottest part of the year.
The number of summer weather days are increasing in length 1.5 times faster since 1990 than before that.
The study finds summer weather is lengthening fastest in Sydney, Australia, adding 15 days per decade. Toronto summers are expanding by 8 days per decade. In Bellingham, Washington, just outside Vancouver, each decade's summer is growing by 6 days.
If you're someone who also has a sense that summer arrives more quickly, you're not wrong about that either. We found that the shoulder seasons are shrinking. So the time from spring to summer and summer to fall is becoming much more abrupt, those transitions.
He says that could throw off cyclical transitions, such as when flowers bloom and pollinators become active, the speed of snowmelt, and flood risk. More examples of a changing climate on the minds of many students on the UBC campus.
I'm really concerned.
It is a little bit worrying to see the kind of state that we're in if we don't take any action right now.
Researchers say now is the time to adapt to the new patterns, which are contributing to everything from more wildfires to increased energy demand for cooling off. Andrew Johnson, CTV News, Vancouver.
A family-run butcher shop in Edmonton is hoping surveillance video and the promise of a meaty reward will help lead police to a pair of thieves. Two people smashed through the front of Stanici's Mundare sausage last week, tore the cash register out, and took off. The store's owner is now offering 100 rings of their famous sausage to anyone who can link the masked culprits to the crime. Sounds tasty. I'm Carolyn Jarvis. Thanks for joining us. CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo is coming up next. Sandy will have the latest on the voters casting their ballots in 3 federal by-elections today. 2 in Toronto and Scarborough, and the third, a very close race just outside of Montreal. Polls close tonight at 8:30 p.m. Sandy and the team will have the very latest coming up on CTV National News right now.
Everyone, glad you can join us. Here's what we have for you this Monday, chasing a majority rule.
Cost of living is a big one for sure.
I'm not sure folks have had enough time to think about this one.
Hearing from voters in critical by-election battles.
The Iranians hold the cards. They've proven themselves very
resilient. The Iranians hold the cards. They've proven themselves resilient, is what this expert is saying. As the U.S. blockade, the fear is it could backfire.
Advancements in prevention, early detection, and treatment.
Plus, the good and the bad, an update on the fight against cancer.
CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo.
All right, this is a big day for Mark Carney as Canadians go to the polls in 3 federal by-elections, 2 in Toronto, University Rosedale, and Scarborough Southwest, and 1 in Quebec, Terrebonne. At the end of the day, the federal Liberals need just one of those races to get a majority government with at least 172 seats. CTV's Adrian Gobriel is in Scarborough Southwest, which is a long-time Liberal stronghold. Okay, Adrian, talk to us about the race in that riding.
Yeah, indeed, Sandy. This is a Liberal stronghold. Now, for those who call Scarborough Southwest, which is actually in the east end of Toronto for our national viewers, Dolly Begman is a household name. She is the Liberal candidate here, and that's because she was the deputy leader of the provincial NDP at Queen's Park. That was until she jumped ship to join the Liberals. Now, for more than the last 10 years, Bill Blair has held this seat in Scarborough Southwest. That was until he was appointed as to the High Commission in the United Kingdom. Now, as I mentioned, this is Dolly's backyard. She has campaigned here for a number of years, and this is a riding where more than half the population actually identifies as visible minorities, mostly South Asian, Black, and Filipino, according to the last census. Now, there's multiple other individuals on this ballot tonight: Fatima Shaban of the NDP, Diana Filipova of the Conservatives, and Pooja Malhotra of the Greens. Though the Liberals are expecting a party on that stage right behind me tonight, Sandy.
We'll be watching that closely, Adrian. Thank you. Now, the other Toronto by-election, the staunch, again, Liberal riding of University Rosedale, once held by Cabinet Minister Chrystia Freeland. CTV's Heather Wright is in that riding, and Heather set the scene for us in this very key riding.
Another key riding, and yes, another what is considered a Liberal stronghold, Sandy. Now, this is a relatively new riding. It was created in 2015, but it was created with parts of 2 storied ridings really here in downtown Toronto. Trinity Spadina, that is a riding that has sent Liberals and NDP members of Parliament to Ottawa in recent memory. And, of course, Toronto Centre, as ruby red really as it gets, the Liberals having held that riding since 1993. So this riding encompasses one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in all of Canada, as well as long and big swaths of downtown Toronto. Really, what we're being told by insiders is it's going to be all about who can mobilize their voters. We are here at a polling station on the University of Toronto campus, so we are seeing a trickle of voters as well as students going in and out of this building. So it is going to be a night that the Liberals are hoping they can hang on to this riding here in downtown Toronto.
It isn't over until it's over. Okay, Heather. Thank you, Heather in Toronto. Okay, the most intriguing race is in Terrebonne, Quebec, now vacant because of a mail-in ballot error in the 2025 election. CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchamp is in Terrebonne. And Geneviève, give us the backstory and what makes this riding a toss-up.
Well, so intriguing indeed. This has been full of plot twists, this particular election. And indeed, it was really close the last time around. 1 vote separated the Liberals from the Bloc Québécois. It has long been a Bloc Québécois stronghold. The Liberals managed to flip it. But now there is that rematch because of that Supreme Court decision. And a lot of voters here coming in and out of the building here are saying that they really want to have a clear winner. They want to put an end to this. But we'll have to find out quite a bit later into the evening because there are 48 names on the ballot. So that is really a huge number of names because of people protesting for electoral reform. And so people have to come and they have an adapted ballot. They have to write it in. And so there's going to be a lot of counting to be done here for this cliffhanger of a race that people are saying they're really watching very closely. 25 MPs came to this riding, visited the riding, trying to convince voters to win on theirs, to vote for them. So certainly a race to watch, Sandy.
Geneviève, thank you. So it's all about the voters. We wanted to know how Canadians feel about this pending majority for the federal Liberals. CTV senior political correspondent Michael Couture tackles that assignment. Hey, Mike, what are people saying?
Well, Sandy, voters know how consequential these votes are, and they understand the Prime Minister's road to a majority government must go through at least one of the ridings in Toronto and Terrebonne, Quebec. For some people voting in today's by-elections, federal politics is about the person they want to send to Ottawa.
She knows what the Scarborough Southwest needs. It's not like somebody that's coming in from another area. So it's very important that we have somebody representing our needs.
That candidate is the former deputy leader of the Ontario NDP, who's now running for the Liberals.
The Liberal Party of Canada is a big tent where I see myself voicing my concerns of the people of Scarborough Southwest.
Now, the new leader of the federal NDP is questioning the size of that big tent, given the Liberals welcomed 5 opposition MPs in as many months, including the latest, who held social conservative views.
I think the Liberal tent is stretched so far now that the fabric must be, I don't know, is it spandex? It is something very stretchy when you can encompass Marilyn Gladue in a caucus with progressives in the Liberal Party.
Now, for some voters, the issues are more important than the politics around them.
Affordability, social issues, things that include everybody, cost of living.
Key issues for all parties, but on Parliament Hill, the Conservatives were criticizing how the Liberals set themselves up to secure a majority.
The government seems committed to their strategy of backroom deals.
Now, 2 of the 3 by-elections are taking place in ridings that have historically been Liberal strongholds, meaning Prime Minister Carney is likely to get a majority less than a year after voters handed him a minority mandate. Sandy?
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Now, CTV's chief political correspondent, Vassy Kapelos, is with us in studio. It's a rare sighting to have you with us today, but Vassy's preparing for a special later this evening with Omar Sachedina. So let's pick up on what Mike was saying about this majority. Whether it's 172, 173, if he gets Terrebonne, 174, and then there's all those potential crossovers, floor crossers later on down the game. What does a majority mean?
It's a great question. I think one Canadians will be asking. In general, it means you will be able to move forward with your agenda with more ease than you would have if you had to consult and gain the support of the opposition. Now, Canadians like minority governments. We elect them a lot insofar as we like to see a little push and pull, and the government have to reflect the wants and needs of Canadians who voted perhaps for other parties. But we also have majority governments who can implement an agenda, it would appear, a little easier. The question is, though, I think from a political perspective, what does this government do should they secure a majority? Because the Prime Minister has set expectations extremely high. He has set out, in his own words, the most ambitious agenda, in generations. Well, a lot of Canadians stop me on the street and say, we have a lot of faith in him, we trust him, we'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. When is that stuff going to happen? You can no longer criticize the opposition or blame them if you don't advance the stuff or do the stuff that you've promised Canadians that you'll do with a majority government.
All right, so within that scenario of a majority government, what happens to the opposition, the Conservatives, the NDP?
Well, I got to tell you, Sandy, none of them are crying at the prospect of this, right? On the face of it, they will say exactly what they did in Mike's piece, but both the NDP and the Conservatives need time to be on their side, right? They are looking, in the case of the NDP, at a total rebuild. In the case of the Conservatives, they need some of the shine to wear off the Liberals in order to become as competitive as they were a year or a year and a half ago. And so both of those parties behind the scenes are telling me that they're okay with the possibility of a majority government, and that will give them more time to build their case against the Liberals.
Fascinating. Vassy, thank you so much. Now, let's remind the audience that Vassy is co-hosting CTV News coverage of tonight's 3 by-elections, along with chief anchor and senior news editor Omar. That special begins at 7 p.m. Eastern on CTV News Channel, and it will stream at ctvnews.ca and on Crave. Okay, there is a lot of other news happening today. While tensions remain high in the Middle East, a battle of words is escalating between U.S. President Donald Trump and Pope Leo, who has been a vocal critic of the Iran war. The pontiff has called Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization unacceptable, and he called on the U.S. president to end the conflict.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
The Pope also says he has no fear of the Trump administration or speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. Now, the comments prompted Donald Trump to lash out in reply.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon.
We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
The president followed up those words, posting that Leo should get his act together and stop catering to what he calls the radical left and focus on being a great pope, not a politician. The American military began an all-out blockade of ports that stretch all the way down Iran's coastline. And now there's mounting international concern over the impact. CTV's Annie Bergeron-Oliver tackles this phase of the war and the ongoing threats. Annie.
Sandy, negotiations around a peace deal failed this weekend after 21 hours of talks. Now the war enters a new phase.
Oil prices surged Monday above $100 a barrel as U.S. Navy ships began blocking the Strait of Hormuz, stopping all vessels from entering or exiting Iranian ports.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing.
Since the war began, Iran has heavily restricted access to the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway through which 20% of traded oil normally passes. President Donald Trump says the U.S. doesn't need the strait and that his latest move in the region will get Iran back to the negotiating table after talks broke down this weekend over Iran's refusal to end its nuclear program.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal.
The new U.S. blockade seeks to starve Iran of an estimated $200 million a day in oil reserves, a form of economic pressure experts say could backfire. Iran has threatened to strike any vessel that it believes is violating the two-week ceasefire.
Absolutely, we're escalating the conflict. And that is really the intent, escalation. But to what point?
Experts say the blockade likely goes against international law, and several U.S. allies, including Spain, France, Turkey, and the UK, have criticized Trump's move.
My guide from the start of this conflict has always been our national interest. That's why we stayed out of the war and why we continue to stay out of the war.
Economists say Canadians can expect to see higher inflation over the coming months, even if this fight over the Strait, Sandy, is somehow solved within days.
This weekend at the Brick, for 4 days, save over $1,100 on this modular 5-piece chenille sectional.
Quitting smoking is hard. Zonic can help by curbing nicotine cravings fast with an easy-to-use nicotine pouch. Find Zonic in pharmacies near you. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is highly addictive, only to be used by adults who are trying to quit smoking.
Where do Jolly Ranchers get their huge fruit flavor?
Stampede! Stampede! Not again!
That's
So let's go back to that, the fact that oil prices are surging and up quite high, and it just doesn't affect people at the pump. CTV's Laura Brown takes a look at how the skyrocketing price of oil is hitting in areas that are already hurting. Okay, Laura, share.
Sandy, people were lining up outside this food bank before it even opened this morning. Fuel prices driving more and more people to have to access this type of help, but it's also having a massive impact on the food bank itself. It's the two things this food bank relies on, food and fuel. And both are seeing tremendous increases. Alex Boyd says it feels like being hit from all sides.
Not only did the price per unit go up when the fuel costs increase, but the number of clients go up. So it's like a double whammy.
This was the price of gas in New Brunswick before Christmas. On April 9th, a litre was over 50 cents more.
The cost of living, housing, food, and grocery prices, and now this comes, and it's self-inflicted. This was completely unnecessary.
Feed NB's executive director is not holding back. The organization trucks food across the province, and having to spend more on fuel means less on food.
If some families were coming twice a month, in some areas now it's only once a month that they can get food assistance.
They stopped buying beef. It became just too expensive. Grains like cereal could be next. Anything susceptible to the supply chain. Here at this food bank, they're already seeing a bit of an increase of people needing their help, but they say the real increase they'll see in the next 2 to 3 months. In a world where so little is in their control, those on the ground admit they're worried.
The thing that offsets my worry is the confidence I have in the community and the people who care about others and say, we're not going to let people in our community go without supper tonight.
And so, Sandy, right now they're trying to make it work, but at this point they say something's got to give. Sandy.
CTV's Laura Brown. Well, new research published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal today confirms that cancer is still the leading cause of death in Canada. But the study also highlights reasons for hope. CTV's Alison Bamford is looking at the numbers of a disease that affects so many Canadians. Alison.
Sandy, thousands of patients step foot inside the Saskatoon Cancer Centre every year, including those seeking treatment for the very first time. A new study estimates there will be more than 250,000 new cancer diagnoses and nearly 90,000 cancer-related deaths in Canada this year, while a staggering 42% of Canadians are expected to be diagnosed with the disease at some point in their life. Still, there's hope in the numbers. Incidence and mortality rates are declining in most cancers, including leukemia, colorectal, bladder, and lung cancer, although it still remains the most prevalent type.
We're seeing, the advancements in prevention, early detection, and treatments really having an impact for people across Canada.
This month, Saskatchewan made the move to help reduce the wait times for breast cancer screenings, adding to its fleet of mobile mammogram units that serve remote communities. Despite the progress in many areas, the study shows rates of some cancers are rising, including cervical, head and neck, linked to HPV. Experts say improving vaccination rates could help stop these types of cancers before they start. Sandy?
CTV's Alison Bamford. A strike has started in Nova Scotia involving more than 2,000 long-term care workers after negotiations broke off. The workers from 22 facilities across the province are now on the picket lines. CTV's Paul Hollingsworth is outside a facility in Halifax with more on what's at stake. Paul.
Sandy, it's a rainy day here in Halifax, and this weather has thinned out part of the crowd on this picket line. These workers say they've been pushed into this job action, and they argue they are fighting for a living wage. These workers say the province-wide strike is framed around one basic message.
Looking for the government to get back to the table, to help get us back to work, to doing what we know and love best.
More than 2,000 unionized long-term care workers have an offer on the table from the province that includes wage increases ranging from 12 to 24%, retro pay dating back to 2023, and new pension benefits.
We are encouraging all the QP union members to go to their union to ask for a copy of the deal, to be told that this is the same deal that's been accepted by acute care and home care and other long-term care facilities, so that they'll all be paid the same.
The union says they will continue to provide care for those living in these facilities based on an essential service agreement, but the offer is not good enough.
We know the living wage across Nova Scotia right now in 2025, I believe, the end of the fall, was $24 to $29 an hour. If we were to take this deal that the government's offered, our lowest paid workers would still only be at $22 an hour.
Inside this facility, staff members are still working in reduced numbers to ensure essential care continues as these workers remain on strike. Sandy.
CTV's Paul Hollingsworth. Still ahead, the new warning from police with a murder suspect still at large.
I can't even. When your result really matters, choose Clear Blue Digital Ultra Early with SmartGuard technology, an exclusive combination of features, and over 99% accurate. Clear Blue for clear digital results. Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian Seniors Life Insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 40 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family, up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes.
In southwestern Ontario, and today they had a warning.
To Mr. Doe directly, I say that every time you go to sleep, know that there is a real possibility of being awakened to the light of a tactical team. You will be arrested.
The suspect is wanted on a number of charges, including second-degree murder and attempted murder. Sarnia police, they found a gun over the weekend believed to have been used in the murder that killed a 20-year-old at a student-run event. Now, a family-run butcher shop in Edmonton is hoping surveillance video and the promise of a meaty reward will help lead police to a pair of thieves. Two people smashed through the front of this iconic business last week, tore out the cash register, and took off. The store's owner is now offering 100 rings of their famous sausage as a reward. And Britney Spears has entered rehab a month after she was arrested, suspected of driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. According to a representative, the singer voluntarily checked into a treatment facility. The 44-year-old is expected to appear in court to face the DUI charge in 3 weeks. After the break, SNL is on the move.
And live from New York, it's
Saturday night gets a new home in Canada.
When you
News to this day by Canadian Lorne Michaels has set the standard for sketch comedy for more than 5 decades.
Best haircut, Ted Koppel. It looks natural. Not!
The show has skyrocketed multiple Canadians to fame, including Mike Myers, you see there, Dan Aykroyd, and the late Norm Macdonald.
A new airport planned for San Diego would actually be located 3 miles out in the Pacific Ocean, built on 40 by 20-foot floating cylinders. It's all part of a plan by city officials to have a huge disaster.
And if you'd like to relive the show's most hilarious moments, a library of SNL episodes from the past will also be available on Crave. And that is it for us this historic Monday. 3 by-elections happening. Thank you for sharing your time with us. I'm Sandy Rinaldo. You can catch Omar and Vassy at 7 p.m. Eastern on News Channel. Bye for now. We'll see you tomorrow, we hope. Be well.
Seems committed to their strategy of backroom deals.
Regardless of the outcome of the elections today, it'll be important that we work together.
3 consequential by-elections are taking place today, including 2 right here in Toronto that could leave Liberals with a majority government. We're going to have special coverage for you throughout the next hour with reporters on the ground in each riding. Plus, pollster Nick Nanos will be here to break down how tonight's contests are expected to shake up Canada's electoral landscape. Then, we'll bring in a special strategy session to unpack this consequential political moment. Scott Reed, James Moore, and Kathleen Monk will all be here. And our front bench panel with Marco Mendicino, Lisa Ray, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie are also standing by. Plus, a U.S. naval blockade begins.
Right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade.
They're doing no business.
The U.S. military blockade of ships entering and leaving Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz has begun, with President Trump warning Iranian ships will be, quote, immediately eliminated if they approach. All of that coming as Trump slams Pope Leo following his criticism of the war in the Middle East. Our Eric Ham will be here to break down those developments coming up a little bit later on in the show. First, though,
it's very important that we do vote as Canadian citizens. Doesn't matter whether it's provincial, federal, or, we have to have our say.
But I think the majority is likely, and I'm pretty okay with that, honestly. I think it's a decent direction for the country at this moment in time.
I think it will make a difference because they'll be able to pass a lot more decisions quickly. It's just a question now if they're going to make the right decisions. A majority, great, but I mean, if you're not making the right decisions for your country, then you're not in the right job.
We are going to start our program tonight in Ontario and Quebec, where Canadians in 3 crucial ridings are in the midst of casting their ballots. How they choose to vote in these by-elections will determine if the Liberals clinch a majority government by the end of the night. I'm here in Toronto, where the nearby ridings of University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest are up for grabs this evening. Those ridings are considered Liberal strongholds, held by former senior cabinet ministers Chrystia Freeland and Bill Blair before they resigned. Meanwhile, the third hotly contested Quebec riding of Terrebonne saw the Liberal candidate win by just 1 vote in the federal election back in 2025, before that outcome was invalidated just a few months ago by the Supreme Court of Canada. If the Liberals win just one of the by-elections, they're going to reach a technical majority of 172 seats in the House of Commons. But if they win 2 or sweep all 3, they'll get full control of the House of Commons, allowing them to pass legislation without the support of other parties. For some more perspective on each of these races, we're joined live by reporters who are on the ground in all the ridings. CTV's Heather Wright is in the riding of University Rosedale. Adrian Gabriel is standing by in Scarborough Southwest, and Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is in Terrebonne. Heather, we'll start with you in University Rosedale, I think it was. Tell us a bit about what's going on there and what you're hearing from people on the ground who are casting their ballots.
Well, we're here at a polling station at the University of Toronto, so we are seeing a lot of students going into this building as well as people who are casting their ballots. As you mentioned, this is a riding that was held by Chrystia Freeland since it was created in 2015. In the last general election, she won this riding with 64% of the vote. So it is certainly considered a Liberal stronghold. A lot of what is going to happen tonight does, though, depend on who can get their votes out. As we mentioned, it has been a little bit slow here, and according to Elections Canada, about 9,400 ballots were cast in advance polls. That's about 10% voter turnout. Certainly a lot of people waiting to cast their ballots here on Election Day. And some of the people we've been talking with say, you know, they're here to vote because they don't want to be a bystander. They want to have their vote said, even though we do see in by-elections, typically there are a lower turnout. Now, as for this riding, it was created in 2015, is considered a Liberal stronghold, and it was carved out with basically parts of other strongholds for the Liberal Party, one of those being Toronto Centre. That has been held by the Liberals since 1993, and the former riding of Trinity Spadina, which has been held by both members of the NDP and the Liberals as well in recent memory. So voters starting to pick up a little bit now as the end of the workday has happened. So we're going to be standing by here talking to people as they come and go, casting their ballots in this by-election.
All right, thanks so much. That's our Heather Wright standing by in the riding of University Rosedale. We'll head east towards Scarborough Southwest, to be specific, where Adrian Gabriel is reporting for us tonight. You're already set up there in headquarters. A very unique candidate for the Liberals here was previously, just until a number of weeks ago, the deputy leader of the provincial New Democratic Party. Right, Adrian?
Yeah, that is right. Dolly Begman is well known here in this riding. As you mentioned, she was an MPP here in Ontario and was the deputy leader for the NDP party at Queen's Park in Ontario. That is before she jumped ship here to run as a Liberal in this riding. She is well known. Now, Bill Blair, as you'd mentioned, has held this riding for more than a decade. That was until he accepted a post at the High Commission in the United Kingdom. And so Dolly is now well positioned to take this riding. They believe there there will be a celebration on the stage here behind me tonight. Now, Begman really, has done a lot of work in this riding for a number of years. As an MPP, she was the first Bangladeshi Canadian to ever be elected to office. And in this riding, well, about 64% say that they are minorities from South Asia, predominantly Black as well as Filipino, as the top 3 minority groups here in this riding. And so she is expected to take this riding quite easily tonight, though. We're going to wait and see. Democratic process is still getting underway. The polling station is just about across the street from where I am. It's been pretty quiet here today, though. The second most amount of people came out to do advanced ballots here in this riding in the days previous. Fatima Shaban is the NDP candidate here, Diana Filipova for the Conservative, Pooja Malhotra for the Greens, and so we will see how it all shakes down here tonight.
We sure will. Thanks a lot, Adrian. That's our Adrian Gabriel reporting from the riding of Scarborough Southwest. And now we will head a province over to Quebec, where our bureau chief, Geneviève Beauchemin, is standing by in the I think it's fair to say, much more competitive riding of Terrebonne.
Yeah, lots of twists and turns in this one. This has been full of plot twists all along. It was one, of course, during the last election by the Liberals. They had flipped this riding. This is a Bloc Québécois stronghold. It has been for many years. The population here is nearly 90% Francophone, and so it has been holding on to this party. The Liberals managed to flip it, but just one vote. And, of course, there was that legal wranglings that went to the Supreme Court. So there is this vote here. And people coming in and out of the polling station are saying that they just really want a clear winner to end all of this, and it's a cliffhanger, really, and they're a bit confused about all that's going on because there are 48 names on the ballot because of the protests for the longest ballot protesting electoral reform, for electoral reform, and so they have to have an adapted ballot. They have to write in the name of the candidate for which they're voting for, so it's a bit of a different process. So they think it might be longer to get the results, and so they're very anxious to get that result going. Now, this has been a very hotly contested riding. 25 MPs or more have come to this riding trying to convince voters, really saying that this is a very consequential election. Of course, it was more so before there were the floor crossings. It was more so about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, but certainly they're still saying that this means a lot. The Bloc Québécois really wants to hold on to this riding. They have a Nathalie Saint-Clair-Desgagnés, who is having her rematch against Tatiana Auguste of the Liberals, who is also very popular in this riding. And so it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out. And as I say, voters here coming in and out saying, let's get this over with so we don't have to go to the polls again. Of course, there's a provincial election coming in just a few months, so they'll have to do that again not all that long from now here.
Okay, thank you, Geneviève. Appreciate your reporting there. Geneviève Beauchemin, our Quebec bureau chief, in the riding of Terrebonne. Today's by-elections follow 5 defections to the Liberals in as many months, including the most recent floor crossing of Ontario MP Marilyn Gladue from the Conservatives just last week. To note, there have been more than 300 instances of floor crossings in Parliament since Confederation, but none of them have ever moved a government from a minority to a majority. Here's how politicians in Ottawa are reacting.
Canadians did not elect a majority government, and if they end up with one, largely through floor crossings, it just feels wrong. And I think Canadians are disturbed by this.
We've been in a minority government situation for a number of years, and the work gets done through collaboration, and sometimes that collaboration sounds and looks messy, but at the end of the day, that is how the work gets done. I believe that's important in a majority government as well.
The government seems committed to their strategy of backroom deals to achieve a majority in spite of the outcomes of this evening's by-elections.
We have convened a special edition of our strategy session to talk more about the political stakes of these by-elections. CTV political commentator Scott Reed is here. He's a former communications director to Prime Minister Paul Martin. Former Conservative Industry Minister James Moore is with us. He's now a senior business advisor with Dentons. Kathleen Monk is the former director of communications to the late Jack Layton. She's now the principal owner of Monk and Associates. Hi, everyone. Good thing we only have about 8 more hours of TV tonight, and I already can't talk. Such a relief. Scott, I'll start with you. I feel as though there's a level, and we talked about this a bit on the show over the weekend, but there is a certain level of cognizance among Liberals that they did not want tonight to come through floor crossings. They wanted to be able to say they've secured a majority through by-elections. Why do you think that is the case?
Well, for the purposes of legitimacy and being able to push back on the suggestions that this is all about backroom deals as opposed to a ballot box result. Tonight will be a ballot box result, and if that's what pushes the government into majority, I think they'll feel that at the political level, at least, they'll have a lot less to defend. James himself was making this argument the other day. I think it's really well founded. It explains some of the sequencing we've seen. Better to have the vote first, and then we'll see what happens in terms of the House of Commons. Than to push yourself into majority by virtue of floor crossers.
How consequential do you think it'll be, James, if tomorrow we wake up and there is a majority government of 172 or 173 or 174?
I mean, everyday Canadians won't notice a difference, obviously, in their lives, and it won't make a huge difference in terms of the parliamentary agenda. But I think for the operations of the Parliament of Canada, I mean, again, Parliament sits basically for 8 more weeks between now and the summer recess. So there's a tight legislative timeline to get some things done. But it'll give the government some breathing room. I mean, they'll have some clear paths to determining what it is that they want to do, set some timelines, put some time allocation on specific pieces of legislation that they want to get done right away. And I think that it provides the government some capacity to plan through the rest of this calendar year. And I imagine that they actually probably do want to stage some things really quickly before the Parliament breaks for summer, because we are going into the Canada, U.S., Mexico agreement, the Free Trade Agreement, North American Free Trade Agreement reconsideration this summer. So I think that depending on how Donald Trump acts in the lead up to those negotiations in the coming few weeks, because he may be shifting away from Iran, maybe shifting away from some of the other domestic stuff that's causing some challenges, he might be putting some stuff in the window that might be tough for some key industries in Canada, autos, the agricultural sector, and so on. So the government actually might want that legislative flexibility and command and control in a majority government to actually put some stuff in the window to buttress and support those industries, to give the government a little bit of latitude going into the reconsideration of CUSMA. So in the immediate term, Canadians won't notice, but in terms of planning for the rest of the year and leading into the trade negotiations, it provides the government some comfort, some latitude and flexibility to protect some industries going into what could be a fractious moment for Canada.
There's a couple of different ways to look at how the opposition internalizes or reacts to all of this as well, Kathleen. I mean, I think everyone knows that both the NDP and the Conservatives are not upset about the prospect of more time to build their case against the Carney government, some of the shine to wear off. At the same time, I do take seriously the idea, and I've heard it from a lot of Canadians, that they did not vote for a majority government, right, a year ago. Like, they are voting tonight, and that's fair and square for sure. But that, you know, back in the end of April of last year, like, a minority did mean something different, a sort of check on the government than what will materialize should the by-elections go the Liberals' way tonight. Do you think that matters politically at all for the Liberals, or will they be able to supersede that?
And I think something to add into that is that the Liberals had a chance, right? They could actually trigger an election by their own accord, and we could go to the polls. And I don't think Canadians want an election right now, but they could actually get probably even a larger majority if they were to do that. So that was the conundrum that they were in, and they decided to go this route. They have built it largely, strengthened their minority of five floor crossers, as you said, maybe more in the coming days, but they are going to try to achieve this majority through the ballot box tonight. A couple things to add on the opposition. I think James laid out clearly the advantages that are available to the government of having majority to push through their agenda, to define more clearly their agenda, particularly as it comes according to the trade stuff particularly. But for the opposition, as you mentioned, there are two key things. They're both positives and negatives to this. Pierre Poilievre is stronger when there's a minority. With a threat of an election coming any day, he has more strength and more caucus discipline, even with him bleeding on all sides for these floor crossers. As soon as it trips over into majority territory, where it looks like it will tonight, he immediately becomes weaker because the party has the time to find that new leader. But there's also positives. There's positives for parties like the New Democrats, who need the time to rebuild and need to take that time too. I also think one of the key things I'm watching tonight is what is the result, as we all are, in Terrebonne, because that really will have impacts on Blanchet's future and what that says about the Bloc Québécois and their strength in their province.
What do you think this means for the opposition? And Scott, what did the Liberals do with the majority?
Well, the thing to do with the majority is to start to focus on the issue that's brought them a majority, if that's where they end up, and that is Trump and trade and people's economic anxieties that are being unleashed, whether it's by Trump threatening CUSMA or whether it's by rising gas prices as a consequence of Trump's war in Iran. So I think you got to keep your focus on that. That's what got you to this place. There's a reason that people are coming to Mark Carney's caucus, and there's a reason that he's looking competitive in these by-elections. Focus on those those, superintending national interests, particularly focus on economic jobs and growth, focus on that. And in terms of the opposition, I think Kathleen's right. Pierre Poilievre has had nothing but L's, really, since last April. And this, if he loses a majority, is going to put him in a more vulnerable spot. He has got to start to make the case to Conservatives first, and then maybe Canadians. Why is he around? If he can't win, what's his purpose? A lot of Conservatives are asking that question quietly. They might start asking it loudly tomorrow.
James, your thoughts on that? Does it do that, or does it provide him with some breathing room to make that case, in the hopes that over time the honeymoon, dissipates a little bit for the Prime Minister?
Well, it depends on what happens after what happens, right? So whatever.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Got it. So we'll see what happens tonight, and what the reaction is to what happens, and if that leads to more people crossing the floor, then some tough questions may get asked. But I think there's going to be a long tail to tonight, and what its consequences will be, and including for the government. We talked about the legislative side. Kathleen properly laid out the NDP dynamic, but I also think for the government, right, that a light switch is about to get flicked on, and I think there's going to be a culture shift in the government, and they need to be prepared for it. I mean, I was in opposition from 06 to 08, 08 to 11, then we won a majority in 2011. The difference between majority and minority isn't just as we've talked about in terms of commanding Parliament. That may be true, but also the culture of the country and the expectations game changes dramatically. Provinces now expect you to deliver. There are no excuses now. 80% of the current Senate are progressive center-left senators. There's no premiers that are picking fights with you. Stephen Harper had Danny Williams, Jean Chrétien had Ralph Klein. Mark Carney has nobody who's in his face at all right now. Big city mayors, NGOs, bureaucrats who may disagree with the government's agenda and are sort of slow-walking certain bits of legislation or regulation. Like when you have a majority government, the opposition gets more difficult, but everything else gets animated in terms of the media gets their fangs out a little bit and they get a little bit more aggressive. Everything gets a little bit tougher in a different way, not in Parliament, but in other ways. And if the government isn't aware and awake to that, because 6 out of the last 8 elections have given us minority parliaments. Now we've got minority parliament brain. Shifting to majority government brain creates a whole different dynamic in how you govern and how you build coalitions and advance things, build public consensus, and meet that expectations game of having a majority.
Not to mention, Kathleen, the fun task awaits of managing a caucus where after tonight you might have the former deputy leader of the provincial New Democrats alongside Marilyn Gladu from the Conservatives, all becoming part of your party in just the last week.
Yeah, I truly believe that really we're just shifting the management problem. One, which is now in a minority government, of shifting the challenge of counting votes and making sure people are in their seats and they can move their agenda forward, to now it's more of an internal management problem where they're going to have to start managing some of those caucus dynamics. And I know Scott's take on this is that we are a brokerage party, but the problem is, and Carney said this over the weekend at the convention, that we are drawing people towards our values. But you also wonder, if there actually are liberal values and what they stand for, if you can have a caucus that contains such disparate views from Marilyn Gladu to Laurie Liddell to, as you mentioned, possibly tonight, Dolly Begum and others, right? And how we can actually keep that caucus pulling in the same direction. Because to build on James's point, I really believe that the clock starts now. If they have a majority or tomorrow, if they get a majority, and people will start timing this government in terms of what they can achieve and what they can deliver and how quickly they can deliver on these things. So Carney's always said, build, build, build. He wants to move fast and build things. Well, people will actually start asking to see those results.
Scott, I will save your response for our special coverage later tonight. Thanks, everybody. Scott Reed, James Moore, and Kathleen Monk. There is a lot to analyze, as you can hear there, so we have more excellent panelists coming up a bit later to help us do just that. Our front bench, Marco Mendicino, Lisa Raitt, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie will all join me just ahead. First, though, we're going to turn to some other political news. U.S. President Donald Trump says the U.S. is blockading all Iranian ships into or out of the Strait of Hormuz, while also bashing Pope Leo for catering to the, quote, radical left with his criticism of the U.S. war. Plus, in the Middle East, I should say. Plus, that's Quebec's new premier. We're going to talk about her and what's going on in the U.S. after a short break. Stay right there.
Hi-ho, Ontario! DraftKings has everything you've been hunting for in one casino app. Take
political group are Latinos, Hispanics, and they went for Donald Trump in the largest numbers that we have seen in GOP history. And now the president is going to war with the Pope, who, of course, is seen as a representative of more than 1 billion people in the world. And so clearly it was not enough for the United States to involve itself in a war in the Middle East. The president has now isolated NATO allies, most countries in the Western Hemisphere, and now he's going in a tit-for-tat with the Pope. So I think the pressure is getting to the president right now, but clearly what we're seeing here is this is a man who believes that allies and friends simply are not the way to go. And now you just wonder who is next on the president's hit list.
The blockade, I do want to talk about that and sort of the political implications as well, because what we did see as a consequence of the president following through on that threat, unlike some of the other ones that he's made, is that the price of oil swung back up after the possibility of, negotiations looked like they could go somewhere, then of course they didn't, and now this. Like, what is your assessment of sort of the political standing of the president in the middle of all this at the moment?
Well, the president is struggling right now. In fact, here in the United States, the Cook Political Report, which actually looks at where the nation stands as it looks ahead to the midterm elections, they've already now moved 4 Senate seats in the Democratic category, believing that if Democrats actually swing 4 seats, that they will be the majority in the Senate. Already the House looks like it's also gone. And the reason for all of this is because President Donald Trump's approval ratings are continuing to fall. And more importantly, he's losing with many of those young voters who swung to Donald Trump in the 2024 election. So we are already seeing that now he's launched this fight with the Pope. That will certainly turn off a lot of Latinos. Young men are leaving, and of course, his MAGA base is also beginning to crack as well.
What are you looking for over the next few days on this?
Well, I think over the next few days, the question will be, can the United States and Iran somehow find their way back to the negotiating table? This ceasefire, as fragile as it is, still is in place for 14 days. And while there certainly was not a deal in Islamabad over the weekend, that does not mean that there still is not time for something to get done. In fact, sources are saying that they were very close, even on uranium enrichment. So the hope is somehow they can actually get back to the table and find a way to for the president to at least move away from what is looking more and more like potential escalation.
All right. Thanks so much, Eric. Appreciate your analysis, as always. Our U.S. political analyst, Eric Ham. We want to turn now to some other political news, this time much closer to home. Quebec has a new premier.
Really proud to have been elected premier, and I will be working hard for Quebecers. We will deliver changes quite quickly.
That is Christine Fréchette, the former Coalition Avenir Quebec economy minister. She'll take over the reins of the party and the province after winning the vote to replace François Legault. Legault announced in January he'd be stepping down after months of turbulence within his own party. Fréchette, who won with nearly 58% of the vote, will become the 33rd premier in the province and will be the second woman to hold the post. With me now to talk more about that is CTV Montreal's Caroline Van Vlaardingen. Good to see you, Caroline. Thank you very much for making the time. Let's talk a bit about who Christine Fréchette is, for people who are living outside of Quebec perhaps at this moment and aren't as familiar with her.
She is 56 years old, Vassy, and she's been politically active for a lot of her adult life. She started as a student politician, actually. Then she got into the Parti Québécois. She worked with Jean-François Lisée in international affairs. And, she started moving up the ranks that way. But in 2020, she had a breakup with the PQ over the Charter of Values. She wasn't happy with the Charter of Values, and she moved over to the CAQ under Legault and François Legault's invitation. And she's been doing quite well with the CAQ as well. And then when François Legault decided to step down, because they've had very dismal polls for many, many months now, over a year actually, she decided to throw her hat in the leadership ring. She was against Bernard Drainville, who also came from the PQ and ironically was the one who presented the Charter of Values that she was opposed to back then. And so they had a runoff, and she just won won the leadership yesterday. So she's now the premier designate, and as you said, the second female premier of the province.
So you mentioned the sort of dismal polling for the CAQ over the last number of months. You've got an election in the province of Quebec coming up in the fall. What does this do to the standing of the CAQ moving forward, and sort of relative to the other parties in particular?
Well, it'll be very interesting to see, Vassy, what happens now that she has been named the new premier. She is seen as much more moderate, a more moderate voice than Bernard Drainville, who had some more nationalist supporters behind him on his campaign to be the leader. Her background is all business. She basically has held portfolios to support business interests in the province and abroad. And so she really comes at a time when she talks about wanting to help families with the cost of living, wanting to help them with housing, wanting to help them with the bread and butter issues that a lot of Quebecers have felt have been largely ignored for other issues like, you know, proposing our own constitution or our own version of a secularism law that's taken a lot of attention. So there's been a lot of anti-immigration rhetoric through the CAQ that she has not really been a part of. And she also supports more immigration in the province. So it'll be very interesting to see what she does, but she doesn't have a lot of time to do it right now. The CAQ is fourth in the polls. They're polling at only 12% support. And so she's got literally 6 months to get this ship righted again and perhaps cross the finish line. It's a huge, huge job. And she says she's up for the challenge. She knows it's there, and she will give it her best. She says 6 months in politics is a long time, so you never know. But she definitely has a monumental task ahead of her.
Yeah, what a challenge. Thanks so much, Caroline. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's Caroline Van Lardingen. We're going to take a quick break here on Power Play, but when we return, back to our top story, those 3 crucial by-elections being held right now, which could give the Liberals a majority government. Our front bench is standing by to talk about that. Marco Mendicino, Lisa Raitt, Tom Mulcair, and Rob Benzie are all with me in just 2 minutes.
If you're paying high interest
Members of Parliament have to have the ability to make those choices, and they will be held accountable.
The only poll that matters to me is that on Election Day.
Is it time to get a new Conservative leader?
Because the by-election, we might not win a by-election that we're not supposed to win.
I am optimistic that the government, that the Liberal Party will prevail in all three.
Reaction there today from politicians of all stripes as the Liberals are mere hours away from potentially securing a majority government. There are 3 key by-elections taking place as we speak, 2 in Toronto area ridings and 1 in a Montreal area riding. The Liberals currently sit at 171 seats, as you can see there, in the House of Commons, which leaves them 1 seat shy of a majority. If the Liberals win just 1 of the by-elections, therefore, they will be able to form a technical majority. If they can clinch 2, they'll be able to win votes without a tie-breaking one cast by the Speaker. And it all comes following 5 floor crossings since November. Over 300 MPs have crossed the floor since Confederation, but they have not moved a minority government to a majority, and tonight that could all change. Let's bring in our front bench. With me this evening, Marco Mendicino is former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Mark Carney and former Liberal Cabinet Minister. He's now a Senior Counsel and Strategic Advisor for Castles. Former Conservative Deputy Leader Lisa Raitt is here. She's the Vice Chair and Managing Director of Global Investment Banking at CIBC. And the Toronto Star's Queen's Park Bureau Chief, Rob Benzie, is with us as well. Benzie, I'll start with you because we were communicating throughout this entire by-election period because you live in one of the ridings and you were getting lots of mail, sort of like things dropped off at the door, but from mostly, I think it was 90% or 95% from the Liberals.
Yeah, Vassy, I mean, as I live in University of Rosedale. There was a sign on my door today, put on my door by the Liberals, urging me to vote for Danielle Martin. They know that I don't vote, like you know that, Vassy, but they still keep coming. And anyway, it speaks to an organized push. Certainly, I have had, I think, 7 pieces of mail to my house from the Liberals, and I have had 1 from the Greens and 0 from the NDP and 0 from the Tories. The NDP actually surprised me because this riding is held provincially at Queen's Park by the New Democrats, and the city councillor is a New Democrat. This is there's a lot of orange signs traditionally in this riding, although far fewer this time. A lot more red signs, frankly, including, as I think I told you before, Vassy, on the house of a New Democrat friend of mine who also has fundraisers for Olivia Chow at his home, and he has a Liberal sign out. So it's not going to be a fun night, I think, for the NDP this evening.
Lisa, does a majority of 172, 173, 174, does it change things in a salient way in your view?
Well, it gives the government an opportunity to reconstitute those committees if that's something they want to do. And if you have control of the committees, you have control of the legislative calendar, and I think that's really important. By the way, Benzie, obviously the Conservatives have better data if they know not to send you on anything, right? Since you don't vote.
Exactly,
so
exactly.
I'm just saying we're winning on that one. I'll take that as a win. But I also do believe that, getting back to the by-elections, I do believe that he needs to have, he being the Prime Minister, he needs to have a much bigger majority in order to account for possible differences of opinion within his own caucus. Yeah. Like, let's say you've got Marilyn Gladu on one extreme end and you've got perhaps Dolly Burton on the other. I'm sorry, I didn't get her last name right, but Dolly on the other end of the spectrum. There are going to be some issues that they will not agree on, and perhaps they'll be able to not vote with the government on those things. So he's going to need a lot more of a buffer than 1, 2, or 3 when you're trying to knit together such a disparate group of MPs.
Do you agree, Marco, that the size of the majority matters?
I do. I think that the greater the margin, the more durability it gives to Mr. Carney and the Liberal Party's ability to govern going forward. Just parenthetically, I'm imagining some poor volunteer on Danielle Martin's campaign furiously taking down, "Do not knock on Benzie's door. Go to the next door." And I look at having lived that life through 3 general elections and then obviously last year's election as the Chief of Staff to Mark Carney. I will tell you that all the campaigns are extremely focused on getting out the vote. So you do have a real laser-like discipline on capturing the data, making sure that everybody and those volunteers are out there pulling vote, because you don't want to take it for granted. I think the 2 seats in Toronto, University of Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest, I think the party's very confident and very focused on pulling vote there. The one to watch will be at Terrebonne and in Quebec. And I would say that will be a real proof point to see how the national polling and Mr. Carney's personal numbers stacks up against our ground game. But I will tell you, the party takes nothing for granted and is very much focused on GOTV.
It's a little bit of a litmus test, and I always hesitate, in the same way I know everyone else does on this panel, to read everything into by-elections. But in this case, that the riding of Terrebonne will be interesting to see to what degree the national polling does translate. And in particular, for example, Nick Nanos was telling me earlier, and we'll have more on this later, like a lot of the bump that the Prime Minister got following Davos was particularly pronounced in Quebec. So does that translate? Is it a litmus test even for Mr. Poilievre, whose candidate was able to capture 18% of the vote in the last federal election in that riding? Does that change at all, given what's going on at a national or even provincial level? It will be interesting. Like, this is the real competitive race to watch.
Yeah, is that one for me, Vassy?
Oh, sorry, it's for Vassy, yeah.
Oh, for Benzie.
Yeah.
Well, I won't be as smart as Marco on this one, Vassy, but I would say, yeah, I think I'm going to be looking at those numbers. I actually think because of the floor crossing, it might be easier for the Liberals to win Terrebonne, because the Terrebonne doesn't have as much clout as it might have done. If it was the seat that was putting them over the top, then there would be much more pressure there. But I think if there are probably residents of that riding who think, well, maybe we want to go with the party that's going to have a majority and for the next few years, and it doesn't hurt either that the Liberals had their convention, an hour drive away from that riding on the weekend. So there were a lot of volunteers going in canvassing, and dozens of cabinet ministers hitting the doorsteps. So I think I'm going to be interested to see what the polls are like for all three parties. I mean, the NDP has a new leader. Avi Lewis is high profile. Do they get some kind of a bump in particularly in the Toronto ridings? And what do Pierre Poilievre's numbers look like in this riding in University of Rosedale? The Tories finished second last time with 23% of the vote, behind Chrystia Freeland's 64%. I'm going to be interested to see if that number is higher or lower. I mean, their candidate has been invisible throughout this the RIP period, and so I'll be interested to see if they still finish a strong, a relatively respectable second.
Lisa, more generally, I know the Conservatives obviously are not thrilled at all these floor crossers. They've expressed opposition to the idea that the floor crossers help form a majority. Is there anything to the idea, though, that a majority government will give the party more time to, recapture some of what they have lost over the last number of months in terms of popular support?
Well, they would be foolish if they didn't think about it that way, Vassy. I mean, with every downside, there has to be an upside, and the upside is that seize the moment and make sure that you're doing whatever you can to get the caucus rowing in the same direction, feeling good about what they're doing, and figuring out how we're going to make sure that the Conservatives look different from the Liberals in the next election. By the way, I'm very suspicious that Tom Mulcair is not on the panel tonight, and I'm convinced he's in Terrebonne right now. Until I see any other evidence to the contrary, that's where I think that he is at the moment. But,
the write-in candidate.
On top of it, I'm also very curious on the Terrebonne issue, Vassy. I think I saw some movement on social media about whether or not there is going to be strategic voting, that if you were considering voting for Conservative, maybe you want to hold your nose and vote for the Bloc. And we'll see whether or not any of that transpired. I find it hard to find that. I don't know how many Conservatives are going to vote for the Bloc. I mean, we both wear blue, but it's a very different shade.
Tom is away tonight, and we just didn't know it. So there's nothing suspicious, I promise, I promise. Marco, last word goes to you. And I'm curious, as someone who was involved so closely to the operation of government, a number of months ago, if they were to ask you what your best advice is for what to do with this majority, if they should secure it tonight, tomorrow, do you change your posture? Do you change the way you present things? Does anything tangibly change from where you sit?
Well, I think it's the right question, which is what happens if Mr. Carney secures a majority, and how does he build on the momentum that he has been building on since he first won a minority parliament last general election. I think there are a few things to take into consideration. One are the floor crossers, and really, the gravitational force towards Mr. Carney's leadership, which is built on trust and candor and obviously a real focus on the economy, those are good principles to drive the agenda forward. I think the key thing now is going to be to execute, especially with the state of affairs in the Middle East and with energy, being in a real crisis moment. It's crucial that we make progress on major projects. We get energy to market more quickly. It's crucial that we see things like the defense industrial strategy come to fruition. There are big decisions with regards to fighter jets and submarines, but there's also the next generation of the defense industry and what that will mean for many workers who've been impacted by the tariffs. And then there's the housing file. So I think, once the majority hopefully will be secured tonight, it will then be up to Mr. Carney and his team and a very big and growing tent of MPs from both sides of the political continuum to then focus on delivering on the results and the platform commitments that were made last year.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the discussion. Our front bench, Mark Mendocino, Lisa Wright, and Rob Benzie. Coming up tonight, how exactly can this evening's by-elections reshape Canada's political landscape? Pollster Nick Nanos, as promised, will be here in minutes to break down his latest numbers and what might happen next. Stay right there.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Then
landscape here in this country. Nobody knows that political landscape and where we sit right now better than our next guest. Nick Nanis is, of course, CTV's pollster of record, and he's with me now. Nick, good to see you, as always. Let's talk a little bit about these by-elections, and we've got to start with Terrebonne because it's the most competitive one.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the thing is this is the riding that was just won by one vote in the last federal election. The stakes are very high for both of the parties, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and they're going to be fighting it to the very end in order to grab this seat.
And what do you see when it comes to Quebec more largely? Because Quebec is a unique province often that really reflects momentum, political momentum, in a way that some other provinces don't always.
Well, in the province of Quebec, we've seen numbers improve for the Liberals over the last few weeks, and it's going to be interesting to see whether that converts into a good night for the Liberals in Terrebonne. It's still too early to tell for that.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, what about the two Toronto area ridings, starting off with the one in the Greater Toronto area, Scarborough?
Well, you can see, Vassy, from the big map at least, you know, Greater Toronto area generally very good for the Liberals. And, you know, when we look at Scarborough Southwest, it's probably going to favor the Liberals in this particular case. But, you know, the thing is, it's still going to come down to the ground game. But it'd be a big surprise if the Liberals don't do well in this riding.
And the candidate there, Dolly Begum, of course, stolen from the provincial NDP, the deputy leader of that party. So interesting to see if she does win, what a caucus with her and Marilyn Gladu and some of the others will entail. Certainly a political story to look ahead to. The other Toronto area, this one more centrally located in Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Chrystia Freeland's riding. And, you know, the thing is, she has big coattails nationally, big coattails in the riding. And for the Liberals, it's going to be interesting to see, can they maintain the same level of support that they did under Chrystia Freeland? How important was their personal brand to their electoral success? It's still too early to tell. We won't know until the election results come in as to what the case is.
And you've certainly seen in all three of these ridings a ton of Liberal cabinet ministers making themselves, you know, known in the riding, doing a lot of the campaigning. It's obviously important to the party. Let's talk about where these parties all sit. Also, from a national perspective, headline numbers heading into these by-elections.
Yeah, you know, the thing is remember in the last election, it was actually a pretty tight race between the Liberals and the Conservatives, only a little bit more than 2 percentage points between the two. But when we look at the trajectory of public opinion, we see some really interesting things. And, you know, the thing is that close race widened by June, and, you know, the Liberals have basically been in the driver's seat for most of the last year. And when we look at where they are in the last Nanos tracking that was just done just before the closing weekend, you can see the Liberals having a 13-point advantage, double digits right now.
And when you look at this graph, like, what are some of the key, and we're going to delve into this even further when we look at the preferred prime minister numbers, but what are some of the key moments that you think provided impetus for the momentum?
Well, a lot of those key moments have to do with meetings with President Donald Trump. Other ones, especially for the Conservatives, have to do with defections from the caucus. And when we roll all those things up, we can see what was a tight race back in April 28th, 2015, is now a significant double-digit advantage for the Liberals.
Yes, such a tight race by election day a year ago, less 2 weeks ago, and a different story today for sure. Let's look at how this translates to preferred prime minister, because that's been another big story since the last election. Let's go through as we see the various inflection points that you just referenced and what they mean for how Canadians are viewing the leadership of these parties, and in particular the top two, right? Prime Minister Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Vassy, you know, when we look at the numbers, the ballot numbers, the Liberals only had so much of an advantage. But when we look at the trajectory when it comes to leadership, that advantage for all intents and purposes almost doubles. And you can see kind of, you know, a significant improvement in Liberal fortunes coming into the first part of their mandate. And, you know, largely as a result, coming off of the meeting with Donald Trump and how Canadians perceived how he managed that meeting with the President of the United States.
I thought something that was also interesting as let's keep moving through the trajectory, but just the relationship with the United States and its impact on domestic politics. Right now, your numbers are showing actually Canadians are less worried about Trump than they are about jobs and inflation.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do is, you know, they're worried about everything, Vassy, but, you know, when they think about the price of gas and stuff like that, that's like today, and Donald Trump hasn't been in the news in terms of Canada very much. But, you know, the interesting thing is that when we look at the numbers, and, you know, this is Mark Carney coming out of the World Economic Forum, you see a bit of an uptick. That is mostly in the province of Quebec. It looks like that resonated quite well with Quebecers on that front.
Yeah, and just finally, let's look at where things do go after Davos, because in recent weeks we've seen Pierre Poilievre also makes some international speeches, as well as a number of high-profile podcast appearances. But like, this is pretty clear.
Yeah, the Liberals going up, or Mark Carney going up, and you can see the trajectory for Pierre Poilievre going down. A little bit of an uptick at his convention where he had his leadership vote, but coming out of that, the defections have dogged him, have basically undermined his ability in order to connect with Canadians and get his message out.
Okay, I'm going to leave it on that note. Nick, thanks so much. Look forward to your analysis tonight on our special coverage. We will be back here on Power Play after a very short commercial break. Stay tuned.
Tony can't wait for a real camping trip, but for now, he needs to financially protect his family if anything happens to him.
Coverage of the 3 by-elections that are taking place tonight. Of course, there's a lot of potential political consequence to them if the Liberals are able to secure a majority government through them. We're going to be hosting, alongside CTV News chief anchor and senior editor Omar Sachedina, a special this evening that gets started right here on CTV News Channel at 7 o'clock Eastern. It will also stream live at ctvnews.ca and, of course, on Crave. So I hope you can join us then. There is a lot to discuss, like I said, including the possibility, as of tonight, of a majority government and what difference that will make to you. We're going to do all of that throughout our special coverage. I will leave you tonight on a live shot of Terrebonne, basically the most competitive of all three of the by-elections, as voters get ready to cast a ballot there. We're going to have your results coming up throughout the evening. Stay tuned and have a wonderful rest of your night.
There's a real sense that the Liberals have just got that forward momentum. And if you look at the polls, it seems like no matter what poll you look at, they're out ahead quite significantly.
3 by-elections, 1 big question. Will the Liberals have a majority government by the end of the night? We'll have the latest from all 3 federal ridings.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing.
U.S. President Donald Trump threatens Iran as a U.S. military blockade of Iranian ports comes into effect.
A combination of how far the research has come, how well we're starting to do pre-screening, all of those different screening tests.
And a silver lining in a new study looking at cancer rates in Canada. Thanks for joining us here on CTV News Channel. I'm Renee Rogers. We begin with a live look at a polling station in Toronto's University Rosedale riding, where the polls are still open for 3 crucial by-elections. The Toronto ridings of Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale are Liberal strongholds, previously held by cabinet ministers Bill Blair and Chrystia Freeland. The Montreal riding of Terrebonne is hotly contested. The Liberals won the riding by just 1 vote in the general election before the Supreme Court invalidated the result. The Liberal government could secure a majority tonight after 5 MPs crossed the floor. We begin in Terrebonne, where we find CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin. Geneviève, Terrebonne is the tightest race tonight. What have you been hearing from voters?
Well, the Bloc Québécois slogan for this particular by-election is un vote qui compte, a vote that counts, and that certainly describes the situation on the ground here. People have been coming to the polling station here. There has been a steady trickle from very early this afternoon, and it is continuing into the evening. Many people voted by anticipation. There were more than 18,000 people who came to the advanced polls, and they're continuing to do that because indeed this has been a hotly contested riding. Won by the Liberals by 1 single vote last time, and then there was that challenge that went to the Supreme Court because there was a clerical error on the mail-in ballot voting. So certainly it has been a lot of plots, twists in this particular story. And many people in the riding have been paying close attention to this race, especially since there have been a lot of visitors to this area over the past few weeks. More than 25 MPs came. There were people from the Liberal Party. There's also Bloc Québécois MPs that came, and other parties as well, because they believe that this is going to be a tight one. The rematch between the Liberal candidate, Tatiana Auguste, and the Bloc Québécois candidate, Nathalie Sinclair-Degagné, is expected to be tight, and it may take some time before we have the results because there's so many names on the ballot. There are more 48 names on the ballot because of that protest that has people signing up to protest for electoral reform. And so it is an adapted ballot. People actually have to write out the name of the candidate they choose. And so that has to be counted slightly differently. It could take longer, but many people here in this riding say they'll be glued to the results because they want to see a clear winner emerge from this one.
Geneviève, the 2 Toronto area ridings are seen as safe seats for the Liberals, but really the big question mark is over the riding of Terrebonne, which way it's going to go. Were you able to get any sort of sense from voters coming in or leaving about who they are casting their vote for?
Yeah, that's really the intrigue of this race, because of course we know this has been a Bloc Québécois stronghold for many years. I mean, there were redesigns of the riding that changed things a little bit. It was once the NDP during the Orange Wave here in this area, but mostly it's been held by the Bloc Québécois. It's a very francophone population. This is outside the island of Montreal. It's a suburb of Montreal, and it has been in the past really held by the Bloc Québécois. When I talked to people here on the ground, many of them didn't really want to say exactly who they were voting for, but they were giving hints, and people talking about the fact that some people saying that they believe that it will be a good thing that there's going to be a majority government if indeed people vote not just in this riding, in other ridings as well. It doesn't hinge just on this riding, of course, but for the Liberals. There are other people who are talking about the fact that they want to have a strong voice for Quebec in Ottawa, and they believe that the Bloc Québécois could be that particular voice. Now, there are all sorts of issues that people are looking at, a lot of them on the federal level, but also they're looking at the high-speed train issue here. There are a lot of people, though, talking about the economy, and they say they really want a steady hand on the economy, and so they're looking to see exactly who that will be. And this is what they're saying they're looking most closely at when they look at all the candidates here.
Thanks for this, Geneviève. That is CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin for us in Terrebonne. Let's turn now to the riding of University Rosedale, where we find CTV's Heather Wright. Heather, the riding was last won by Chrystia Freeland with 64% of the vote. So many people looking at this as a pretty safe Liberal riding. What are you hearing today?
Yeah, certainly this riding has been held by Chrystia Freeland in every election since it was created in 2015. Most recently, as you mentioned, Renee, winning 64% of the vote in the last federal election. We've been here outside of this polling station at the University of Toronto for several hours now. We've had an opportunity to speak with a number of people coming and going after casting their ballots. You know, not a lot of people sharing who they are voting for, but as Geneviève mentioned, you do get the sense of some hints being dropped. We've heard from people who are voting because they're worried about the cost of living. We've heard people voting because of the trade war, voting based on, you know, Canada's stance in the world. And so a lot of different drivers behind the votes that are being cast here tonight. But certainly there has been a steadier stream of people starting to arrive. Keep in mind, though, in advance polling, about 9,400 people cast their ballots in advance polls. That's according to Elections Canada. That's about 10% of registered voters. Certainly a lot of people waiting perhaps to today to cast those ballots, but that is a low number when it comes to advance polls. But as we see in most by-elections, typically voter turnout is a little bit lower. And what we're hearing from experts is a lot of tonight is going to determine, or is going to be based on who and what party is able to get their voters out. And that's happening here at this polling station here at the University of Toronto.
And Heather, what are the biggest issues facing voters in the riding of University Rosedale?
Well, this is an interesting riding in that it was carved out in 2015 from other existing ridings, one of them being Toronto Centre, another being Trinity Spadina. Now, these are ridings that have typically voted either for the Liberals or for the NDP going back to sort of the 90s. So voters that we've been talking to, you know, I mentioned some of the issues that are on their minds, but when it comes to the demographic makeup of this riding, you have the neighborhood of Rosedale. This is one of the most affluent neighborhoods in the entire country. And then you have a large swath of downtown Toronto. These are professionals, these are workers, young professionals, and also according to population demographics, about 40% of the people who live in this riding are immigrants. And so that gives you a sense of the people who are going to be voting. Based on the people we've spoken here tonight, they have a range of issues that are driving their decision that they're making at the ballot box. Among them, cost of living, among them, the trade war, the war in Iran, the war in Gaza, the war in Ukraine. So there are certainly domestic issues that are propelling these voters, but also international ones as well. Certainly a mix of demographics here in this riding, but as we mentioned before, about 64% voted for Chrystia Freeland in the last general election, and so the thinking is that this is a reasonably safe Liberal seat, but of course, anything can happen on an election, and so we are waiting for these polls to close in about 2.5 hours.
It is very true. Anything can happen. Heather, thank you for this. That is CTV's Heather Wright reporting for us in the University Rosedale riding. And finally, let's go to Scarborough Southwest, where we find CTV's Adrian Gabriel. And Adrian, former Ontario Deputy NDP leader Dolly Begum is running for the Liberals in a riding that's been a stronghold previously held by Bill Blair. What's the feeling there in that riding today?
Yeah, the feeling really is that this is a Liberal stronghold, as you just mentioned there. Begum is well known here in this riding. She held it as an MPP for nearly 8 years, most recently as the deputy leader of the provincial NDP party here in Ontario. Now, we've been speaking with some voters as they're slowly making their way in here today. Speaking with some seniors earlier, they telling me that, yes, they came out to vote, but that generally speaking, they're happy with how things have been going in their riding over the last number of years. For more than a decade, this federal riding was held by Bill Blair. He won with about 62% of the vote. The Conservatives had just over 30% of the vote during the last federal election. Bill Blair, of course, has now departed, accepting a role as a High Commissioner in the UK. Now, I've been speaking with some individuals who've been working at this polling station today. You can have a little bit of a peek inside. They've been telling me that it's been somewhat quiet here. Now, advanced polls had this location, Scarborough Southwest, had the second largest turnout for advanced voting. That took place on Easter Monday. Staff here tell me that it was actually busier on Easter Monday than it's been so far here today. Though again, work is just wrapping up for lots of people. They're just starting to show up. This is really a working class neighborhood, a blue collar neighborhood. It's also an area that has a very large population of immigrants. About 64% registered as minorities. The majority of them South Asian, Black, and Filipino. And again, Dolly Begum has a long-standing history here. She's been working this community for a long time, knocking on doors in this community. Interestingly enough, as a former member of the NDP, she had former Toronto Mayor John Tory throwing his support behind her over the weekend, also joining the campaign trail. And so we're going to see how this rolls out tonight. As we can see, democracy very much at work and at play here this evening as the votes begin to slowly come in and people cast their ballots.
All right, Adrian, thank you very much for this. That is CTV's Adrian Gabriel in the riding of Scarborough Southwest.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business.
blocking Iranian ports and coastal areas in an effort to get Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran is threatening to retaliate by striking ports across the Middle East.
This is Coalition Warship 121, engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenges.
Meantime, Iranian state television released this video showing what it says is an American destroyer being warned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps to alter course and return to the Indian Ocean. The video has not been independently verified. Now, all this as a U.S. military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz was scheduled to start today at 10 a.m. Eastern after a weekend of failed talks between the two countries in Pakistan.
Right now we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Trump also taking to social media today, saying 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz on Sunday, the highest number, he claims, since the closure began. But maritime data firm KPLER says 14 vessels crossed through the strait on Sunday. President Trump continues his battle of words with Pope Leo, who has been critical of the Iran war. The pontiff has called Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization unacceptable and called on Trump to find an off-ramp to the conflict.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Trump lashing out at Pope Leo in response to those comments, saying he should get his act together, stop catering to what he calls the radical left, and focus on being a great pope, not a politician.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person. And he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Joining me now is retired Army aviator and international military strategist, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb. Colonel, welcome and thank you for being here. What does a U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports mean in military terms?
Well, in military terms, this is actually a strategy and a tactic that the Navy is fully trained and capable of doing. It's not something we've never done before. It's just been a long time since we've done it. History takes us back to like the 1812 war, the Civil War. But ultimately, it does mean that they are able to interdict any kind of ship that attempts to transit the strait who is trying to do business with Iran in general. And if they seek to try to break the blockade, then they will respond accordingly. And if Iran threatens our ships that are enforcing the blockade, of course, they will respond against whatever threat may arise against them as well, whether it be fast boats from Iran or even surface-based fires that may be left over still, like some drones and some missiles from shore-based fires. It's a higher risk mission in some cases, but I think we've mitigated a lot of that risk over the last 45 days or however long it's been since we started this conflict, or I should say continued this conflict in this way with Iran. So I think it may be a more effective alternative to other alternatives that were out there.
A fragile ceasefire is still in place between the U.S. and Iran. I'm wondering if this could put that in jeopardy. How quickly could this turn into a direct naval confrontation?
It could turn into a confrontation very quickly. It depends on primarily what the fast attack ships that are left from the Iranian Navy do if they attempt to try to come after our vessels who are already there, or if something else attempts to attack our vessels. I would say if the movement from a fragile ceasefire to ongoing hostilities, the triggering event for something like that could happen within minutes. It wouldn't be hard to do. The question is it something that is worth escalating the conflict back to what it was before on either side? That's a question that others will have to weigh. So we'll see.
Now that this blockade of Iranian ports is in place, is there an easy off-ramp?
Well, I mean, the easy off-ramp would be for Iran to accept the conditions that have been placed before them, primarily the no nuclear one, and seek to actually try to do something that could improve the conditions of their people, both economically and otherwise. If their focus was on their population and their people doing what's best for them, it should be an easy decision for them. That's the hard part, though, is that these dictators don't want to be seen as surrendering or capitulating to either Israel or America, because we're the top two enemies that they've adopted. That's going to be the hard part. But I think that's the only way to come off I guess, to seek the greater peace here would be to adopt the conditions that are in front of them, because they really don't have any leverage points left.
Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That's retired Army aviator and international military strategist, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb.
We're actually seeing the number of new lung cancers and bladder cancer, other related smoking cancers, declining.
Cancer still casts a dark cloud in Canada, but a new study has found a silver lining. More on that when we return. Where CTV's Jean-Vier Beauchemin caught up with her moments ago. Let's listen in.
About what you're feeling about today's election, why you've come to shake hands at the last minute here.
Well, because it's important to talk with people from Terrebonne. I think that it's an important election. We don't take anything for granted. And I've been supporting Tatiana like many of my colleagues. And our goal is to make sure, actually, that we're able to show to people in Terrebonne that, you know, in a world of instability, what is required now is more stability. And voting for the for Prime Minister Carney is the way to be able to have better stability.
What are you telling the people here talking about the fact that, you know, I was talking to voters earlier saying, well, do you want this to be a majority with the, you know, tonight will change everything perhaps in terms of who has a majority or minority. What do you tell voters about what that may change and why that's important?
Well, I think that voters in Terrebonne are following very closely what's going on. I think that we've canvassed a lot the riding, and I think that we have a great candidate. I think also Terrebonne has changed over the years. I think that it's in line with the population of Quebec changing. But at the same time, we don't take anything for granted. The Supreme Court took their decision at the time to, you know, relaunch an election, and we're following the rules.
Because it was just one vote last time, but it's still a highly francophone riding. What would be the message if the Liberals were to win?
Well, it's because in the world of that is way more chaotic, in a world that is way more divided, Quebecers and Canadians are seeking the fact that they can have a Prime Minister that is reassuring, that is able to show that we can be in control of things at home, and at the same time that we're able to have access to a form of stability in a world of instability. So that's the ballot question. That being said, we also know that this is a historically very bloc riding and very at a time where there's a lot more, how can I say, tensions right now, and that the national unity issue is a real one. And so that's why you will be seeing that tonight, and we will see what is the result.
Peut-être juste une question en français.
Oui.
In French. Why is it important for the people of Terrebonne to vote Liberal?
Well, I
think Quebecers and Canadians, the people of Terrebonne, are looking for stability in an unstable world. That's the question. Who is the candidate, the party, the Prime Minister who can give us that? Everybody is following what's happening south of the border. People are feeling more national, and in these circumstances, for us to offer a government that's focused on protecting jobs, creating jobs, taking care of our economy is an argument. That's a major argument. I would add, too, that Terrebonne is a riding that is just outside Montreal, but it's very important. It's industrial. There's a lot of steel processing here and highly affected by the tariffs. So the message is resonating because hundreds, even thousands of families here, workers that are affected.
A little bit about why it's important for you to be at a polling station today, and what a bit of the difficulty is.
The riding of Terrebonne, Quebec, on the day of a very key by-election happening in that riding. She was there to give a little bit of extra support to the Liberal candidate there. You heard her say it is historically a riding that votes for the Bloc. And in fact, in the last federal election, the Liberals only won in that riding by one vote. So it is an extremely close race in the riding of Terrebonne tonight. We will find out the results there. And in the other two Toronto area ridings for tonight, the results of these three key by-elections could be very significant for the Liberals because it could mean majority for the Liberal government. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hi-ho, Ontario! DraftKings has everything you've been hunting for in one casino app. Take your pick from thousands of games. Play casino classics or find new favorites. Get the app and get in on the fun with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours.
Most men will develop symptoms of BPH. To reduce these symptoms, try Super Beta Prostate. Finally, less urges to urinate. Super Beta Prostate. Find it at these fine retailers.
This weekend at the Brick, for 4 days, get this spring-wall Canadian-made queen mattress for only $369.
Guilty of irritating your sensitive skin? Switch to Garnier Micellar Water. Gently cleanse and perfectly remove makeup with no harsh rubbing and 24-hour hydration. From the #1 micellar water worldwide by Garnier.
What you doing, Dad?
Living the dream. You'll see.
Hey, how are you?
Living the dream. Living the dream. Living the dream.
Living the dream.
That's my life.
Living the dream?
Don't say it. Hey, Dad. Living the dream.
It's voting day in 3 federal by-elections, and depending on the results, the Liberal government could end up with a majority government tonight. The vote comes on the heels of Prime Minister Mark Carney attracting 5 opposition MPs to cross the floor. Up for grabs today are 2 Liberal strongholds in Toronto and the hotly contested riding of Terrebonne, Quebec, after last year's election result was invalidated by the Supreme Court. And we have our reporters on location in each of those ridings today. Let's bring them in now. CTV's Geneviève Beauchemin in Quebec's Terrebonne riding, Adrian Gabriel in Scarborough Southwest, and Heather Wright is in University Rosedale. We'll begin in Terrebonne with Geneviève. Now, Geneviève, Terrebonne is the tightest race. What have you been hearing from voters today?
Check here. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, great, it's back. Sorry about that. Yes, so we had a visitor earlier today. It speaks to just how hotly contested this riding is. And Industry Minister Mélanie Joly just dropped by here to shake a few hands at the polling station, just to tell you just how tight this riding is, how much the Liberals are trying to convince every voter until the very last moment. Because indeed, this was won by 1 vote by the Liberals during the last election, flipping this traditional Bloc Québécois riding here. And then, of course, it was invalidated, went to the Supreme Court, and the Bloc Québécois candidate, they're both the same candidates, the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois, and the Bloc Québécois candidate slogan is chaque vote compte, un vote qui compte, a vote that counts. So telling people exactly the story of what is happening here in this riding. It is a close one. People are expected to be up late tonight, that it is possible that there could be a very long counting, because indeed, as of this evening, there are 48 people on the ballot. So that will mean there is a protest here going on for the longest ballot vote to protest again for electoral reform. So many people have added their name to that ballot, and so it will take some time to count all this late into the night, or perhaps even until tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you for this, Genevieve. CTV's Genevieve Boschman. Let's now go to Adrian Gabriel in Scarborough Southwest for us. Adrian, have you had a chance to talk to many voters there?
I have spoken to a few. I'll be honest with you, it's been quite quiet here so far this evening here at this polling station at a community center in Scarborough Southwest, which is actually in the east end of Toronto for our national viewers. Speaking with some senior citizens who tell us that they're generally happy with how things have been going, how this riding has been governed over the last number of years. This is a Liberal stronghold. Previously, for more than a decade, Bill Blair, the former chief of police here in Toronto, he held this riding as an MP, as a minister. He's since departed, taking on a senior leadership role in the United Kingdom. Now, Dolly Begman, she is also a well-known commodity here in this riding, though previously she was the deputy leader of the provincial NDP at Queen's Park here in Ontario. That was until she crossed over to run as a Liberal here, and it is widely expected that she will win tonight, though. You know, speaking with some of the staff here inside this polling location, they tell me that it's been really quiet. Now, when it comes to advance votes, actually the second highest number of advance votes when we look at the three different by-elections, the second highest total of people who came up to vote in early voting was right here, a little more than 10,000 people. Now, the individuals I've spoken with inside who've been working at this polling station tell me that it was much busier on Easter Monday for those early votes than it has been so far here tonight. Now, Dolly Begman, she is really an interesting candidate for the Liberals here, not just because she crossed over from the provincial NDP, but also just her background, her story. She was the first Bangladeshi Canadian ever elected to office here in our country. And here in this riding, there are lots of minorities. About 64% are registered as visible minorities, mainly South Asian, Black, Filipino. Now, just across the road from where we are standing here tonight is a center where Dolly Begman's party is expected to be celebrating tonight. The stage is set over there, though we're going to have to wait and see. The democratic process is taking place this evening.
All right, thanks, Adrian. Now let's go to the other Toronto area riding in this race, also seen as a Liberal stronghold, and that's where we find CTV's Heather Wright. And Heather, Adrian says that the voter turnout hasn't been as high as perhaps it has been at other points. What is the turnout like there where you are?
Well, to give you a sense of the advance polls, we know from Elections Canada that 9,400 ballots were cast in this riding. That's about 10% of eligible voters. Certainly more people coming here on election night. We've been here for several hours watching a trickle at times, a bit steadier at other times, of people coming to cast their ballots. But as we know, by-elections typically don't have a very strong voter turnout. This one could be different in some respects, as there is a great deal of attention to these three races, because as we know, all the Liberals need is one seat in order to get that majority, 2 seats in order to have a more governable majority. And so these three by-elections have certainly garnered more attention than they might typically. And we've been speaking with voters here who, you know, they understand that by-elections don't always bring out, you know, people voting in droves, but the people that we've spoken to have said that this is very important to them. This is part of the democratic process, and it's vital, they say, to have their voices heard. As one man told me earlier, he doesn't want to be a bystander.
All right, Heather, thank you for this. That is CTV's Genevieve Boschman, CTV's Adrian Gabriel, and CTV's Heather Wright, all reporting for us on this day of what could be a very significant by-election in 3 different ridings in Canada. Thank you once again. Well, in other news, we're following mounting international concern over the impact of the American military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It took effect today and stretches all the way down Iran's coastline, with access in and out of Iranian ports restricted. CTV's Annie Bergeron-Oliver with the ongoing threats and the new phase of the war.
Oil prices surged Monday above $100 a barrel as U.S. Navy ships began blocking the Strait of Hormuz, stopping all vessels from entering or exiting Iranian ports.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort
the world, because that's what they're doing.
Since the war began, Iran has heavily restricted access to the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway through which 20% of traded oil normally passes. President Donald Trump says the U.S. doesn't need the strait and that his latest move in the region will get Iran back to the negotiating table after talks broke down this weekend over Iran's refusal to end its nuclear program.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal.
The new U.S. blockade seeks to starve Iran of an estimated $200 million a day in oil reserves, a form of economic pressure experts say could backfire. Iran has threatened to strike any vessel that it believes is violating the two-week ceasefire.
Absolutely, we're escalating the conflict. And that is really the intent, escalation. But to what point?
Experts say the blockade likely goes against international law, and several U.S. allies, including Spain, France, Turkey, and the UK, have criticized Trump's move.
My guide from the start of this conflict has always been our national interest. That's why we stayed out of the war and why we continue to stay out of the war.
Economists say Canadians can expect to see higher inflation over the coming months, even if this fight over the strait is somehow solved within days. Annie Bergeron-Oliver, CTV News, Ottawa.
And following failed peace talks, Mark Carney spoke with the Prime Minister of Pakistan today. Carney's office says the two leaders discussed the war in the Middle East, emphasizing the importance of de-escalation and a sustained ceasefire. Carney thanked Pakistan's leader for the role he played in facilitating the first round of discussions between the U.S. and Iran, while emphasizing that the ceasefire should include Lebanon. The leaders also discussed the importance of free and secure access through the Strait of Hormuz and the need to protect civilian infrastructure in the region. A family in Windsor, Ontario is sharing their grief after they say a local loved one who was visiting Lebanon was killed by Israeli airstrikes. CTV's Robert Lovian has more.
Siblings of Windsor's Hassan Haider remember their brother as a devoted father of 5 and a lover of his horses.
He had a dream of having the biggest horse farm in Lebanon. He risked his life to care for his animals that he loved and not leave them behind.
Haider, a Lebanese Canadian, was killed last Thursday by what his family says was part of an Israeli strike. Caring for his land, they say he heard the cries of an injured person and ran to help. They say that's when he was shot by a drone.
They found him shot in the head with so many other injuries, immediately dead. Still at his own property.
Moving to Canada in his teens, Haider came to run an auto shop in Windsor, often returning to his home in Lebanon to take care of his wife and 5 children.
His goal and his dream was to retire at the age of 40. He died at the age of 38. He didn't even get to see that day.
Israel has launched massive attacks on parts of Lebanon in an ongoing conflict with Hezbollah militants. Whether Lebanon was included in a fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has been heavily disputed.
Maybe did not start with my brother, and I'm sure it's not going to end with my brother unless we put an end to this.
The Haider family is now calling for the Canadian government to play a larger role in facilitating peace and standing up for citizens whose families still live in the war-torn Middle East.
Which government do you want to be? A government that I look up to and always talk about it in good pride? Or a government that I'm going to keep stabbing me in the back thinking that I'm going to just take it for it?
We need all Canadians to stand up and say, enough is enough. We can't just watch our citizens being assassinated by other countries and do nothing.
For now, Haider's siblings say they hope to continue to share his legacy and cherish their memories.
We were split souls. We never separated, you know? So my memories is all around him. Like, he was the closest to me in my family. Like I told you, we were like twins, basically.
Robert Lothian, CTV News.
We're actually seeing the number of new lung cancers and bladder cancer, other related smoking cancers, declining.
Cancer still casts a dark cloud in Canada, but a new study has found a silver lining. More on that when we return.
We begin with breaking news tonight.
Now more than ever, Canadians need to know where our leaders stand.
Prime Minister, pleasure to host you today.
Thanks for having me, Vassy. On the issues that hit home.
You're asking the right questions.
Trust CTV News, now more than ever. On
All New Scrubs, Wednesday, 7:30, 10 Central on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower. The most powerful mower in its class, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Find an Ego retailer near you.
At Amazon, we offer free skills training programs for hourly employees. So you can show her anything is possible.
She's electric.
Pizza Hut cheeseburger meal just dropped. Tastes like a cheeseburger. Eats like a pizza. Grab a bite for a mouth-watering price. And don't worry, your secret's safe with us.
Are you ready to sleep?
The study also highlights a path of hope that cancer rates are declining across the country. CTV's Allison Bamford has been looking into the report.
Thousands of patients step foot inside the Saskatoon Cancer Centre every year, including those who are seeking treatment for the very first time. A new study estimates there will be more than 250,000 new cancer diagnoses and nearly 90,000 cancer-related deaths in Canada this year, while a staggering 42% of Canadians are expected to be diagnosed with the disease at some point in their life. Still, there's hope in the numbers. Incidence and mortality rates are declining in most cancers, including leukemia, colorectal, bladder, and lung cancer, although it still remains the most prevalent type.
We're seeing, the advancements in prevention, early detection, and treatments really having an impact for people across Canada.
This month, Saskatchewan made the move to help reduce the wait times for breast cancer screenings, adding to its fleet of mobile mammogram units that serve remote communities. Despite the progress in many areas, the study shows rates of some cancers are rising, including cervical, head, and neck, linked to HPV. Experts say improving vaccination rates could help stop these types of cancers before they start. Allison Bamford, CTV News, Saskatoon.
For tens of thousands of Prince Edward Islanders on a waiting list for a primary care provider, relief can feel a long way off. The province is hoping a new class of nurse practitioners can help address some of that pressure. CTV's Maria Saru reports.
3, 2, 1.
New nurse practitioners, all smiles for the camera, but the work ahead is serious. For Chantal Smith, the path started after she saw too many Islanders without a bridge to primary care while working in community mental health.
I noticed the gap in service that so many Islanders had.
Ashton Martin saw the same strain working as a registered nurse in other provinces.
What that translated into was full emergency rooms, oftentimes, both in rural settings and in larger cities. And when I saw that, I kind of sat back and thought to myself, what can we do to try to improve things?
Right now, nearly 33,900 people are on PEI's patient registry waiting for a family doctor or nurse practitioner.
I'm just going to check your lungs, okay?
What NPs can do varies from province to province, but on the island they can take on their own patient panels, diagnose and treat illnesses, write prescriptions, order imaging, provide referrals, and much more.
We have one of the widest and biggest scopes of practice in the country, so it's really exciting. There's a lot that we can do to help support our system.
Laura Smith says she and new hires will help increase access.
I feel like we'll be able to panel patients, pull them off the registry, and decrease wait times in emergency rooms.
And the health minister says they do more than plug gaps.
It's a team effort. Everyone works together. Our family doctors are very important. They can't be replaced. All of our healthcare providers have a role to play.
The new nurse practitioners will graduate and start work later this spring. Maria Saru, CTV News, Charlottetown.
More than 2,200 workers from dozens of long-term care homes in Nova Scotia are now on strike. The Canadian Union of Public Employees submitted 48-hour strike notice on Friday, and this morning at 7 o'clock local time, workers from 24 facilities across the province hit the picket lines. The president of CUPE Nova Scotia says workers are struggling with wages and the high cost of living.
Picket lines started happening around the province of Nova Scotia to show our government exactly how the workers feel in our long-term care sector. The energy has been absolutely amazing. Our locals are mobilized around this province to get a fair and living wage for the sector.
Nova Scotia's long-term care minister, Barbara Adams, says the labor action will cause challenges, but adds that agreements are in place to ensure essential care continues. She's also urging CUPE leadership to reconsider the province's offer.
Don't believe that number's me. I just can't believe it. I don't feel 90.
Coming up, a 90-year-old woman is inspiring people at the gym as she continues to get her workouts in. Stay with us.
Love Parliament Hill. I love the drama. The stakes are so high. And Question Period is the landmark. Want to know what's truly going on in our country? Here's where you'll find out.
The global economy is fundamentally changing.
This is a place where real change can happen. Major players, tough conversations.
We don't need more bureaucracy.
Everything off the cuff with real pressure to give honest answers. These are the people who make news. What they say drives what everyone in Canada is talking about. Right now, that's more important than ever.
RJ Decker, Tuesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian Seniors Life Insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 40 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family, up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes, with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Manufacturers of asbestos products were sued for hiding the dangers of asbestos cancers.
Trust funds were set up to compensate people with mesothelioma.
Miskin Law helps Canadians access these funds.
And we're committed to getting justice for victims of mesothelioma.
What do you get when you combine classic muscle with modern engineering? A winner. Assembled by Canadians, recognized everywhere. The 2026 Dodge Charger is the 2026 North American Car of the Year.
Balderson aged cheddar's unforgettable taste and sharp flavor takes time. Some call it art. We agree. It's a true masterpiece of patience and the finest craftsmanship. Balderson, great things take time.
Canada's only NBA team has qualified for the postseason.
The Raptors are going to head to the playoffs for the first time since 2022.
The Toronto Raptors punched their playoff ticket with a 35-point win over the Brooklyn Nets. Their first-round opponent will be the Cleveland Cavaliers. Game 1 is Saturday afternoon in Cleveland. We all know those fitness buffs who get all the attention at the gym. Rock-hard muscles, lifting heavy weights. We'll meet one CrossFit expert, envied by colleagues who want to be just like her when they grow up. CTV's Camille Wilson reports.
In a CrossFit center full of super fit people, it's not the strongest or fastest, even the youngest who stands out.
Avril's an inspiration to every single person that walks into the gym, myself included.
All the buzz at this place is about Avril Legault, 90 years old and working out with the best of them.
I don't believe that number's me. I just can't believe it. I don't feel 90. And that's because of CrossFit.
Legault's husband passed away 9 years ago.
After being married for 60 years, I didn't know what to do with myself. So this is a friend of my daughter's. She got me into CrossFit, and that was the beginning. It's too wimpy.
Her goals were modest: how to get up if she falls down.
I remember when she first joined the gym, she walked up those stairs with a walker. And after coming to the gym for about 3 weeks, she sold her walker because she didn't need it anymore. It's a reminder that we can all move our bodies at any age.
Legault's daughter says CrossFit is her mom's lifeline.
I'm super proud of her. I have so much respect. Like, so many people just can't get out the door. She's really proud of herself, and we're happy for her. She's still living on her own, and she is stubborn. She's going to make it to 100 for sure.
Class members say it's about always thinking, what would Avril do?
She's not afraid of anything, and it's such an inspiration. I hope that I can be even like half of her when I'm her age.
My song. Proud to be the oldest in her class, her favorite song, fittingly, is Staying Alive.
All you have to do is get off the couch and join CrossFit, and you'll feel a lot better.
Oh, and this is her birthday, and this is how she is celebrating age 90. And she has no intention of stopping anytime soon.
I'm just going to continue coming to CrossFit till I'm 100.
For her 90th birthday, the gym owner is giving her a free membership for life. Camille Wilson, CTV News.
Coming up, with roughly 90 minutes left until polls close, we have special coverage of tonight's 3 by-elections, hosted by CTV News chief anchor and senior editor Omar Sachedina and CTV News chief political correspondent Vassy Kapelos, as well as a number of our national reporters on the ground. That's at the top of the hour right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
This is the top secret project you've been working on?
Oh no, Lindy.
This is my tiny little life now?
You will be restored to regular size.
Are you really close?
Trust me.
False bomb threats targeted Shen Yun in Toronto. Police found no credible danger. Still, the remaining shows were cancelled by Toronto Four Seasons Centre. After 150 fake bomb threats worldwide, this was the first time a theatre bowed to the pressure. That should never happen in Canada. Foreign intimidation should never decide what Canadians are allowed to see. Canada must not bow. Go to letshenyunperform.ca. Stop transnational repression on Canadian soil.
Genesis believes in a vehicle purchase and ownership experience that's centered around you. With the option to customize and purchase at home or in store. And have confidence in the journey ahead with 5 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance and service that comes seamlessly to your doorstep. This is what makes us different. This is Genesis.
Oh, for pain I can't ignore, I found Salon Pause Roll-On and Cream to be effective. 2 unscented pain fighters start to work on contact, numbing my pain away. Salon Pause, it's good medicine.
He sent me to
Good evening and welcome to this CTV News Special, Federal Byelections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos. It is decision day in 3 key ridings, 2 in Ontario and 1 in Quebec.
And Prime Minister Mark Carney and the Liberals need just 1 seat to form a majority government.
Voters in 2 Toronto ridings and the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne have just under 90 minutes to cast their ballots before polls close.
And our reporters have got you covered tonight. CTV's Heather Wright and Adrian Gabriel are in the Toronto ridings of University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. And CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is in Terrebonne.
From the field to the studio, we have comprehensive coverage as the night unfolds.
And CTV National News anchor Heather Butts and pollster Nick Nanos are here to break down the numbers and to provide you with the context. And our Ottawa Bureau Chief Graham Richardson will help make sense of it all and talk about what tonight means for the country. CTV National News anchor Sandy Ronaldo leads our political panel. That includes former Liberal MP and Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister Marco Mendicino, former Conservative Cabinet Minister and CTV News political analyst James Moore, and former NDP MP and Provincial Minister Nathan Cullen.
We have also convened a special edition of our strategy panel with former Liberal senior advisor and CTV political analyst Scott Reed, Conservative strategist Shakira Chambers, and Monk & Associates Kathleen Monk, who served as communications director for the late NDP leader Jack Layton. We're going to bring everyone into the conversation in just a moment. First, though, let's take a look at exactly how we got here. Just shy, if you can believe it, of a year ago, the Liberals won the general election and formed a minority government with 169 seats. That's 3 shy of a majority. The Conservatives landed at 144 seats, the Bloc at 22, the NDP at 7, and the Greens at 1. But a whole lot has happened since then, and those numbers have changed, with 5 MPs crossing the floor to join the Liberals in the same number of months since November. Among them, 4 Conservatives, including Marilyn Gladue just last week, and 1 NDP MP.
It certainly has been a very active year and an active few weeks, actually. That should have been enough to push them over the edge, but there have been 3 Liberal vacancies as well, triggering tonight's by-elections. Longtime Liberal Cabinet Minister and former Deputy PM Chrystia Freeland resigned in University of Rosedale. Former Cabinet Minister Bill Blair stepped down in the riding of Scarborough Southwest to become Canada's High Commissioner to the UK. And in Quebec, Liberal Tatiana Auguste won the riding of Terrebonne in last year's federal election by just 1 vote over her Bloc Québécois opponent. But the country's top court later nullified the result.
So here's where things therefore stand going into these by-elections tonight. Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberals are sitting at 171 seats, just 1 seat away from that magic number of 172 needed to form a majority government. The Conservatives are sitting at 140 seats, the Bloc at 22, the NDP at 6, and the Greens at 1.
We're going to bring you our countdown clock now, and we are just over an hour and a half until polls close. You can see that clock to the bottom right of your screen, and that's the current seats standings per party right now. Let's head out to the polling stations where voting is underway, starting with the downtown Toronto riding of University Rosedale, where we find CTV's Heather Wright. Heather, describe the atmosphere for us.
Well, Omar, we're here at a polling station at the University of Toronto. We've been here for several hours now, sort of seeing some peaks and valleys when it comes to turnout. We are seeing a lot of students coming in and also people, obviously, who live nearby. And those that we've spoken with, you know, they say the important part about coming out to vote in a by-election is having their voices heard. The issues that are important to them really vary depending on who we are talking to. Cost of living is up there, Canada's position in the world, and of course the trade war with the United States. Now, as you mentioned in the intro, this is a riding that is considered to be a Liberal stronghold. This riding has been held by Chrystia Freeland since 2015, the year it was created, and it was created by hiving off parts of other ridings that have typically gone Liberal in the last several years. That would be Toronto Centre and Trinity Spadina, which was, though, however, held by current Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow for the NDP for a number of years. So this is a riding that includes one of the wealthiest neighborhoods, Rosedale, in the entire country, along with large swaths of downtown Toronto. People coming out to the polls, casting their ballots, hoping to have their voices heard. One man telling us that he did not want to be a bystander in this election.
All right, Heather, we'll check in with you throughout the evening. And now another riding that's considered a Liberal stronghold is the riding of Scarborough Southwest, and that is where we find CTV's Adrian Gabriel. Adrian, what can you tell us?
Omar, the Liberal candidate here in Scarborough Southwest, well, she's a well-known commodity in this neighborhood, though before this, she was an MPP and the deputy leader of the provincial NDP party here in Ontario. Dolly Begum, of course, is who we're speaking about. And interestingly enough, she jumped ship, joining the Liberals as a candidate. She is expecting to win here tonight. Now, here at this polling station, it's been a little bit quiet today. We've seen this evening as a few more people starting to come in, speaking with some voters who are saying that they're here tonight. They want to support Mark Carney. Others saying they want to come out here and exercise their democratic right. Though speaking with some of the staff inside, they say it's been a little quieter today at this polling station than it was when people came on Easter Monday for early voting. About 10,000 people, a little more than 10,000 people came out at that time to cast their ballots. Now, this is an interesting riding for multiple reasons. It's also one of the most multicultural in the city of Toronto. About 64% have registered as visible minorities, South Asian, Black, Filipino being the top three. And Dolly Begum, the Liberal candidate, also interestingly enough, was the first ever Bangladeshi Canadian to ever be elected to office in Canadian history. She's well placed here tonight. There is a banquet hall across the street from where we are tonight where she hopes to celebrate a little later on, though we're going to have to wait and see.
All right, Adrian, thank you. And again, bottom right of your screen, polls closing in about an hour and 20 minutes. Let's head over to CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin in the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne. And this is where, Geneviève, all the political drama seems to be centered tonight. Certainly appears to be a motivated electorate. We know that about 18,200 people have cast their ballots in advance voting, which represents about 20% of that voter pool. So people certainly appears that they want to be made heard tonight.
Oh, absolutely, Omar. It hasn't been really entirely busy. There haven't been lineups here, but it has been a steady trickle of people coming in and out of the polling station wanting to make their voices heard. Many of them telling me they want a clear winner tonight. The Bloc Québécois slogan for this by-election is un vote qui compte, a vote that counts. And that is certainly something that people are taking to heart here. They know that this riding was won by just one vote last time around, and so they certainly believe that what they're putting in the polling station today is going to matter at the end when the votes are counted. There's also the fact, of course, that this is one of the ridings that has been hotly contested for so long. There's been a dozen or so, more than 24 MPs that have come to this riding, knocking on doors, trying to convince voters to support their party. We even saw just a few minutes ago, Industry Minister Mélanie Joly was here. She was here shaking some hands. We talked to her about the situation here, and she says that she wants to make sure that people vote, they make their voices heard in this very consequential race here tonight. It's unclear. It is a cliffhanger. Talking to people, it doesn't seem as though many people have changed their minds as to who they voted for. Same people they voted before all those months ago. Many of them have been telling me that they want to vote for the same person, that not much has changed in their mind, but we'll have to see how that actually plays out when those votes are counted. It could take some time, though, because there are 48 names on the ballot, and so this is going to be a long night. There is a protest, of course, for people saying that they want to make this an election. They're against for electoral reform, and so certainly a lot of those names. So there's an adapted ballot. People have to actually write the name of the candidates there. So it could take some time, but people are going to be glued to the results tonight, Omar.
Yeah, very much so. I'll pick this one up from Omar. Thanks, Geneviève Beauchemin, for us in Terrebonne. It is a long ballot, a lot of names on that ballot, and likely a late night over there in Terrebonne. Let's get some more perspective on what those three ridings, where those by-elections are being held, look like at the federal election and what they look like right now. Heather Butts and Nick Nanos are our dynamic duo to help us do exactly that.
Thank you so much, Vassy. Yes, we're taking a look at now and then, Nick, and I think we'll start with Quebec, as we just left off there with Geneviève. We'll take a look at the riding of Terrebonne. Nick, an interesting riding here because we have a lot of repeats. We'll take a look at our riding list here. Voters, as we saw, still casting their ballots, so we don't have any polls reporting just yet, but it really looks like a very similar lineup here, Nick.
Absolutely. Actually, this is going to be interesting because we will be able to directly compare, Heather, what happened in the last election with what happens tonight, because it's the exact same lineup in terms of who's up against each other when it comes to the Conservatives, when it comes to the Bloc and the Liberals.
And this is what it looked like when we left off about a year ago, and we know it was just a one-vote split here.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that I'm going to be watching out for are the Conservatives. You know, at 10,900 votes, that's around 18% of the vote. The big question is We know that the Liberals are highly motivated. We know that the Bloc are highly motivated. What will happen to Conservative support? Will it stay home? Could it potentially vote for the Bloc? Could Pierre Poilievre's party be a spoiler for the Liberals tonight? We don't know that.
Okay, certainly riding. We're going to keep a very close eye on tonight and see who really gets the vote out, who is on the ground working to get people to the ballot box. We're taking a look into Ontario now, one of the Toronto ridings, Scarborough Southwest. Some new faces here now, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what an interesting, an all-women lineup. So it's going to be a really interesting race tonight between the Liberals and the Conservatives and the New Democrats. And it'll be interesting to see how the NDP do now that they have a new leader.
Absolutely, and that is because the riding of Scarborough Southwest was, of course, the riding of Bill Blair, a former cabinet minister, resigning from the post, but very well liked and a Liberal stronghold here.
Yeah, and this is not just a Liberal stronghold. Toronto and the GTA generally are quite good for the Liberals. It would be a big surprise if the Liberals didn't do well tonight, especially in Scarborough Southwest.
Okay, now not far from that riding is the riding of University Rosedale. And of course, again, we have new faces here because of Chrystia Freeland resigned.
Yeah, exactly. So no incumbency in effect. There's party incumbency for sure for the Liberals, but no incumbent to kind of challenge on this front. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially since this is a top priority riding for the Liberals.
We'll take a look at where we left off here. Chrystia Freeland took the lead by 25,000 votes. So she was well liked in this riding, a very secure post for them. It could change tonight. You never know, Nick. You never know.
Well, it might change, but the fact of the matter is, Chrystia Freeland's brand within the Liberal movement, within the Liberal government was quite strong. Can the Liberals maintain that type of advantage? It might be difficult. Winning, not as difficult, but the thing is that she really racked up big wins.
Okay, time will tell. We'll keep a very close eye on these ridings and a few others that are coming into play these days. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Heather and Nick. Let's get some more perspective from our strategy session that we have compiled. Kathleen, I'll start with you. Look, by-elections we often don't cover with this much fanfare. I think it's helpful to explain this is not just 3 by-elections. Tonight could cinch a majority government. We asked the Library of Parliament today, our team did, has that ever happened before? Have by-elections ever turned a minority government into a majority? They said no.
Never.
It hasn't. This could be a truly historical night.
Yeah, for sure. And it clinches Carney his majority, something he's always wanted. He didn't get a year ago, and he's going to likely, in all likelihood, get tonight. But what does that mean? He means he's basically moved from deal-making, backroom deal-making, luring over these 5 floor crossers to some kind of democratic legitimacy, because that's what will happen tonight. But the litmus test, I think, for me is whether he pulls out Terrebonne. Sure, we know that the 2 Toronto ridings are a lock, but can he actually pull that riding? Remember, the Liberals can spend their full budget in Terrebonne, right? They can actually pull money from their safe ridings in Toronto, and they can actually plow that into Quebec. They created a very short timeline for winning these by-elections. It was quickly called, and they set the date. So the expectations are high, and I'm sure we'll hear them downplaying it tonight. But that will be the real litmus test of how strong the Carney majority is.
I think it's fair to say, Shakira, that the Liberals that the Carney government wants these by-elections to result in their majority, not the floor crossings that we've seen, but there still could be more floor crossings. And there is criticism from the opposition that, they're labeling it as dirty backroom deals, like this idea that this isn't what people voted for a year ago. How do you think that's going to play out?
Yeah, I think obviously the narrative they want to have is that the votes push them over the edge, not the floor crossers. And I think that makes sense for the narrative they want to push forward. But I think no matter how this plays out, 1, we know there's going to be a majority. But 2, if they get Terrebonne, like Kathleen said, it shows momentum. And I think that's what they want to have coming out of this, that they have momentum, that a stronghold for the Bloc for how long they're able to flip and maintain that moving forward. I think for Carney and the Liberals, that signals that they have winning their sails. And we'll see what they do with that majority in terms of legislation, priorities, advancing priority policies, and how that all plays out in the months and even years ahead, obviously, with the majority.
Can you do a lot more, Scott, with a majority of 172 or 173 than you can with a minority of 171?
Yes. You want to be able to control the committees. At the end of the day, that's really what you want. So once you can control committees, you can control the passage of legislation through the House of Commons. You can bring in time limitations on debate. You can execute against your agenda. Now, that also means you're obligated to execute your agenda. No excuses necessary anymore, right? But they want to have a clean sweep tonight. When you talk to Liberals, they warn you, whether it's expectations management or whether it's genuine anxiety, committee. They warn you that Terrebonne is going to be a toss-up, that they don't quite know. Remember, one of the implications of this longest ballot initiative is that you must write in the name of the candidate.
Yes.
You have to actually, so it requires a little bit more of an effort on the part of regular voters, and that can complicate things. And we'll have to see, does it take a long time for those results to come in? So that's obviously going to be the thing to watch.
Yeah, I think it is safe, Omar, to assume that it will take a while when they have to verify and witness each of those individually written ballots.
Certainly something that'll take time. And of course, for the Liberals, I mean, provincially, we've noticed that they've seen a bit of a bump, seen a bit of a surge, so hoping to take advantage of that. But again, if you look back at, what was it, a year ago, it was one vote that was the decider between the Bloc and the Liberals. Of course, that result nullified by the Supreme Court of Canada in February. So that is going to be the tightest of the 3 by-elections that we are sitting and looking at tonight. Let's head over to Sandy Ronaldo and the political panel. Sandy, and 3 individuals who certainly know and understand the mechanics and the machine of government intimately.
Oh, for sure. Decades of political experience between them, among them. But we're going to be nonpartisan today, very objective in our response to my questions. Yes?
Very much.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Marco Mendocino, as chief of staff with Mark Carney, you were there the night that he won the election in 2025. It was a minority government, so one can imagine that there was a little bit of disappointment, but he came from the ashes of the previous government where there was the anticipation that the Conservatives would win. So that night, did you think, did the two of you talk and say, let's go out and get that majority?
Well, I think to begin, it is a stunning turnaround from where the Liberal Party was a year ago, really on the precipice, the edge of the abyss. And I think a big, if not the majority of the reason for that turnaround is because of Mark Carney's leadership. His qualities as an individual, obviously his credentials as an economist, his candor in his approach, all of that, I think, has contributed to both the turnaround that we saw, so coming within a hair width of a majority. But since then, the floor crossers from both sides of the political continuum.
And the charm offensive that went into that, right?
Well, that, and
even though the Prime Minister has said he's the last one to know when these things happen.
Well, I would say 2 things. One, the charm offensive comes in a variety of forms. One is the way he's carried himself on the world stage. And the Davos speech, I think, was a real turning point. But the way he has handled President Trump with seriousness and composure and not being rattled by the noise, I mean, those are all qualities that resonate with Canadians. And the last thing I would just say as an overarching observation is that what Canadians want right now is less partisanship. They want what you've asked us to be, which is to be cooperative and civil, to drive results in a very, very difficult moment right now, in the rupture moment, as Prime Minister has described it.
James Moore, you spent a lot of time with the Conservatives. You have a lot of experience as a politician. Are you upset by what happened with all those 4 members of the Conservative Party who've gone over to the Liberals, turned their backs on the Conservatives? And what does it say about Pierre Poilievre and his leadership?
Big questions with lots of parts there. I suppose I'm not surprised in some ways. I think Marco is right that we're living in a unique time in the sweep of Canadian history in the sense of the threats against Canada. And it's not just the Canada-US-Mexico agreement on free trade, but it's also the belligerence of President Trump and the anger that has been emoted out of Canadians, rightfully so, by the sort of the dismissal of Canada, Canadians' sacrifice in Afghanistan, the threats to NATO, all of it taken together, that this is a unique moment where Canadians do have a sense of an aspiration for solidarity. Mark Carney is an individual because of his resume and what he's done previously in public life, but in a different way. And then in the year now that he's been Prime Minister, I think he's presented himself substantively and in his daily presentation in a way that has provided a lot of comfort to a lot of Canadians who ordinarily wouldn't have voted Liberal. There was a version of this, by the way, in the past where a lot of people voted for Jean Chrétien coming after the 1995 referendum, going into 97 and even in 2000, because they saw in him a person who knew a lot of Canada's history as a person who'd be a uniter. In 2008 and 2011, coming out of the worst recession since the Second World War, people found a lot of comfort in Stephen Harper because of who he was, his background as an economist to get us through the Great Recession. And Mark Carney, because of his presentation, he's clearly not Justin Trudeau. He's clearly not Pierre Poilievre. He's clearly not Donald Trump. And so he has a unique offering to the political marketplace that has found a lot of attraction. So we conceivably, by the end of tonight, will have former deputy leader of the NDP sitting next to a former center-right member of the Federal Conservative Caucus sharing a desk in Parliament as new Mark Carney Liberals. That's a pretty impressive accomplishment that I think we have to recognize.
I see a conciliatory attitude happening here. Is what the Prime Minister has wanted all along, is a sense of unity among all three parties.
Well, we're on every week, so it certainly helps.
Okay, Nathan Cullen, NDP. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I'm not on every week with these guys, so I'm not going to be conciliatory. This is a interesting moment. I actually agree with just what everything my colleagues said, former colleagues.
Oh, no. I thought I was going to get some push and pull here. Yeah.
I think Mr. Carney, if he is able to achieve a majority, I think there's more coming, is my sense in talking to some of my Conservative friends. James would know better in terms of floor crossing. Yeah. I got to say, as we do all these machinations and the number count and everything else, I've never been a huge fan of floor crossing. I think it speaks to a hubris and egotism from the politicians involved. That very little of why we got elected to the House of Commons, despite our obvious intelligence and good looks, had to do with us. It was the party, it was the leader, it was the platform, it was the moment at the time. Less than 5–6% of why Canadians send us is because of the individual in most ridings. I think it'd be great if MPs really appreciated and respected that, and I think there's ways that they could do it. I know it's a separate issue from tonight, but Mr. Carney will have achieved his majority if he does, in part because people picked up their bag and went across the floor without asking the voters who sent them to Ottawa first. And there's something that just breeds cynicism in that for me, and I wish it weren't the case. I wish we just, okay, I want to switch parties, I don't like the leader anymore. No problem.
Well, you agree with Pierre Poilievre.
Well, it'll be entirely.
Now he thinks that. But
let's be honest with the arithmetic, right? It'll be entirely because of the floor crossers. The three ridings that are at play tonight are three ridings that the Liberals won on election night that held them to a minority government.
Not yet, but...
Correct. But should they hold all three ridings tonight, those are ridings that they held when they won a minority government. So the majority is a consequence of the floor crossing. But that doesn't mean the floor crossings aren't consequential in the terms of the judgment of those individuals. And by the way, the public's reaction since those floor crossings have happened, the public has not recoiled in anger and said Mark Carney needs to be punished.
That's true.
Quite the opposite.
I've been told to wrap, but I have to give the Liberal the last word here.
Well, I would just say one counter-argument to the skepticism, and we should be skeptical in all things political, and I say this as a in my post-political chapter, is that the individuals who have come over against a tidal wave of, I think, intimidation and harassment, and you feel it on the front lines when you listen to them and their families and their volunteers and their staff. So if you're looking for a personal payoff in the short term, I think the only personal payoff is that you're giving a greater voice to your constituency by being part of the caucus that is governing right now. And I think that also went into the decision to move to the Liberal Party for some of those individuals.
Okay, we'll get back to that, but right now I have to hand things off to Graham.
All right, Sandy and Graham, since Sandy mentioned it, let's ask you that. I mean, even if you assume that Mark Carney gets his majority today, two of those three ridings have traditionally gone Liberal. The hard work begins, right? I mean, when you look at polling across the country, Mark Carney is enjoying a considerable level of popularity, but is it your sense that that's because Canadians are risk averse right now because of all the geopolitical factors we're having, or is it because Canadians feel as though he's delivered?
I think it's three things, and I respect all of the numbers people that we're working with tonight and all of the ins and outs. I mean, this is about story, right? I think it's about three things. I think it's about Donald Trump, I think it's about Mark Carney, and I think it's about Pierre Poilievre. And I think that if Jean Chrétien, in his early days as an opposition leader, had challenges to his leadership, he wasn't up to the job, he didn't look like a prime minister, and that lived until he won the majority government. So other opposition leaders have been challenged about their leadership before. I don't know of someone who has lost this many MPs in this short of a time. Why is that? Is it because of Mr. Carney, Mr. Trump, or Mr. Poilievre? I say it's because of all three. And I think there's got to be a reckoning coming. Yes, Mr. Poilievre has tremendous support inside his party, the party apparatus, but that's not enough. He needs his caucus. You can't become the government in waiting. You can't be the opposition leader when you can't hold your caucus. That's a problem. And I know he's changed his tune. He's had a good couple of weeks. We've reported on it. Millions of people voted for him. But if more keep going, that's a problem. So I'm watching for a couple of things tonight, as we all are. Terrebonne, that 18% Conservative vote, where does it go? The fact, I think I just heard, we have similar advance that we did in the general for Terrebonne. That's big, right? So what does that mean? It's not going to be a typically low turnout. And then overall, whether it's the crossings or the by-elections or whatever, why is it that it's palatable to so many MPs and to Canadians to come to Mr. Carney, to a party that was on its deathbed? Talked to one MP, early polls inside the party when it was at the worst of the worst, the end of Trudeau. They were down to 15 seats, and he was one of them. That's how bad it was. And the public polls were similar, but really bad. So what has caused this turnaround, and when's the party going to end? It didn't end in Montreal this weekend. There were people in this room who were not in the bars. There were thousands of Liberals who were, and it was like a celebration. They were trying to hold it in, but they were euphoric about where they find themselves, even though the challenges are very, very difficult.
And you raise an excellent matter here, which is that, you know, in each of these three ridings, the Conservatives are not, they're not competitive. These are not competitive races for the Conservatives. And yet, when you look at what's happening tonight, the impact of what is happening tonight, this is certainly a story that will impact Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, and that is why he is a part of this conversation to a huge degree.
Quickly, not competitive, but 18 in Quebec, 18% for the Conservatives. That's a significant number. Where does that go in Terrebonne? Where does that go tonight?
Good question. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026.
It's time now for a short break, but when we come back, we've obviously got a whole lot more to talk about as we count down to those polls closing and some early results. We're back in a moment.
Federal By-Elections 2026. We are just over an hour away from polls closing in 3 ridings. You can see shortly, actually, there we go, that the countdown clock will be on the bottom right of your screen. We have our reporters fanned out in all three of the ridings that are up for grabs tonight. Let's take a look at this riding. University Rosedale, again, that number is 0 at the top of your screen because the polls haven't yet closed. Here's who's in the race in Scarborough Southwest. Dolly Begum, of course, the former deputy leader of the NDP provincially, now running for the Liberals there. And the riding that we've been talking a lot about tonight, which is the riding of Terrebonne, which the Liberals won by a single seat last year. That, of course, is back in the game tonight.
And here is a reminder of where things stand and what's at stake. The Liberals currently sit at 171 seats, which means they're just a seat away from that magic number of 172, which allows them to form a technical majority. They need more than that, though, however, without the Speaker to break a tie.
Let's head over right now to the Toronto riding of University of Rosedale, where we find CTV's Heather Wright. Heather.
Well, it's a little quiet here now, Omar. We saw a bit of a wave here at this polling station at the University of Toronto campus with people coming after the work hour ended. And we had a chance to talk to some of the voters here. You know, no one's telling us outright who they are voting for, but you can get a sense of the issues that are important to the voters in this riding and the voters we spoke to. Things like cost of living, the United States relationship with Canada, Canada's position on the world stage, and really talking to some of the people here, you do get a sense that not only did they want to come out to exercise their right, their democratic right, but they also wanted to be here to vote for the next person who, of course, they want to be representing this riding in Ottawa. Omar.
All right, Heather, thank you. Let's head over to Adrian Gabriel in the riding of Scarborough Southwest. And this was, of course, a riding, Adrian, that belonged to Bill Blair, who is currently now the ambassador to, or the High Commissioner, I should say, to the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's right, Omar. He held it for more than 10 years. This has been a Liberal stronghold with Bill Blair as the MP here for more than 10 years before he accepted his position in the United Kingdom. Now, Dolly Begum, who is the Liberal hopeful tonight, she is also a household name here in this riding. Interestingly, because she was the deputy leader of the provincial NDP as an MPP here in Ontario for Scarborough Southwest. Now, speaking with individuals who've been heading in here tonight, interestingly, some different perspectives. One gentleman saying he's here to support the Carney Liberal government. Another telling me that she's not a big fan of politicians flip-flopping. Of course, Begman flipped from the NDP to now the federal Liberals. Another telling me that she normally votes Conservative. Though she likes Mark Carney, she thinks that he means business. We're going to have to wait and see how the vote turns out.
Okay, Adrian, CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is in the riding of Terrebonne. And Geneviève, what are voters telling you there?
Well, you know, there's really been a steady flow of voters who have been coming here. I can't say there are lineups, but certainly a lot of people coming and going. And they're talking about the fact that they really feel they want a clear winner tonight. This has long been a Bloc Québécois riding. Nearly 90% of the population here is Francophone. A lot of people have supported the party in the past, but many of them talking about the fact that at this particular time, as voters in other ridings have been saying, they want stability. They're talking about issues like their wallet, the cost of living, and the cost of housing. And so they're saying that they may change their vote, but they're looking to see, and especially what will happen tonight.
All right, Geneviève, thanks so much. Our Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin in Terrebonne. As we've been speaking about this evening, a big part of the story is, of course, floor crossings. If the Liberals form a majority tonight, it'll be the first time in modern Canadian history that the combination of by-elections and floor crossings got a government there. But floor crossings have definitely happened before. Here's a look at some of the big ones. Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, had 9 opposition members join his government, including 7 on the same day back in 1869. TV would have been wild that night. In more modern times, Jean Chrétien's Liberals attracted 6 over a decade, including 4 MPs from different parties in less than a month back in 2000. Belinda Stronach left the Conservatives to join Paul Martin's Liberals in 2005 while ending her relationship with fellow Conservative MP Peter MacKay. Stephen Harper attracted Liberal MP David Emerson to the Conservatives and his cabinet shortly after the 2006 election.
And actually fast forward to now when 5 MPs crossed the floor in as many months, including Conservative Chris D'Entremont, Conservative Michael Mock, Conservative Matt Genereux, Laurie Idlout, the lone NDP, and Conservative Marilyn Gladu. And that, I think for many people, was the most shocking of them all, right? This is a man now, Mark Carney, who has expanded the tent, but that tent wields MPs, fresh MPs like Marilyn Gladu, and if Dolly Begum wins tonight, will also possibly include somebody who was part of the NDP. So that poses its own challenges, potentially.
I think it's one of a number of challenges, and I'll swing over to our strategists here, that the government will face should they be able to secure a majority tonight, Kathleen. I understand, like, everyone's talking about their great poll numbers and stuff like that tonight, but they've been in power for a year. They've promised huge things. The Prime Minister has made no bones about promising a lot to Canadians and the scale of ambition that we haven't seen in generations. What kind of pressure will they face if they are no longer able to say, hey, the opposition is holding us back?
Right. I really think that if they form a majority tonight, tomorrow the clock starts on this government. It starts on this majority and what Prime Minister Carney can actually achieve in the time that he's got. On top of that, he's going to be facing another problem. Right now, his current problem in a minority, of course, is counting votes. He's got to count heads, make sure those seats, those bums are in those seats for those critical votes that happen in Parliament. But if he gets a majority and his votes are secured, then it pivots, and his challenge then becomes actually managing caucus, a very diverse caucus, as we've talked about tonight. My colleagues have talked about from the Dolly Begum to Marilyn Gladu. And I think that that will be a challenge to actually manage those ideological differences.
Yeah, it feels like when you're up against Trump, the ability to do that is perhaps mitigated by the fact that you can focus so much on the economy and, you know, growing the economy to counter the threat that we face from Donald Trump. But if you look at a host of other issues, I think of a number of things on foreign policy or the environment, you're going to see massive disagreements between those two sort of sides of the spectrum within the same quote-unquote tent. How much of a challenge do you think that could pose moving forward, Shakir?
I think the challenge for Mark Carney is on the day-to-day issues. He's promising a lot of big things. For example, housing, major projects. These things don't really connect to individuals right away. And so I think for Mark Carney, as he moves forward, he's going to get his majority. But as he moves forward, what are those smaller things you're going to put in the window a month from now, 6 months from now, that the average Canadian is going to say, you know what, my life's a little better, life is a little more affordable? Because major projects, there's no through line between a pipeline or a port and how somebody feels about affordability. There's no, the housing projects, they're not going to get built until probably, you know, those numbers are not going to be met until the end of his mandate. So how does he make people feel like their life is getting better in that interim period before those bigger issues actually come to fruition?
Well, he's got a good test case right now, Scott, with the price of gas. As everyone watching this program tonight will know, it's skyrocketed. There's a lot of debate in the House of Commons over what the government can do. My bet is something happens in short order. Wouldn't surprise me. What do you think they have to do the day after if they are able to secure a majority?
Well, we've actually already seen an advisory from the Prime Minister's office indicating he's going to make an announcement on affordability tomorrow. I don't think that's an accident. That is really the Prime Minister saying, I know I'm going to get my majority tonight. Don't know if I'll get 2 or 3, but I'm going to get my majority, and therefore I've got to start to put it to work right away on these frontline issues. I just want to add this, though. We're all talking about this as though it's politics as usual. And it's not politics as usual, right? Like if we went outside, there's 2 moons in the sky. This is unusual, what's happening here. All of these people crossing the floor, right? Why is this happening, and why is it meeting with approval from Canadians? Because we're at war. Because he is a wartime leader of a wartime government, because Donald Trump has effectively declared war on Canada, and even the war in Iran, led by Donald Trump, is the reason that those gas prices are skyrocketing. It is the trust that Canadians have in Mark Carney to manage through that war that's creating this political dynamic where things we have not seen before are happening. And that's why these questions about managing the caucus members and how are Dolly Begum and Marilyn Gladu ever going to come together on a point of view about the environment? Who the hell cares? Like, that's not a problem for Mark Carney.
But you're setting
problem
up
for Mark Carney is
right,
Trump.
Not today.
Yeah.
Not
today. Exactly. Honeymoons do have an end, and you're actually setting up the problem for Mr. Carney in the future. Because as soon as the opposition and Donald Trump moves off stage, then he actually has to deal for once. Well,
when's that happening?
It's
not about when does the honeymoon end. When does the war end?
Yeah, but the affordability crisis is what people feel in their back pockets every day. Whether it's that beep at the grocery store when you're scanning your food in, or when it's that click at the pump when you're filling your gas tank. That is what they feel every day. Until Mr. Carney starts dealing with those affordability issues on the front line, then That is the problem.
He's listening. Guys, I got to cut you off because there's others. He's listening so closely, he's going to have an announcement about it tomorrow, Kathleen. Right. So don't worry about it. Yeah.
And I do want to know from the panelists, I mean, just to your point, Vassy, about the price of gas, that the government did signal that they were looking at ways to alleviate the pressure for Canadians, but you know, some were criticizing that announcement as being a little bit too nebulous. I mean, what were the specifics of that announcement? So we'll talk about that.
The Conservatives are asking for them to remove the federal portion of the gas tax. They've been doing that for a few weeks.
Which Liberals have, I think, said already on your show that they would not be willing to do that. So we'll talk about that when we come back. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal Byelections 2026.
A very short break. We're back in a moment.
We are just over an hour away from polls closing in 3 ridings: Toronto's University of Rosedale, Toronto's Scarborough Southwest, and Terrebonne near Montreal in Quebec.
And a reminder, as we like to do, of where things stand at this moment in time as we head into this by-election and why we're making such a big deal about it. The Liberals are sitting at 171 seats. That's just 1 seat away from the number they need to form a majority government. Now, it's a technical majority at 172, which means at that point they're going to need the Speaker to break ties. But if they are to secure what they're largely expected to in the second Toronto riding tonight, then they would hit 173, and Terrebonne becomes pretty important at 174. The most competitive race is that one between the Liberals and the Bloc. Nationally, the battle is largely between Liberals and Conservatives, though, the latter led by Pierre Poilievre. That party finished the last election with its highest level of support historically. But Mr. Poilievre himself lost his Ottawa area seat in the general election, ran in a by-election in the Alberta riding of Battle River Crowfoot after the local MP stepped down. He won there, and then in January he captured more than 80% support for his leadership at his party's convention. In the middle of it all, however, 4 MPs left the Conservatives and headed over to the Liberals. That's where we bring in Heather Butts and Nick Nanos. What has, the leadership question meant to the political dynamic of the landscape across this country over the last number of months?
Vassy, it certainly adds to the story that we've been talking about considerably. And Nick, that really comes down to the numbers. And we're looking at a lot of these comparisons from last year, Vassy, as you just mentioned, to now, the then and now. And one of the biggest numbers is really the difference in that leadership divide last election.
Oh, no, absolutely. And, let's face it, the Liberals were not popular. I would hazard to say they're even not very popular now. It's Mark Carney that is exceptionally popular, and he's propelling the Liberals into that kind of big lead. But you know, when we look at the results last time, let's put an even finer point on it, Heather. 19.6 million votes cast. The Liberals, 61 votes in 4 ridings, if they were distributed differently, would have won a majority in the House of Commons. That's how close the Liberals were numerically to a majority government. But when we look at the trend line over time, check it out. You know, you can see that what started off as a really tight race really started to open up starting in August. But then as people started to focus on cost of living issues, narrowed. But check out the trend line in the close. You can see basically a positive trajectory for the Liberals, a lot of that coinciding with defections from the Conservatives and the New Democrats to the Liberals, with the Liberals having a comfortable 13-point advantage over the Conservatives right now.
Now, Nick, this is taking a look at your numbers for the preferred parties, but I want to break this down even further for the preferred prime minister. This is the research that you're looking at, and what I love most is when you break it down to specific timelines and, again, specific stories that are unfolding around the world, Nick.
Yeah, you know, from the get-go, it's clear that Mark Carney has had the advantage over Pierre Poilievre on the leadership front when we ask Canadians who they prefer as prime minister, but there are some key junctures of public opinion that we saw that had an impact on that margin. You know, at the very top of the list has to be President Donald Trump. And you know, the thing is that when Trump is in the news, when Mark Carney is engaging with Donald Trump, it's usually good news for Mark Carney and also good news for the Liberals.
Certainly gave him a boost last fall. And then, of course, November 4th, that is where this really got rolling, our first floor crosser.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is that when we look at floor crossers such as D'Entremont, we can see that it adds to the narrative of Mark Carney and his personal appeal, his appeal outside of other voters. And you know, as context, we saw that the Conservatives were in the 30s in support. Pierre Poilievre, in turn, on the preferred prime minister front, was much lower. That means that there's a significant proportion of committed Conservative supporters who think that someone other than Pierre Poilievre is the best person to be prime minister.
Okay, and we'll watch as that support went up and then came back down slightly. But again, another floor crosser with Michael Ma.
Yeah, it's almost like for Pierre Poilievre, can the guy grab a break? Like, he's got to deal with Trump. He's got to deal with one defection, then he has a second defection. And then, you know, what we see as the trend continues, that speech by Donald Trump at Davos did increase his popularity, especially in the province of Quebec.
Mark Carney, of course, yeah. Mark Carney speaking at Davos.
Yes.
With Trump, you know, there was everybody who was speaking there, but it was Mark Carney and his own popularity here who skyrocketed there. And then we got into the winter months. We had Poilievre's leadership. We saw a bit of a change there as well.
Yeah, actually, you'd think that Pierre Poilievre would have done a little better coming out of his leadership review, where he scored extremely high. But what you can see is that there was really no bump coming out of the Conservatives or for Pierre Poilievre on that front.
Okay, and then we have another floor crosser, of course, Matt Genereux, coming in February. And then as we continue on throughout the winter, things get even worse. We've got the war in Iran now and the state of the economy changing big time.
So, you know, think of Mark Carney. You know, he's got Donald Trump that helps him. He's got defections to his cause that help him. And then he has the ability to be a statesperson, you know, statesman, focusing on the Middle East, focusing on trade. Roll all those things up. Advantage Carney today, at least.
Okay, and then, of course, we have one more floor crosser. That was happening in March, and then we rolled on through to our final floor crosser, which really brings us to today, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the thing is you can see the massive advantage, 52-25 for Mark Carney over Pierre Poilievre. You know, Pierre Poilievre has to get a break. You know, usually what happens is politicians need their opponents to make a mistake. Hasn't happened yet. Not saying it can't happen, but not yet.
Okay, Nick, thank you. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's head over to Sandy Rinaldo and the political panel. And certainly a big question, Sandy, as we've been talking about for the past little while, is Pierre Poilievre's political future. Because, you know, as Nick pointed out, Pierre Poilievre needs a break. But to have 4 of the 5 defectors coming from the Conservative Party, not a good look if you're a leader of the Conservative Party.
And Omar, to pick up on that, and I want to put my first question to James Moore, who the audience should know was a heavy-duty minister in the Stephen Carper government. So, you know, I'm assuming you still have a lot of contacts within. 9, we're hearing talk about 9 potential floor crossers to come. What can you tell us about that?
Look, that's gossip and chatter. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a big cultural shift. Scott mentioned it earlier, and I think it bears repeating, right, is that as of tonight, it's a simple crash moment. Like, this is a historic moment that a government will go from minority to majority as a consequence of these by-elections and the floor crossers combined. A light switch is about to get flipped, and the expectations of the government are about to blow up in terms of considering where they get their opposition from. There's no premier who's fighting with this prime minister. There's no big city mayor that's fighting with this prime minister. The bureaucracy is aligned. He's made massive sweeps of changes to the deputy minister portfolio across the government of Canada. He's made appointments to key crown corporations. The Senate is probably 80% progressive centre-left who are aligned with Mark Carney's worldview. He really has no opposition, so the expectations game is really high. Now, if you tip over from a minority to majority, which is likely about to happen in about an hour's time, when that happens, I think, you know, you kind of wonder what other people who are sitting in opposition, who may be in their third, fourth, or fifth term as a member of parliament, they see no horizon where they actually could form government, and they actually everybody wants to live a life of purpose. You want to do something meaningful with your life. You want to have an opportunity to contribute. And after 10 years of giving the same speeches and making the same protests against the same Liberal government, the idea of crossing the floor and actually maybe getting some infrastructure built in your riding and feeling part of something that's bigger than just normal red team, blue team politics, I think there's a temptation to do that. So another thing to keep in mind as well is that, you know, we're talking about still a very unstable majority government. 172 seats is the most unstable of a majority government. In British Columbia, there are 93 seats in the provincial legislature, and Premier Eby reminded a group that I was a part of a couple weeks ago that amongst his one-seat majority government in British Columbia, he has 2 members of his caucus who are undergoing cancer therapy right now. So in a 343-seat federal parliament, there will be people who will have health challenges. There will be people who might have marital challenges. There may be people with family issues. Maybe people who want to run for another level of office, or people who just get tired of the travel. So in a one-seat majority mandate, this is still a very unstable majority mandate. So therefore, if there's anybody who wants to cross the floor and to provide even greater cushion, I think there might be some leverage for them to do that. So I think we might still see some more drama. That panel that we just saw, the timeline of the last few months since the campaign, I think there may be more dramas on the horizon to come of people who want to cushion the majority and to keep this parliament going for quite some time.
All right, Nathan, I want to pick up on that because, you know, Mark Carney's going to have to manage these floor crossers, right? And 2 of them, a couple of former NDPers, Dolly Begum, if she wins tonight, and certainly Laurie Idlad, who's crossed over. What advice would you give to him to manage them within his caucus?
Stay popular, because winning solves most everything. Becoming unpopular, or the appearance that you can't win, allows disgruntlement and personal ambitions, the straying of eyes to other orders of government and opportunities in the private sector. All of that becomes much more enticing. I am struggling a little bit. We're talking about this minority to majority move likely tonight. I'm trying to think of what Mr. Carney has proposed that he hasn't been able to get through Parliament, usually quite quickly, since he became Prime Minister. There's been a wild form of agreement between the 2 major parties, Liberals and Conservatives, on most things, and that's understandable because Mr. Carney borrowed most of his agenda from the Conservative platform. So I can understand why there's general agreement. Oh, no, I'm talking about building big things and getting rid of the carbon tax. Like, the list is quite long. So I don't think there's going to be a seismic change in the ambition of the Liberals because they've been able to accomplish most of what they've wanted. Parliament's not being frustrated like it was before when Marco was there, I think, or maybe not. I wonder about the challenge, not tonight, not tomorrow night, 6 months, 12 months from now, 18 months from now. I'm a backbench Liberal. I've got no chance of getting into cabinet. Those votes matter a lot when the majority is only a couple of votes.
Mark Carney's going to have to manage a big majority here, and within the majority are others who had very different points of view before this.
Sure, and I think one of the interesting characteristics of the crossovers is just how diverse each of the members are from the different communities they come from, demographically, geographically. And yes, there's no doubt that there are definitely some disagreements. And that's a healthy thing, by the way. It's not just in the Liberal Party where there'll be disagreements. There'll be disagreements in the Conservative Party. There'll be disagreements in the NDP and the Bloc. And that's a healthy thing. But what I would just say is a few things. Okay, so One, it's how you reconcile those disagreements with the priorities that you advocate for in your community. And clearly the thread that runs through all of those floor crossers is that they believe that the Liberal Party is the best engine through which they can achieve those results. Two, no one doubts the provenance or the authorship of Prime Minister Mark Carney's ideas when it comes to his economic agenda. I was with him when we introduced the major projects legislation. I was with him when we advised that we should work, yes, across the aisle. I think it was a good thing that the Conservatives and the Liberals united to pass that legislation, because it's going to be one of the ways in which we are going to get our energy to market, which is exactly what we need at a moment in time when the world is starved for energy. And so how do we do that? We do that by building relationships across the aisle. We do that by building relationships, as James said, with premiers, with local leadership, and with Indigenous leadership, and that's precisely what Mr. Carney's been doing.
Spoken as a good leader who was chief of staff for Mark Carney.
Did you get a bit of a hint of that?
You know, I have a sense. Okay, that's it for us right now. Take it back.
I think that Nathan raises a good point, though, about how, like, you know, if the focus is on execution, if they are to secure a majority government tonight and the focus is on execution, it won't necessarily be like a whole different story in the House of Commons. There are some bills, but they are not the biggest bills. They're like around religion, for example, and hate laws that they have faced some clear opposition to. But the majority of their agenda in Parliament has advanced pretty easily. So perhaps, you know, the focus is not necessarily execution there, but are they able to actually, if they say they're going to support a pipeline, get the pipeline bill, things like that, versus how different the House dynamic becomes.
But to Shakir's point earlier, I mean, you know, Mark Carney also has to focus on short-term wins, right? A lot of the announcements so far are things that take several years, take several election cycles sometimes. And so, Graham, in the short term, you know, what can he convince Canadians to say, hey, you know, I hear you, I'm listening to you, where you're going through not the easiest time economically, but here's what I can deliver.
Well, maybe tomorrow, like Vassy was talking about, it might be an energy announcement. I think there's been a lot of talk about big things, and there needs to be tangibles on the ground that show that this matches the rhetoric of the time, right? Like we're talking about World War II era build. Okay, we've got to start showing it, you know? I mentioned to somebody a couple of days ago, on the defense front, when South Korea issues an RFP, they sign a contract in 40 days. Sometimes we're decades. Like it's that kind of tangible thing.
We're still waiting for the F-35 review after a year.
Yeah, right. And so at what point does the rhetoric start to sound stale? And at what point do people say, okay, you've got to show me where the rubber hits the road? And I think that's the year going forward. They are preparing, I think others have said it, maybe Scott, they are preparing for that change in narrative and also in power from minority to majority, because they're going to have more time. They're going to have more open water. So what does that mean about all this rhetoric? He's got to explain that to Canadians. I expect he will. And start spending some of that political capital that he has, right? Not leaving it on the table. The best prime ministers spend it all and get it done. And he says now is the time to do that.
And we will get a better sense of what he's working with in you know, shortly after 32 minutes, if I can see. That's when polls close at 8:30 Eastern. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026.
We've got another short commercial break, but we're back in a moment as we count down to the outcome.
Welcome back to the CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos.
It is 8 p.m. Eastern, and in just 30 minutes, polls will close in 3 by-elections we are closely watching tonight. We are standing by for more results from those 3 ridings, Toronto's University of Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. And, of course, where the political drama really lies tonight, Terrebonne in Quebec in the Montreal area.
And the reason that we are so interested in what happens in these 3 by-elections is because it could determine whether or not Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, and the Liberals are able to secure a majority. They right now sit at 171 seats in the House of Commons, just 1 seat shy of what it takes to form a majority government. If they are successful in any of these ridings, they will hit the 172 mark. And if they're successful and they sweep all 3, then they will, of course, hold a majority of 174 seats.
Let's check in with our correspondents in the field right now. Over to Heather Wright, who is in the riding of University of Rosedale. Heather, what are voters telling you tonight about what's important to them?
Well, we've heard from a number of voters, Omar, things like the economy, cost of living, and also international issues as well. The war in Iran, the war in Ukraine, in Gaza, and Canada's position on the world stage. Those are all a variety of things that we've been hearing from voters as they've been casting ballots. And look, while this is considered a Liberal stronghold, voters here will be represented tomorrow for the first time since this riding was created by an MP not named Christopher Freeland. Of course, the former Deputy Prime Minister held this riding since it was created in 2015. And so some of the things I'm going to be looking for are, what is the margin of victory? Keep in mind, she won this riding 1 year ago by 64%. Omar.
That's a really good point, Heather. Thank you. Let's bring in Adrian Gobriel in the downtown Toronto riding of Scarborough Southwest. Adrian.
Yeah, Omar, we've been speaking with individuals who've been going into this polling station tonight, a steady stream. There hasn't been a lineup out here all day long, though this evening we've seen more and more people, Omar, begin to arrive. I've been asking some what's an important election issue during this by-election for them. I just spoke with one woman from India. She says international doctor. She says she's a trained doctor overseas. She graduated university overseas, and she says she cannot work here. She cannot find work here. I asked her what party she felt gives her the best chance at what she is hoping for her future, for her family's future. She said the Liberal Party. Another saying that she doesn't appreciate it when politicians flip-flop. Dolly Begum, the Liberal candidate here in this riding, flipped from the provincial NDP, where she was a deputy leader, and she flipped over to be a candidate for the Liberals. Of course, this has been a Liberal stronghold. Bill Blair holding this for more than a decade. In the last federal election, he won with 62% of the vote. The Conservatives coming in at just over 30% of the vote during the last election. And we know that the advanced voting numbers here were pretty strong on Easter Monday. Just over 10,000 people came out then. We're waiting this evening to see how it all tallies up.
All right, Adrian, thank you. And let's head over to Geneviève Beauchemin, the Quebec Bureau Chief, who is in the riding of Terrebonne. And Geneviève, you know, they say that every single vote counts, and nowhere perhaps is that more true than in the riding of Terrebonne. If you go back to last April, this was a riding where the Liberals won by a single vote. That result, of course, nullified in February by the Supreme Court, which is why we're having the by-election tonight. What are voters telling you about the drama that's unfolding in their riding and what they hope to achieve today?
Well, they're certainly taking that to heart. You can see people still going into the polling station, many of them quickening their steps. They want to make sure they get their vote in before the 8:30 deadline here in this riding. So they're certainly trying to get there, racing a little bit. I can see cars arriving here. There has been a steady trickle of people coming in all day saying that they have been told over and over again that this is a consequential election. There have been hundreds of volunteers that have been fanning across the riding here. MPs have arrived in this riding from all parties to convince voters to vote to get their votes in for this consequential election.
All right, thanks, Geneviève. Geneviève Beauchemin in the riding of Terrebonne. One of the big issues for the Bloc, actually, in Terrebonne has been the Alto high-speed rail network, the proposed Alto high-speed. It became a big issue in this by-election in particular, so that'll be interesting to see how sort of that unfolds tonight. More largely, the issue set throughout the last year has been one dominated by the economy, Donald Trump, of course, and now more so inflation. And the sort of sequence of those issues has changed. Let's bring in Heather Butts and Nick Nanos to take a deeper dive into that.
Vassy, you're exactly right. These issues matter so much to people, Nick. It really is what gets them out to those polling stations. But they've changed significantly if we look just in the last year, really. We'll take a look now at where things were, what really mattered most to people, according to your data and research, Nick, when we were at the polls last May for the federal election.
Oh, absolutely, Heather. You know, what you can see is at the end of the last election that it was really about jobs and the economy and Trump. Those really being the dominated top national issues of concern in the CTV Global Mail tracking, followed by healthcare, the environment, and debt and deficit. And, you know, the interesting thing we have to remember when we were doing the nightly tracking with CTV News, Trump and jobs kind of traded places kind of throughout the week and throughout the campaign. But, you know, realistically, within the margin of error, those two things is the primary drivers of opinion in the close of the last federal election.
And I think for many people, those two certainly seem to go hand in hand. So there we were last year, May of 2025. If we flip it to this year, April of 2026, I want to point out here, Nick, inflation is number 2. It wasn't even on that list last year.
Yeah, it was actually quite low. And also check out the what we're calling the Trump effect. It's dropped from being in first and second now to being in fourth place. Clearly pocketbook issues starting to dominate and dominating the mindset of Canadians between jobs, the economy, and inflation. And you know, on the inflation front, usually that is very bad news for incumbent governments. But I think in this particular case, it could be that Canadians are connecting the higher price of gas to Donald Trump, not necessarily the Carney administration. So the Liberals getting a little bit of a break on that front when Canadians are worried about meeting the bills, paying for groceries, paying for the rent, and also paying for gas.
These are pocketbook issues, Nick, that really matter to every single Canadian right across the board, no matter where you live, no matter where you're spending your money, and how you're really just trying to get by. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Heather and Nick. And we've got some news from Elections Canada. Those polls are closing at 8:30, so we're, you know, just 22, 23 minutes away. Some advanced polls and early results will come to us from Terrebonne after those polls close. But we are anticipating, according to Elections Canada, that the results in that riding will now likely come overnight. Again, not necessarily a surprise because the ballots you have to write in the full name, they have to individually be counted, so it's a bit of a different situation there. But now we've got some official confirmation from Elections Canada that we don't anticipate that the full results will be known until, you know, sometime overnight, something that will factor into, you know, the overall count at the end of the evening. But the Liberals can still secure the majority even without Terrebonne.
Because they just need that one seat.
That's right.
But of course, a tight race to begin with, then you have those long ballots. And
a true nail-biter.
A lot of counting, exactly.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, let's bring back our strategist. Actually, Scott, I wanted to pick up on the issues that Nick was talking about and how far Trump has fallen in that list from where he was in the minds of Canadians as they cast a ballot last year. It fluctuates for sure, but it does feel like we've gotten used to sort of this instability through Donald Trump, and he isn't taking as direct aim at us at the moment as he is elsewhere. How does that matter politically, do you think? Or does it?
Well, I'm not sure it does, because I would pick up on something else that Nick said. I mean, obviously it does, but to me, the critical question is blame. When people are upset about the cost of living, when they're upset about the price of gas, when they're upset and anxious about jobs and their future, all those issues which we register as, that's not Trump, Trump's now fourth, are they in fact Trump? Are voters blaming Trump, and as a consequence, it is accruing in a weirdly way toward Mark Carney's political benefit, because people say, well, then now we have to think about who do we trust most to take on this. To me, the spotlight of that is gas prices. I think the reason it's on people's minds is that I had to fill up my gas tank this morning and it was wicked expensive. And people, I think, are blaming the war in Iran and they're blaming Trump. And that takes you back to leadership, which is benefiting Carney. So that dynamic will not last forever. But it seems like it's held for a year. In fact, if you want to look at what the likely results are tonight and the consequence of this past year, Carney is getting stronger as Trump gets weaker. What's happening to Trump domestically, his political position is weakening. This war in Iran has been a disaster for him in terms of popular support in the United States. His position internationally has eroded. People now tell him no to his face, something that didn't happen 8 months ago. So as he weakens, Carney seems to be strengthening in terms of popular appeal, attracting floor crossers, winning by-elections, and that's going to set up one fascinating dynamic for the summer when it comes to renewed trade talks.
How long does that last, though? Because we are entering a critical juncture, right? We're entering into CUSMA, USMCA negotiations, and I think most Canadians at a certain point will want some kind of resolution, some kind of deal.
I don't even know if that's true. I mean, it'd be interesting to ask Nick, but there have been polls that have suggested that Canadians are a little ambivalent about getting a deal right now. I think partially because they worry that any deal you get out of Trump right now, A, isn't reliable, and B, might stink.
It is interesting, though, that the Prime Minister has not suffered any negative consequences for the sort of Trump stuff, insofar as, Shakir, there were self-imposed deadlines set, right? You'll hear it from the opposition all the time. You were going to get a deal in the summer. We were going to get all of these things. We were going to get the tariffs removed. That didn't materialize. And I know the line from the government is certainly, like, compared to other countries, we do have an, quote unquote, okay deal. We have the best of the lot. But it is interesting to me that so far there have not yet been pronounced political consequences to that. What does that tell you about how they're going to navigate the rest of this with Trump?
I think Canadians are giving Mark Carney a pass on Trump just because of how unpredictable he is. I think folks realize that, you know what, dealing with him, anything can happen at any given time. So if you can't get a deal immediately, we'll give you a pass. Despite having your own deadline of July of last year, it doesn't really matter. Go on. What bothers me with those numbers as a conservative is that when you see jobs in the economy high, issues number 1 and 2, conservatives usually dominate. And to not see Pierre and conservative numbers kind of rising with those numbers, those issues at the top, it's concerning to me that what's happening there. Why are the conservatives not getting at least a little bump, a little win in their sales when the economy is the number 1 issue? And that to me should cause some concern for conservatives as we move forward and see how Pierre kind of manages his leadership in his caucus in the months ahead.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but maybe some concern for the NDP as well, Kathleen, that if jobs are such a, inflation and cost of living are so much a concern for Canadians, and that is not correlating with any additional support for New Democrats who talk about cost of living all the time, or conservatives who do the same, like, what does that say?
Yeah, I think the equation is different for conservatives than it is for New Democrats, and I'm not just saying that as a partisan. I'm saying that because I think actually, Pierre Poilievre is living on borrowed time, right? He lost an election he was supposed to win. He lost his own riding. And then even further, he's lost 4 MPs. And so now the question is how long can he remain? And possibly it's because a year ago at this time, Canadians fixed their opinion of Mr. Poilievre and decided not to give him the PM chair. For New Democrats, there's a new leader, Avi Lewis, just elected just a couple weeks ago on March 29th. We have very low expectations for ourselves because we only have 6 seats in the House. So for him, actually, it's only upside. And Mr. Carney has opened an entire left flank for himself by actually not dealing with the bread and butter issues at the kitchen table for Canadians. Those people who are not raking in great profits from oil and gas increases, or at the grocery stores, or you name it. So there's actually a window of opportunity for the new leader in Avi Lewis to actually make a name for himself and pick away at Carney's left flank that he's largely been ignoring because he's too busy kind of vacuuming up the middle and trying to kind of occupy that center ground to take in progressive conservatives and radical right-wing conservatives into the Liberal House.
The thing is that it's working right now, right? Like, to be fair, your point is right. Theoretically, it looks like there's this huge flank on the left that would be open, and you'd think, for example, Dolly Begum would go there, but instead she's going to the Liberals at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to do a quick time check right now, and it's 8:13 Eastern time. We are roughly 15 minutes away from polls closing, and we start getting those results.
We're going to take a quick commercial break before just that, and before the results start rolling in. We're back in a moment.
Elections 2026. We are counting down to polls closing in 3 ridings: Toronto's University of Rosedale, Toronto's Scarborough Southwest, and Terrebonne near Montreal in Quebec.
And the reason that we are counting down to find out what happens in those ridings is because it could make a very big difference in the House of Commons. The Liberals currently hold 171 seats. They won 169, if you think back a year ago, in the general election. But there's been people who have left and a number of people, 5 in fact, who have crossed the floor just since November, leaving them at that 171 seats. They need 172 to form a majority.
If and when the Liberals do win a majority, it will be a slim one. At 172, they will need the Speaker to break a tie in a confidence vote. 173 or 174 would make it a lot more comfortable governing. Let's head over to Sandy Ronaldo and the political panel. It's an interesting, the Speaker's role in all of this, Sandy, of course, because according to Parliamentary Convention, and forgive me for nerding out here a little bit on politics, but the Speaker...
It's a place to do it.
Exactly, but traditionally the Speaker has signed...
Safe space, yeah.
Thank you. Traditionally, the Speaker has voted to keep the status quo unless it concerns, a non-confidence motion, for example. Then he would vote with the government. So an interesting. I don't know when we would use this in Trivial Pursuit or Political Trivia, but there you have it. If you need to tell your friends,
maybe tomorrow if they win 172.
Exactly, gives us something to talk about. But Sandy, over to you about this, the size of this majority and why it matters.
Okay, I'm going to call my friends, and the friend I'm going to call first is Nathan Cullen, who's going to come to the table with his perspective as someone who ran for the NDP leadership way back in 2012. Yeah. So what does 172 mean to you?
It's all context. To me, I said this a bit before, it's a difference without a lot of distinction in terms of what happens next in Parliament. There's nothing that Mark Carney couldn't have brought to Parliament last week that he can bring now and not have it pass through. So I think it's maybe about expectations management for the Prime Minister. Now you have a majority. Canadians who follow politics will know that that means certain things, but most of us don't nerd out on the regular and know that that now affects committees, and committees can pass legislation. I think there's going to be a bunch of what are called closure motions, just shutting down debate on certain bills. The Prime Minister can, if he chooses, wield a much heavier hand in the House of Commons, because a majority government in Canada is a very powerful thing. Unlike almost any other legislature or parliament around the world, it is a very, very powerful, distinctly powerful in Canada. And the expectations will be to address the things that Canadians are worried about, all the things we've talked about, cost of living, Mr. Trump, and the economy, which is as likely as anything headed towards a recession. He's got some big challenges ahead. We as a country have big challenges ahead, some in our control, some not. I think that's going to be the management of those expectations for Mr. Carney, because now he's got full control if he wins the majority tonight.
Okay, full control, but he still, if he just wins 1 seat, needs the Speaker to break the tie. So what's he going to do if he gets 1 seat or 2? I mean, 2, he's a little more comfortable.
No. Sure, and the greater the margin, the more durable the majority is. But I actually think that there are some concrete distinctions, and Nathan referred to some of them. Once you do have a majority, there's an ability to have a greater amount of discipline around committees, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be relationship building across the aisle. So who the chair of the committee is will influence the discourse and the debate at committees. I think on the flip side, there's going to be greater expectation on Mr. Carney and the government to then deliver because of the majority threshold, hopefully having been reached a little bit later on tonight. And so what does that mean in practical terms? Well, it means responding to some of the issues which have been identified throughout the course of the evening so far. If inflation continues to go up because of the situation in the Middle East, what will be the government's response? When he first came in, he cut taxes for the middle class. He cut the carbon tax. He introduced a grocery rebate. I mean, that puts cash into the hands of Canadians, into the houses of Canadians. But what's next? What do we do to relieve the pressure at the pump? I also think that there will be expectations to deliver on energy. So with the majority, will there be an ability to revisit some of the legislation or to advance other objectives to get shovels in the ground? What will we do with regards to the Defense Investment Agency? This is the new procurement agency, which is designed to herd all of the different ministries and start getting some of those contracts out so that we can reinvigorate the industrial sector when it comes to defense. What are we going to do with regards to housing? I mean, these are all of the things that are going to be foursquare on the agenda
Right.
the morning after. And I think that's one of the reasons why we should look forward to what the Prime Minister will have to say sometime tomorrow morning.
Spoken like a true Liberal. Okay, James, I want to talk to you about the fact that you're from the West, and Nathan is too. The West is going to have to live with the results, right? Without having a say. So what does it mean for the West with a majority government in Ottawa? Will this deepen a feeling of Western alienation at a time when we have that Alberta referendum in the works?
Well, I mean, look, I think one of the virtues that you could say about Mark Carney's mandate is that it actually is quite pan-Canadian. It's quite national. So I don't know that there's frankly much of an East-West divide yet, in part because Premier Danielle Smith and the MOU, they're on side. They're showing forward progress. And when you have forward progress with David Eby on certain files, forward progress with Danielle Smith and others, it's good. Progress isn't a final deliverable, so we'll get to there. But I do want to take you up on part of what you said to Marco about 172 and what does it mean going forward. I think probably for the next 6 months, it means that Mark Carney has a tremendous amount of velocity behind his mandate, right? Parliament sits for 8 more weeks. Those 8 weeks, I think, is an opportunity for him to circumscribe Parliament, maybe put in closure motions to decide what his legislative agenda will be that he wants to brag about in the summer months. It also gives him an opportunity to set the stages with the newly appointed ambassador in Washington, Mr. Weissman, Janice Charette, our chief negotiator for the CUSMA reconsideration this summer, to have clarity with them and a mission, and to maybe have some opportunity through Parliament to mitigate some of the things that Donald Trump may do with regard to trade. So it puts him in a strong position going into CUSMA. That's good. Going into the fall, though, when the next federal budget comes around, I think that's probably where we're going to see peak Mark Carney, in the sense that we will get through tonight, he'll get his majority, maybe there'll be a couple more floor crossers, I don't know, but that'll be the weight of the velocity of full steam Mark Carney in the full momentum of what he has. Everybody will have their hand out in high expectations for that fall federal budget, and then out of that will come the spin that he's let people down, he's been disappointing, or whatever, and I think that's where you'll see a real shift of the conversation about what now. He will by then have had a full year and a half as Prime Minister, a clear majority. He had smooth sailing up until now. Now he has a clear majority, no opposition, full weight into a federal budget in the fall. CUSMA is now in the rearview mirror. Donald Trump probably has been mitigated to some degree by the midterms by November. And then where are we at? What's the plan for Canada for 2027, 2028, for an election in 2029? So I think to Kathleen's point a while ago, you know, this is where we're going to be for the next 6 months. But I think 2027 going forward, with Donald Trump having probably lost the midterms and people positioning for the White House, I think the conversation shifts dramatically, and that's an advantage to Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. I think it's an advantage for the NDP to find their voice in a new world. So, so I think a lot will cascade out of tonight and what it means for 6 months, and then after 6 months in where we're at as a country.
So what I'm hearing is a short-term honeymoon period, but then that'll be in the past at some point.
Well,
everything changes.
It was said earlier, Canadians have given Mr. Carney, and understandably because of these stresses, this first year, change things, undo things Mr. Trudeau did. Mr. Poilievre hasn't wanted an election, neither has the NDP. That has softened somewhat the criticisms and the role of the opposition. And a good opposition should be pressing the government. Right. That's going to maybe change tonight in about
I'm all
5
for
more
extending
minutes.
The honeymoon. I mean, we should have the honeymoon extend.
But it's not real life, Marco. The honeymoon is wonderful. You sleep in, but at some point, real life kicks in, and you got to make the kids breakfast. That's right.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure who I'm throwing to, but take it away.
I'm curious to get both of your takes, actually, on this rebranding that we've been seeing recently of Pierre Poilievre, right? And if we're going to see another pivot after today. We've seen, obviously, the physical makeover, the physical rebranding, but also in recent months, a softening on the message. Graham, let me start with you. Does it surprise you that he hasn't got more of a bump as a result of that?
Well, it doesn't surprise me because he's losing caucus. Like, you can rebrand all you want, but if you can't hold your own party together, you're dead. It's untenable. So he's got to get those MPs
Trudeau
to come back.
Trudeau can tell you all about that.
Trudeau can tell you all, exactly. Christopher Freeland, right? So that doesn't surprise me. I wanted to quickly pick up on what Scott said, and I think a few others. What is not normal here? In Montreal, on the floor of the convention, the largest cheers by Liberals, by far, the largest standing ovations, were about pro-Canadian / anti-American movements by the government of Canada and by the Liberal Party. Standing ovations, loud cheers, 70 cents on the dollar is no longer going to the United States. Another small thing that says a lot, post-Iran war. I had to give my head a shake. There I see the Prime Minister of Canada with all the leaders of Europe in a statement talking about the war in Iran. Now, that makes sense because we weren't in, but it's just odd to see that, he talks about being closer to like-minded countries with values that are similar to Canada's. And he talks about, you know, whether it's Sweden, whether it's UK, whether it's Germany, and then we see it implemented. So I think we're going to see more and more of that. And if you're Pierre Poilievre, to your question, Omar, a roundabout way to get to your question, how do you counter that? He counters that with...
Yeah, what does he do?
Well, he says we're going to get back together with the Americans, which he has said. We're going to get that back on track. And
well, he says it's not permanent.
It's
that
not...
The rupture, he's
yes,
characterizing
yes.
it as different than the promise.
Exactly.
It's not permanent.
Exactly. And I'm wondering where the country is with that, because a lot of people will never forget 51st State. You don't exist as a country from the most powerful man in the world. That was chilling. And I don't think it's gone away, even if he stopped talking about it. And he's saying in a book about the royal family, it was kind of a joke and it just got some traction. Or whatever he said, it had a very, very deep impact on the country that a lot of people haven't forgotten, and certainly the Liberal Party hasn't forgotten either.
A comment that was made and then repeated several times after
over
that.
and over
so,
again.
You know, whether you believe him that it was a joke or not, that's not what,
yeah.
you know, it has shown up to be in reality. We are certainly getting close, just a couple of minutes away. In fact, 2:47 is when the polls close. They'll be closing at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll have more right after this. Welcome back to the CTV News Special, Federal Byelections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos.
We begin with breaking news. It is 8:30 p.m. That's breaking news Eastern. You can probably tell that from your screen. The polls have now closed in 3 by-elections that could determine a majority Liberal government. We are standing by for those results from those 3 ridings we've been talking about all evening. Toronto's University of Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest, and Terrebonne, Quebec in the Montreal area.
So the reason that we are anxiously awaiting these results, and they could start coming in any moment now, polls have officially closed, is because these by-elections could cement a majority government for the Liberals, which right now the party holds 171 seats. In the House of Commons, they need 172 to give them a majority government. And tonight could provide that, most likely will, because the two ridings that we anticipate getting results for first, Scarborough Southwest and the riding right in downtown Toronto, both of those are held by Liberals for a number of years. They were held by senior cabinet ministers, and they are, considered, you could say, safe ridings for the party. So the anticipation is that they will be able to clinch the majority government for the Liberals.
Traditional Liberal strongholds, Vassy. And let's head over to those ridings right now. Let's start with the riding of University of Rosedale, where we find CTV's Heather Wright at Liberal headquarters of Danielle Martin. And Heather, set the scene for us. I mean, what are people saying there tonight? How optimistic are they?
Yeah, I literally just spoke with a member of Danielle Martin's team, and she said that they're feeling good. They're feeling good about tonight, about that campaign that they've run. They say that they've had hundreds of volunteers that have been out knocking on doors, hitting the pavement over the last several weeks, getting out that message. And, voter turnout, Omar, is so important in all of these by-elections, because we've talked about how typically in by-elections, voter turnout is much lower. We know from Elections Canada that about 5,000 fewer ballots were cast in the pre-election advance polls this time around than were a year ago. So certainly there has been a large mobilization effort from all of the parties here in this riding. The Liberals here, they say they're feeling good about their chances of sending Danielle Martin to Ottawa. Of course, she would be only the second MP to represent this riding, which was formed in 2015. It, of course, was held by Chrystia Freeland for many, many years until she resigned earlier this year to take a post with the government of Ukraine. Omar.
And supporters of Danielle obviously hoping that she delivers a victory speech behind you in that stage. Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Adrian Gobriel in the downtown Toronto riding of Scarborough Southwest at the headquarters of Liberal Dolly Begum. Adrian.
Yeah, Omar, that's right. We are here slowly. People are starting to stream in. As I look over to my right, I can see Michael Couteau, MP, federal MP with the Liberal Party, here in Scarborough as well. We're in Scarborough Southwest, which is actually the east end of Toronto. Dolly Begum is a really interesting candidate for the Liberal Party. Lots of discussion here in this riding, which has historically been a Liberal stronghold. Dolly, of course, was an MPP with the provincial NDP here in Ontario. She was even the deputy leader when she flipped and left to join the Liberal Party, saying that she wants to be a part of Mark Carney's government. She feels that she can do more to help Scarborough Southwest as a member of the federal Liberals. We're going to have to wait and see if that comes true tonight. But of course, you can see the lights are set, the stage is set behind me, hoping and planning for a celebration as the polls are just closing at this hour. Now, of course, here in this riding, there's Fatima Shaban. She's with the NDP. Diana Filipova with the Conservatives. And so we're going to see how this all shakes down. I was speaking earlier at a polling station with some voters who say that they generally would vote Conservative, though they like Mark Carney, telling me that they feel that he is serious, he means business, and he's going to help them. We're going to have to wait and see how that all shapes up in a short amount of time.
Early results expected shortly. Adrian Gobriel, thank you so much. And CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is in the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne at the Liberal headquarters of Tatiana Auguste. Jen, a single vote separating the Bloc and the Liberals last April. What are voters telling you tonight? And describe the scene for us where you are.
Yeah, earlier this evening, Omar, I heard some volunteers at the polling station. I overheard them. They were talking about the fact that they were planning to be there late into the night counting. That's probably not a scoop. They're expecting it to be quite close, but they were packing snacks, they said, because they felt that it could be quite a late night for them counting those votes. Now, we're here at headquarters where they're expecting to hear the results. There are some MPs milling about here, people waiting for the arrival of some of the results, and so looking closely at that screen. There have been voters at the polling station, a steady trickle, really quite late into the evening tonight. I saw many people just rushing to that polling station, wanting to make that every vote count. And they're saying that they really want this to be a clear winner result. They want to be able to move on from this election. They're saying, they had their say, they want to have their say once more. And they're expecting this to be really quite a tight race, Omar.
All right, I'll pick that one up again. Geneviève Beauchemin reporting from Terrebonne. Thanks, Geneviève. She's talking about how significant the results there could be. We are understanding from Elections Canada that the final results in that riding, because it's so complicated, there's a ballot where you have to write out the name because there's a long list of people who are running. Those results will likely, Elections Canada is saying, come overnight. That we are anticipating something, some form of the results or some portion of them will be released in advance of that. Just cautioning, we might not know by the end of tonight what exactly is happening in Terrebonne. We do anticipate, however, conversely, we will know more about the two Toronto ridings, which again, from a mathematical perspective, are all that the Liberals need in order to form a majority government as of this evening. Let's talk a little bit more about how people are voting ahead of today, because there was some significant advance polling turnout numbers, particularly in that Montreal area riding. Heather Butts and Nick Nanos are here to talk about that.
Vassy, thank you. Yes, these numbers tell such a great story, not just the numbers here on election night, Nick, but the numbers beforehand. Those advance polls really tell a unique story. So we'll take a look at those in these 3 by-election ridings that we are taking a very close look at this evening. Let's stick with the Toronto ridings here, Nick. University Rosedale, Scarborough Southwest, Liberal strongholds. These ridings are not too far apart. They're in the downtown Toronto core, for those not that familiar with the city. Nick, what do you make of these numbers? Around 9,000, 10,000 for Scarborough Southwest.
You know, it's interesting, Heather. Whenever I think of the advance vote, I think of 2 things: brute force organization on the ground and the competitiveness of a riding. And, you know, you meld those 2 things together and they yield very high advance polling numbers as the parties try to get their vote out. And what's clear, at least, is that when we look in those 2 ridings in Ontario, that, you know, it looks, at least, I think, for some voters, that it might not necessarily be as competitive, and that the advance vote is not as high in those 2 ridings.
And if I take a step back here, we take a look at the riding of Terrebonne. 18,200 people showing up for the advance polls. We know that it was just a 1 vote difference last election. What do you make of this?
Well, you know, the thing is what's clear here is that for this particular riding, the organization is strong for both the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Those voters are highly motivated, and it's a competitive race. Vassy was talking about how we might need to wait late to get the results from Elections Canada, and I think a lot of that has to do with how those 2 front-running parties are mobilizing, because the stakes are quite high, not just for Mark Carney and the Liberals. The stakes are very high for Blanchet and the Bloc Québécois, because if they don't win tonight, that's bad news for them.
Nick, we talk so much about getting the vote out, and you talked about boots on the ground, getting people knocking on doors, helping voters get to those polling stations. Typically, with by-elections, the advance polls aren't necessarily as high. This is a pretty significant number. People know it really matters most there.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, the thing is, Heather, is that in many of these by-elections, the voter turnout is not as high, and that's why the advance poll numbers are not as high. But I think Terrebonne is going to be the exception. You know, the thing is, it's still going to be really interesting to look at the results from Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale, but I think Terrebonne is going to be the one that is going to be on tenterhooks tonight, especially until we see the advance polls, because we don't know who will win the advance polls. And when you have 18,000, I think it's about 18% or thereabouts of all the votes that could potentially be cast already in the bag, when that advance poll number comes out, hold on tight, because it's going to give us an indication as to who might have the upper hand in the count.
Okay, hold on tight. Nick Nanos, thank you so much. Omar and Vassy, will send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Heather and Nick. Let's swing over to our strategists. We've talked a lot about the government and other opposition parties, Kathleen, but Nick brings up a good point. The by-election in Terrebonne is very significant for the Bloc Québécois and for the party's leader.
Yeah. I think if there's somebody who really stands to be a loser tonight, it could be the Bloc leader. If he can't hold on to Terrebonne, it will be significant for his party. Remember, when in history have we seen the Supreme Court overturn the results in an election? It is significant for that reason. And while the Bloc, you know, is territory Quebec, they can mass all their resources in that one riding. The Liberals had an advantage in a few ways. They got to call the by-election timing. They had their convention just days before, just this past weekend, where they could mobilize all of those, people to pull the vote, and they could put all the money they wanted to in terms of up to around $300,000 by pulling money from from University of Rosedale, from pulling money from Scarborough Southwest and plowing it into Terrebonne. And I suspect that they did that. It feels like it's going to be, you know, a very close riding, mainly because of this long ballot initiative. But I think it's Blanchet that has the most to lose tonight. Like, certainly we've talked about Pierre Poilievre and what's at stake for him in terms of his leadership. But I think if Blanchet doesn't pull this out, it weakens the bloc.
Let's talk a little bit about the other opposition parties, Shakir. Let's say the Liberals are able to, once we start getting results in, secure a majority. There's, you know, one camp that will say it makes Pierre Poilievre's job a lot harder, particularly in managing his own caucus, which is also already a vulnerability. But there's another that says this actually gives him some time to take advantage and try to capitalize on any shine that wears off, the honeymoon stage or whatever we're calling it. Where do you fall in that?
I think it gives him time, but it's going to be contingent on Mark Carney not delivering on the promises he's putting out there, you know, the government making significant missteps, and we just have to see if that plays out. I think ultimately, James has said this before, Scott has said it before as well, Mark Carney's selling a picture of unity. It's a very positive message, and it seems Canadians are buying that. Pierre has a very hard job. No matter what happens tonight, he's going to be the leader of the official opposition. His job is to oppose, to hold the government to account, and he does that very well, but he does it in a very negative way that can be very off-putting. I think moving forward, in his majority, he still has to hold the government to account, but he has to find a way to shift that tone just slightly, still prosecute his case against the government, but not be overly aggressive where, listen, I'm part of the base. I'm going to vote for the guy no matter what. I'm not the guy you need to persuade. That other swath of Canadians who don't want to see that level of negativity, who don't want to see the over-aggressive tone and the abrasive tone, how do you prosecute your case in the opposition without being that guy? And it's going to be a very tricky dance, but I think that's the next task for him after the government gets a majority.
I think he would argue, and the people around him, Scott, would argue over the past number of weeks, that's what they're trying to do, right? With the speeches that they made in Europe and in the United States, with the podcast appearances, which were very different in tone than the debates that take place in the House of Commons, for example.
I just don't know if it has any effect. I don't know if we can, to be fair to him, expect that it's going to have an effect. For instance, in tonight's vote totals. I mean, they kind of, Scarborough, they came in at 30%, I think. Rosedale, 24. You know, are they going to match those numbers? Terrebonne, obviously, 18 is a critical number. But I'll tell you one thing that I think is complicating for Mark Carney out of all of this. And it also speaks to the issue of time. People say, well, now this is going to give Pierre Poilievre time to, you know, rebrand, wait for the government to fall, that sort of stuff. I think the honeymoon's going to be over for Mark Carney when the war with Trump is over. And one of the challenges that happens about tonight, he gets his majority. People say, that's fine, we can go to sleep, we don't have to think about politics and casting ballots and waiting up all night to see the result for 3 years. I don't think Carney can wait 3 years. He cannot afford to run the next campaign without Trump front and center. So I don't think he's going to call an election this fall. I don't think he's going to call an election maybe next spring. But he's got to call an election sometime in the next couple of years. And I think that's going to be interesting. How does that work now that he has a majority mandate? He wants to get an election while he still has Trump to match up against.
And Scott, as you were speaking, we had some early results come in there from the riding of Terrebonne, and you can see right now that the Liberal Tatiana Auguste has an 11-vote lead, so small lead right now over the Bloc candidate. I want to ask, and either of you can, any of you can take this. Quebec is such a fascinating political case study in this country. We talk about the province every election. What bearing is what's happening provincially in terms of the provincial politics in that country? How is that impacting the race that we're seeing in Terrebonne, if at all? Kathleen, you want to start?
Yeah, well, as you know, the CAQ just elected a new premier on the weekend. They're going to be facing an election themselves later this fall. I think it does impact. I mean, the Bloc weaknesses is tied to the Parti Québécois. They use the same machinery. So I think that's all going to play out in this actual election. Carney is popular in the province of Quebec. But what's fascinating to me is the numbers that Heather and Nick just put out. If, in fact, there was 18,000 advance votes in Terrebonne, that's, you know, a significant amount of the eligible voters, more than you would normally see in by-elections. Normally, by-elections don't have great turnout, right? But there is a good turnout, it sounds like, today in advance polls in that riding because of the significance of the vote, the overturning of the Supreme Court, and just how important this vote means.
Shakir and Scott, any other thoughts?
I just think on the provincial level, you're seeing the PQ that was soaring in the polls, and now they're kind of neck and neck, at least in the horse race numbers with the Liberals. Yeah. I think ultimately people don't want to talk about separatism. They want to know how Canada can work together to combat what's happening in the U.S.
Yeah, it's a codifying effect of Trump again. Suddenly, separatism, slicing ourselves into smaller portions, makes no sense when we have this external threat of Donald Trump, and it's providing a kite for Mark Carney, not a francophone, not somebody that Quebecers would naturally say one of ours, and yet he's becoming more popular.
Vassy, we should clarify at the bottom of our screen we're showing a ticker or a crawl, the standings right now. 172 is, of course, majority, but we should clarify that is elected or leading. And what we're seeing with those early results in Terrebonne is that there is a lead, a small lead right now, but it is still extremely
also very early. Yeah, there's
exactly.
only, I think, 2 polls report, two polls, like the very, very beginning of all of this.
Very preliminary results.
We'll be clear when it's done, and if there is a majority to call, you'll hear it very clearly here.
Absolutely.
First, though, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we're back in a moment with more coverage of the by-elections as more results come in.
I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos.
The polls have closed in 3 by-elections that could determine a majority Liberal government. We are standing by for those results from those 3 ridings, Toronto's University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. And we have some already coming in Terrebonne, Quebec, in the Montreal area.
Of course, the reason that we are glued to the screen, to the ticker at the bottom of your screen right now, is because what happens tonight could secure a majority government for the Liberals, who are currently sitting at 171 seats. But as you can see, they have a slight lead in Terrebonne, the Montreal area riding. And so we've got them elected or leading. It's not official in any way, but that's where, the ticker is at the moment, in 172 seats. If that does become official, they will have secured a majority government.
And where that lead is happening, Vassy, is, of course, in the riding of Terrebonne. CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is standing by at Liberal headquarters of Tatiana Auguste. And so tell me a little bit about the reaction. It is still very early. In fact, Elections Canada, Geneviève, has told us that it could be a very long night. That's what they've told our CTV decision desk. But what are you hearing from people who've gathered where you are?
Well, it appears as though those, of course, would be the early voting results. And so there has been a lot of work that was done on the ground here, a lot of work by the Liberal Party to get out that vote early. So there were hundreds of volunteers that have fanned out across the riding here to try to convince people to go to the polls early. And some of the Liberal Party members are saying that they're very proud of the work that they did in that regard. And that may be reflected in some of these early results that are coming in so far, because so much work was put into it. And at the time, of course, this was before we saw all this floor crossing action. And so a lot of people were saying that at that point it was such a consequential election. They're still saying it was an important election. They still want this riding. They say, of course, that they were very proud of flipping it, taking it away from the Bloc Québécois. And so they still are working the ground here. They were still working very hard into the day today, saying that they really want to get the vote out as much as possible. But some of those results so far could be those early voting results. And that could reflect, as I say, just how many people were knocking on doors, how many ministers were in this riding, dozens of them just going door to door to try to convince people of the Terrebonne riding to go out and vote.
Right, Genevieve, thank you. And CTV's Matt Gilmore is in the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne as well, but at the Bloc Québécois headquarters of Nathalie Sinclair-Desgagnés. And Matt, you know, we know that every single vote does count. And in fact, the Bloc candidate made this part of her campaign slogan. She said that une voix qui compte. It seems as though this could be a pretty long night. We're already hearing celebrations, it sounds like, behind you.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the screen, so I'm not 100% sure what happened, but I will just take a quick look, and it looks like, based on the results that they have displayed on the screen, that Sinclair-Desgagnés has just jumped in front of the Liberal candidate. So, you know, you were mentioning it's very early and that the Liberals had a brief lead there. There's a lot of confidence still in this room that it is very early and that it's sort of going to go back and forth throughout the night. When this election took place in the fall, the general election, remember, it was decided by just one vote. And so it's a very close race, and it will be interesting to see now, several months removed from that original race, how the sentiment regarding Mark Carney's performance has changed over time, whether there's more support for him or less. The Bloc Québécois has been, you know, originally when this was potentially going to be a decider, they were saying vote for us to prevent the minority. Now they're saying vote with your heart, hoping that people vote for the Bloc Québécois in this one.
And I imagine we'll be seeing that seesawing as those results come in through the evening. Right now, a single vote separating the Bloc Québécois candidate and the Liberal candidate. So it is a very tight race, and we were expecting that heading into tonight. Matt, thank you so much. Let's bring in Adrian Gabriel in the downtown Toronto riding of Scarborough Southwest at the headquarters of Liberal Dolly Begum. Adrian.
Starting to fill up here as people are awaiting what many hope will be a win for Dolly Begum. Now, speaking with people at a polling station just across the street, actually, earlier today, and hearing mixed reviews. You know, hearing some saying that they normally vote Conservative, though that they feel that Mark Carney is serious, that he means business, and he will push through an agenda that they believe is favorable. Others saying they don't like candidates who flip-flop. Dolly Begum, of course, flipped. She was a provincial NDP, MPP, the deputy leader of Ontario's NDP party at Queen's Park. She left Merritt Stiles and the provincial NDP, came over to the Liberals. She's the candidate tonight. This has been a Liberal stronghold for many, many years. Bill Blair, of course, holding this one for more than 10 years before taking on a post in the United Kingdom. And just moments ago was also speaking with Liberal MP Michael Couteau. He says he's been knocking on the doors. He says he feels the momentum tonight here in Scarborough Southwest. We're going to have to wait and see what the vote tells us.
And Adrian, as you were speaking, we had a screen there that showed that Dolly Begum actually had a 42-vote lead. Again, want to caution our viewers that this is still early, but this is one of the Liberal strongholds that we've been talking about all evening. A 42-vote lead over her Conservative rival. Of course, supporters of Dolly Begum will be hoping for that to hold through the evening. We'll be checking in that riding periodically throughout the evening. Over now to the Toronto riding of University Rosedale, where we find CTV's Heather Wright at the Liberal headquarters of Danielle Martin. Danielle Martin, of course, Heather, a former, or a physician, I should say, current physician. What are you hearing from people there?
They're feeling good. I mean, this is quite a party atmosphere, Omar. The food is being passed. The drinks are flowing. We heard a little while ago from sort of the host of the evening, hoping that this is going to be a celebratory evening. Yet now, you mentioned Danielle Martin. She is a physician. She's a healthcare executive. She gained a lot of attention back in 2014 when she testified at a U.S. subcommittee meeting in the United States Senate, really touting the benefits of universal health care. She's a proponent of pharmacare, and so this is the candidate for the Liberals in this by-election. This is the party. They're hoping it's going to be a celebratory one. Some of the other candidates she's running against, Don Hodgson with the Conservatives. He is a business owner in the mortgage industry. Serena Purdy with the NDP, and Andrew Massey with the Greens. Now, as we've talked about all night, Omar, this is one of the ridings tonight that is considered a stronghold. But one thing we are going to be watching for are those vote numbers. Now, we know that advanced polls, advanced voting for this riding were down. We'll have to wait and see which party was able to mobilize their supporters the most as they continue to count these ballots.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And Vassy, the poll's closing about a half an hour ago, and we are getting some of those early results. If viewers are just joining us now, let's recap some of those ridings.
Yeah, we're getting some results in Scarborough Southwest. So we had some of our colleagues reporting there from Byelections. Oh, actually, what you're looking at right now is Terrebonne instead. So we're getting some ridings from Terrebonne, some polls reporting from Terrebonne at this moment.
A single vote there.
Yeah, again, the story of the last election was a single vote clinched the win, and the same thing is happening right now. We've got about 2% in that riding of the polls reporting with that. And then here you've got Scarborough Southwest, where we've got even fewer polls reporting. I think at this point 1.5%, and you've got a 42 vote lead for Dolly Begum over, as you mentioned before, her Conservative opponent. And then finally, we're looking to University Rosedale, where Danielle Martin is running. So far, we have no results in. The latest I checked, at least on the Elections Canada website, showed me that that was a fact. We can roll through that in a moment. We've got some more votes there for Dolly Begum coming in, some more polls reporting. And yeah, you can see that so far no polls reporting yet in University Rosedale, but we are anticipating they will come in fairly short order. No anticipated delays outside of Terrebonne at this point. Lots of advance votes they're able to count early in the Quebec riding.
And Vassy, as you mentioned, this is still very preliminary, still very early. We know from Elections Canada it could be a particularly long night in Terrebonne, but if you looked at those earlier screens, it showed how many of the polls were reporting, and in several cases, you know, there were one or maybe two polls reporting.
It's all less than 5%.
Exactly. So it's still, especially in Terrebonne, could be a long night. And we just want to also clarify, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see that the Liberals are elected or leading in 172. That does not mean that CTV has yet declared a majority government, but they are elected or leading, we should say. And so that's why that number is at 172. But that call, and trust me, you will know when that call is made. If the Liberals get a majority, you'll know about that. But if, in case you're wondering why that number is at 172 right now, that is the reason. Let's head over to Sandy Ronaldo and the political panel. Sandy, the story right now is pretty much playing out as we anticipated.
Okay, now, Omar, we are prepared to make a call. Right. It is completely unofficial. We have no results. But Nathan Cullen here said he has the solution.
We're going back to the Supreme Court, I believe. That one vote victory is going to happen again. What are the odds? Calshi did not have it on its markets, but it's actually that advanced vote is most interesting to me in Quebec.
Okay.
Because of what Scott and others talked about. If resources were really poured in for the advance, particularly by the Liberals, but probably by the Bloc as well. Advances sometimes don't tell you what the result really is going to be, but sometimes they're very indicative. And if the advance are the first things we see, which is what we're expecting out of Quebec, and the Bloc are holding or doing well, then I think the prediction of them being able to get that seat back is much stronger, given all of the effort of those hundreds of Liberal volunteers, et cetera, et cetera. That'll be an interesting play. But imagine if it came down to one vote again.
Wouldn't that
only
be
in Canada.
something?
Just, yeah, fantastic.
Marco, you're itching to say something about voter turnout.
Yeah, I mean, I think in Toronto it is playing out as expected, but the one exception is what's going on in Terrebonne. And if I took down the note right, it's that the total advanced poll turnout was 18,200, which is just shy of the same total number of advanced polls that were cast in the 2025 general election. Now, why is that important? Because you would expect a proportionate drop-off to equal roughly the turnout of the vote in a by-election, which hovers around 30 to 40%. So this number is about 90% of what the turnout was in the general election. I think that that speaks to what was described earlier, the brute force of the organization on the ground. And it is very true that the Liberal Party were pouring volunteers, ministers,
money,
caucus colleagues, and let's not forget, just coming out of the convention where there were roughly 4,500 people there, I know there were a lot of buses that were going back and forth there. So I think it speaks to clearly the motivation for the party to hold the riding. And I think on the flip side, there is also the potential that the Bloc is also using un vote qui compte, you know, the Supreme Court nullification as a way to give voice to French language, French culture, you know, the need to have a voice and a check and balance in Parliament. So as the results start to pour in more, we'll get a sense of whether or not this is going to be indeed razor tight, or whether or not we could be in for a bit of a surprise.
Okay, but I thought I did hear you say that the Liberals might take it?
Well, I think it speaks to just how much motivation there is. But I don't think there's anybody taking it for granted at all. It certainly seems that there's been a big push to get many, many votes out in the advance poll. What will matter is obviously today as well. I mean, there's still the lion's share of the vote on election day, and that's the moment that we're living in right now. So we'll see, but I think that is a number that certainly raises an eyebrow, and I think as the night plays out, we'll see where it goes.
Okay, James.
Well, I was going to say, Terrebonne's a very interesting riding. Think of the riding historically. Now, the margins of the riding have changed a little bit over the years as a result of redistribution and all that. Terrebonne, in contemporary history, it went progressive. It was liberal in the 1960s and 70s. It was progressive conservative in '88 over free trade. It's been a Bloc Québécois riding basically since the Bloc Québécois has been contesting campaigns since 1993. There was one deviation from that with Jack Layton and his Orange Wave in 2011. It was held by the New Democrats for one term, and then it went back. But so, like, I think in the normal order of things, in the normal order of Canadian politics in the last 20 or 30 years, Terrebonne probably would be like the 200th riding that the Liberals would win. Liberals shouldn't win Terrebonne historically. They don't historically win it. They don't. It says something about the shifts that have happened on the ground there as a consequence of global affairs and people being prepared to consider new options as a result of the perceived threat of Donald Trump, the real threat of Donald Trump, and also the shakeup in Quebec provincial politics, where you have 5 political parties that all have reasonable bases of support that are all in play there. So this is a district that's gone Liberal, Bloc Québécois, and Progressive Conservative.
And no floor crossers yet from Quebec.
But from the Bloc? Now that would be a story.
They would be taken. But we were saying earlier that if the Liberals are successful in this riding, a lot of it will be due to Mr. Carney. Then I'm not saying this, and don't take it the wrong way, but the reverse is also true. If the Bloc are able to hold it despite Mr. Carney's popularity, then that's just something to take note of, that the personality of the leadership matters to a point. And as James said, this is a very diverse riding, but it has a very strong history. And I think the Bloc's strategy, frankly, was quite smart in this riding. And how great for those of us who care about democracy, when we talk to so many voters who say, oh, my vote never counts, who cares? We'll always say, remember Terrebonne. Every single time you vote, it could be consequential. It's good for us who believe in this whole system.
Omar, Vassy, back to you.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much. Let's bring in Heather, CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin, who is in that Montreal riding of Terrebonne right now. And we've been talking about the Liberal organization leading up to today. Cabinet ministers who went there, the people that the Liberals brought in to stump for Tatiana Auguste. Jen, you're with Mélanie Joly right now, I see.
Absolutely. Minister Joly, tell me a little bit about how much work the Liberals put into this riding.
A lot, actually. We're very proud of the work we've done. I think the ballot question was clear. The ballot question was who can provide stability in a world of instability and a much more chaotic and divided world. And we know that the answer to that is Prime Minister Carney and obviously our government. We also had a very strong candidate, Tatiana Auguste, that had also past experience in the House of Commons for the last year. She was also able to get support from many of her caucus members. She actually, became a very strong candidate as the days were going on, and I'm really, really proud of her. And so, yes, we put everything we had in this riding, in the sense that more than 700 volunteers, a lot of different MPs getting involved, and you know, it's going to be difficult until the end. But you know, we're hoping for the best. It's a very historically block riding here.
Well, indeed, but you know, earlier on, this was perhaps the majority hinged on this particular riding. Things have changed now.
Yeah.
What does it mean to still hold on to this riding at this point? Does it mean less now that it's not quite that significant here?
Every vote counts, and every seat counts. So we will never take anything for granted. And we know that, you know, when it comes to a majority or minority, it has never been really the conversation here. It was much more, who is the right person for these times? We're in a pivotal time in our country. We need to be able also to have the right person and with the right government, with the right representation to support workers dealing with the impacts of the trade war. One thing that is really important for viewers to understand is right here in Terrebonne, there are a lot of people that are working in the steel transformation industry. They've been impacted by the tariffs, jobs, layoffs, and at the same time, lots of businesses trying to pivot. There's also an important defense. General Dynamics is here, so just nearby, there's a defense industry that is bit by bit reviving, and so what is the entire plan of our government is actually having clear impacts here in this riding. So that's why it was important for us to be able also to convey the message linked to the fact that, you know, there are lots of things we can't control in the world, but we can control how we build a strong economy, and also we protect jobs, and that's, I think, will be the, you know, what we'll see tonight. But I don't want to take anything for granted, but I think that it will go well.
Although I did hear you say, you know, it's a traditional block riding, it's a long-standing block riding. Is that an admission that it might be tough?
Well, it is tough. You know, last time the results were one vote difference. What else can I tell you? You know, and the Supreme Court took its decision. Of course, we respected the justice's decision, and so that's why there was a new election called. And so we got involved very much. And I think also Terrebonne is a riding, for those who don't necessarily know the geography of Montreal, is a bit out at the outskirts, on the outskirts of Montreal. It is very much more changing as Montreal and Quebec is changing. And so the second generation of first immigrants coming to Quebec, a very important community from Haiti, also from Northern Africa. And so things are changing in across the country, particularly also here. And so I think also, I think that could be actually very favorable in general for a candidate that is from the Asian community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
All right, that's Geneviève Beauchemin with Minister of Industry Melanie Joly. They're standing by in Terrebonne. Very competitive riding. We're going to swing over to another riding, perhaps less competitive. We've got no results in yet, but certainly an expectation that the Liberals will be able to hold this riding that they've held now for the last 10 years. Heather Wright is over in University Rosedale with another minister, this one for artificial intelligence, Evan Solomon. Over to you, Heather.
Hi, Vassy. Yes, I'm here with Evan Solomon. A year ago, you were elected to office. Did you think that there might be a by-election a year later that could determine a majority government?
You know, first of all, we've got three great candidates tonight. And, you know, before anybody's thinking about what the result of that is, we got to win the by-elections. It's teams work hard. Here, Danielle Martin, I canvassed with her. I know Danielle. She's a doctor, you know. She's a world-class physician. She's lived in the community. She's done great work. And in Terrebonne, Tatiana's fantastic. That's going to be a hard-fought race. And then, of course, I've been with Dolly in Scarborough Southwest. The thing is, in any campaign, you get your head down. You just are trying to win the riding. The community's got to get to know you, and the focus on this is not about what the overall result is. You got to win today. And look at this crowd. There's a great team of volunteers, and I think they're focused on tonight. What's going to happen? We'll see, but it's going to happen at the ballot box. That's the key.
But with a majority, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. If the Liberals do win a majority, life does get a little bit easier when it comes to governing. We know that the Prime Minister is going to make an announcement tomorrow about cost of living. I mean, what do the priorities become, or do they stay the same if there is a Liberal government majority?
You know, we are governing, and I think the Prime Minister is leading to build this country strong. He says it every day, to empower citizens, to protect the things that we love, our public health care, which is what Danielle will help to do, our communities. That plan is not going to change. The Prime Minister likes to say, no games, we're doing this. There's no, as he said, we're not proroguing. We are governing together to lead the country in as nonpartisan, as non-divisive a way as possible. We're trying to unite people, and I think people are coming to his message. They're responding to a message that is really not about political games and partisanship. It's about building. It's about building affordable homes. It's about protecting our health care. It's about building up our military. It's about building major projects. It's about launching the community fund. None of that's going to change. Canadians have seen the strategy. They know what Prime Minister Carney does, and that message is only going to continue. Do we want, obviously, to win these three? Absolutely, and they're great candidates. But to me, the message is about unity, and it's an invitation to all Canadians to build together. And, you know, if you vote Liberal, great. If you don't, you're still part of this country to build together, unite together, and work together. And that's what the foundational message has been, is, and will be.
There are rumors as many as 9 other MPs might be looking to join the Liberal caucus. What do you say to critics of floor crossers and of the government? Some have said, you know, perhaps floor crossers shouldn't be accepted into government. What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, whatever happens tonight is going to happen at the ballot box. I think that's a really core message for Canadians, whatever outcome for a minority or a majority government. Floor crossing is a long tradition in our democracy. It's been accepted by the Conservatives, the Liberals. This has happened. There will be opportunities, obviously, at the ballot box in any federal election to respond to the movement of an MP. But it is a testament that what the Prime Minister is doing, this unifying message, people want to be part of. There are people that have crossed the floor that said, you know what, I don't want to tear down, I want to build up. I like his message of unity. I like the fact that he's focused on buying Canadian. I like what he's doing on cost of living and affordability. So they want to join. And again, voters, they're serving their communities. They represent their communities, and they will face the ballot box. But it is a long and established tradition. Conservatives have accepted it. And, you know, if people want to join Mr. Carney's mission, this is about unity. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. And I think, you know, are there more conversations going on? Absolutely. There's conversations all the time with people, and that's a good thing.
All right, Evan Solomon, the Minister of AI, Digital Innovation and Economic Development for Southern Ontario.
Wow, I got it right. Title.
Back to you guys.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And in case any of our viewers are wondering right now, hey, we have results from Terrebonne, early results coming in. We've got results coming in from Scarborough Southwest. Why don't we have results coming in from University of Rosedale? We put that question to Elections Canada. Elections Canada is basically saying they don't know why, but they're saying that those results should be coming in a few minutes' time. So for the full transparency, that's what they're telling us. So that's what we're telling you. But their assurances are that those results from University of Rosedale, where Heather Wright was just speaking to us, those results should be coming in momentarily. Let's go right now to Scarborough Southwest and to Adrienne Gabriel, who's at the headquarters for Liberal Dali Begum, who is increasing her lead. Adrienne, what's the atmosphere like?
Oh, The atmosphere is quite jovial here. That lead that you're just talking about there, those early numbers we're seeing come in right now, Omar, are what many here have been expected. Dolly Begum is a well-known commodity here in Scarborough Southwest, though not with the Liberal Party, with the NDP, the provincial NDP, where just recently she was the deputy leader at Queen's Park here in Toronto. She, of course, flipped. She came over to the Liberal Party. I've been speaking to some of those who've been knocking on doors recently. They say that they've heard a lot of support for the Liberal Party here in this riding over the last number of days. They're really feeling that momentum. Now, interestingly as well, I was also speaking with Liberal MP Michael Couteau, who's a neighboring MP here in Scarborough, and I asked him, Dolly Begum is from, traditionally an NDP left-leaning politician. Just a couple days ago, we had a Conservative, Marilyn Goudou, crossover. I asked him if there's a concern as the Liberal Party casts a wide net that they could potentially be alienating some voters. He said he didn't think so. He said that's proof and point that Mark Carney is governing. He can cross the floor, that he can work with people from a diverse background, diverse political background. And tonight, right here this evening, they are waiting. The stage is set behind me, and they are anticipating a Liberal win here very soon, Omar.
All right, Adrian, as you were speaking, Dolly Begum has maintained her lead. Again, still very early. I believe I saw only 5 polls of the 188 actually who were reporting in that riding. So a lead for Dolly Begum, but still very early. We're going to take a quick break right now. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. As we have been mentioning, the polls have closed, and we are getting those early results, except for University of Rosedale, which Elections Canada has told us should be will be put into the system momentarily, and we'll bring that to you. Time now for a quick break. We'll be right back. Special Federal By-Elections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos.
The polls have closed in 3 by-elections that could determine a majority Liberal government. We have our first results coming in from those 3 ridings right now. These are the first results, Vassy, from University of Rosedale. They were a little bit delayed, but we are getting a little bit of a snapshot there right now.
Yeah, as promised, Elections Canada now does have some very preliminary results in, and no surprise there, Danielle Martin, the Liberal candidate, with an early lead. Same thing in Scarborough Southwest, where Dolly Begum Begum, formerly the leader, the deputy leader rather, of the Ontario NDP provincial party, with a sizable lead over her Conservative competitor. And then finally, the big contest of the night in the Montreal, the third biggest suburb of Montreal, Terrebonne, where we see the Bloc candidate now just pull ahead by 1 vote, as was the case the other way around in the last election. So this is a very hotly contested riding, still extremely early. You will see, and I know you've cautioned before, at the bottom of our screen, we're showing 173 seats for the Liberals. We have not declared either of the seats that would give them a majority government at this point. They're just elected or leading. It's kind of the way our system works. And so that's what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. But right now, no pronouncements have been made. It's still far too early with the number of polls reporting.
They came in before tonight at 171. They are leading in the 2 Toronto ridings, which is why that number is at 173. But look at that number in Terrebonne right now. The lead is only 1 vote between the Bloc candidate and the Liberal candidate. So we're not able to say whether they're leading there right now. It's simply too early. CTV's Matt Gilmore is in Terrebonne right now at the Bloc Québécois headquarters of Nathalie Sinclair Desgagnés. It is so tight right now. Tell us, Matt, who you're with.
I'm with MP Christine Normandin. She's MP for Saint-Jean, just south of Montreal, and we're here to sort of talk about how the Bloc is feeling today so far.
Pretty optimistic, always cautiously optimistic. Of course, we knew from the start that it would be a tight race. We know that we'll be going to bed quite late, but we are quite confident that we'll go to bed with a smile. So that's something that we could feel on the ground while doing door-to-door canvassing. The people telling us that they would vote for the Bloc did it with enthusiasm. They were smiling. Some of them told us, well, we didn't vote last time, or we didn't vote for you, but we won't miss it this time. We'll be behind you. You can count on us. So it was a very enthusiastic response, so it gives us optimism for tonight.
To miss out by just 1 vote last time around, and now to be having the opportunity to redo this campaign, what different approaches is the Bloc Québécois taking this time around?
Well, I think the circumstances themselves are quite different. Back in 2025, one of the questions was who will be speaking to Trump, who will be his counterpart. That's not a question anymore. We already know the color of the government. And in the beginning of the campaign this time, one of the questions was the majority. It faded with people crossing the floor. So it gave us space to really talk about the issues, the local issues that people have at heart. Housing, the elderly, the high-speed rail. That was something that we heard quite a lot about. So it gave us space to really talk about things that mattered to people. So it was a different campaign than last time.
And I guess, like, what kind of support and what kind of enthusiasm? Talk a little bit about that kind of what you're hearing from voters when you go door to door.
It was really optimistic, and I think we could see from the participation rate, it was quite high for a by-election, and people really knew the importance of voting this time, so they were enthusiastic, and we were confident that they would indeed go out and vote. So it was a very positive campaign, very local. In our case, we were the only one to have a platform to discuss the local issues. So I think it was a good visit card for us, and I'm pretty sure it will make a difference in the end.
If the Bloc does win this seat back from the Liberals, it's a seat that you've held for a very long time. To lose it and then to win it back, what would that mean for the party going forward?
It would mean an extra voice in the Parliament, a voice for Terrebonne and a voice for Quebec, instead of having a voice for the government in Terrebonne. That's going to make a big difference. And one of the things also that was mentioned from door to door was that the level of service provided by Nathalie Sinclair Desgagnés she was in office was very good. A lot of people told us, well, I had an issue, I had a problem, she fixed it, she listened, she was really, she was on the ground, she was listening, she was present. So that's going to be a great addition to the caucus, but also a lovely gain for the population. And that's really what we're aiming for, a stronger voice for Quebec, for French, for culture, for secularism, for everything that represents Quebec.
And of course, she's not a stranger to the caucus, so she was with you guys for the last 4 years. And what would it mean to have her back personally?
Oh, it will be great. She was one of the MPs working on issues that are still discussed in the House right now. For example, the Curam system, which is costing 4 times what it was supposed to be. She was one of the first ones to raise the flag on this. So there's still files was going on that she digged in the first place. So it's going to be a great addition. She's going to work as hard as she did the first mandate. We know that for sure. So we'll be happy to have her back.
I want to ask you about the energy in this room. Before we came on, you were sort of telling me that there are people from not just here in Terrebonne, but from all over.
Yeah, there's a lot of people coming from everywhere, and we could see that during the campaign. I was in the local, the electoral local quite a few times. All the members for the bloc came 4, 5, 6 times at least doing door-to-door. But a lot of people from outside as well, by themselves, wanted to be here. And I think it meant something since it was so tight last time, and losing by a vote and having Nathalie fight in the Supreme Court, I think it gave energy to a lot of people, and they wanted to be to the level of the effort she put in the case fighting for democracy. So that I think it appealed to a lot of people, and maybe that's why we're so numerous tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the fact that perhaps the broader geopolitical question is not as important. I remember when those stories came out about the one vote and the mail-in ballots and the errors. I came and spoke to voters at that time in the area, and they spoke a lot about how it had changed their view a little bit and maybe would have changed their votes. How much do you think that whole scandal that went on impacted the way people think about this election this time around?
I think it will have it had an impact. People talked about that to us when we were just discussing in general with them, and I think it was more important this time during this election that they came out to vote. They knew that someone had fought for their right to vote, for every vote to count during the election, and I think they wanted to be up to that exercise that was done by Nathalie, and maybe they feel that this election is a bit different, and they feel maybe more like they need to express their vote since it was so hardly fought for. So I think it will make a difference as well, and we can already see it in the participation rate.
Christine Normandin, thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Matt. And we do want to tell you a little bit about that ticker on the bottom of your screen. We're now almost an entire year, a year after the last election, an hour since polls closed. So we are getting some very preliminary numbers in. And in both the Toronto area ridings of University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest, the Liberal candidates do hold leads. There are few polls reporting, so we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5% of polls reporting right now. But the lead is tracking, the lead they're holding is tracking with expectations. In Terrebonne, in Quebec, we're not anticipating, full results for a number of hours, at the very least, according to Elections Canada, because it is, as you just heard in that interview, a very tightly contested race. But we are getting some more results in right now. They had been just divided by a single vote until moments ago, and now they're divided by 60 or so votes. We've got the Bloc in the lead in the riding with a number of polls reporting, but certainly not the full picture. So we'll continue tracking those results as they come in. Let's bring in our strategists, Kathleen Monk, Shakir Chambers, and Scott Reed. Scott, I'll start with you. Both Mélanie Joly, the minister interviewed, and then Christiane Normandin, the deputy leader, both of them expressing a lot of optimism that things are going to go their way. What did you take from what they told our reporters?
Yeah, since these numbers are so preliminary, let's just dive into straight speculation and alchemy.
That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. Yeah, that's what you're here for.
I really detected a lot of optimism and confidence coming off of Mélanie Joly. Like, Mel was really sounding to me like someone who was preparing for the arguments as to how they won the riding. She was very careful, so take nothing for granted, giving all the qualifications, but did not strike me as someone who was talking as though she expected to lose, someone who expected to win. Obviously, it's almost impossible to get any kind of eyeball on Terrebonne because there's such a small number of votes, and they're only coming from the advanced polls. But that was the vibe that I got. I personally will be surprised. I know Marco, he crawled into, his doghouse there when he was asked for a prediction. I really will be surprised if the Liberals don't win Terrebonne, just given the sheer force of organizational effort that they've thrown at it, and the fact that they've got some popularity at
and
their
that's a 180 on what he said earlier in the show. I'm like, I just want to point that out.
Real-time fact checks.
Literal 180. But that's the thing about this kind of these advanced polls. Listen, I remember, claiming in the 2015, trying to cling on to a Newfoundland riding because there were advanced polls and we just couldn't call the riding yet. But it didn't end up going our way. That was Jack Harris's at the time, but they can be tricky. But this phenomenal number of advanced polls really does make it seem like it's a bit of a Liberal shoe-in. And you've got to give it to Mark Carney, you know, not called yet, but he's been so politically effective at expanding his power without actually having to trigger a full general election. Because that was, you know, a possibility for him. Remember, the government could trigger an election themselves. We are in a minority. And the polls would say, Nick would say, that in fact, if he did say, he would get a stomping majority. But he built this advantage, first of all, through the floor crossers. Now, looks like tonight, through these by-election wins, and will form his majority this way.
Do you think that means, I mean, Scott touched on this earlier, but do you think that means if, in fact, this plays out as the polls are leading or indicated that will be the case, Shakir, that a general election is off the table?
I think if Carney gets the majority, there won't be an election until 2029, you know, the next scheduled election. I think they're going to work with their majority. As long as there's no one that leaves the Liberal Party for whatever reasons and brings it back down a few seats, I think we're good till 2029. I would just say to Scott's point, I didn't get the arrogance that he's talking about from Jolie, or the confidence.
He'd call it confidence, yeah.
Hubris, swagger.
I mean, when Evan Solomon spoke, and then the person in Scarborough Southwest, they try to be very humble, like, oh, we feel good, and, you know, we'll see what happens. But they know they're going to win those two ridings. It's pretty obvious they're going to win those two ridings. Terrebonne is the one that we have to be concerned about, and I think in that riding in particular, we'll see how it plays out, but it seems like everybody's very, very motivated, and I think Nathan made the point. In that riding in particular, your vote counts. You know, if there's any writing indicative of every vote counts, it's Terrebonne. And so we'll see how it plays out. But there's clearly a very high level of motivation from the Liberal side and the Bloc side. I heard Nick Nano say earlier he's looking at the Conservative number to see motivation. I don't think it matters in that riding at all. I think there's two parties that are really battling to win, and we'll see how those voters turn out at the end of the day.
I listened also very closely to Minister Solomon say this is going to happen at the ballot box, right? Again, circling back to the idea that the Liberals tonight want to say we got our majority through the exercise of democracy, not through, you know, the backroom deals that the Conservatives are accusing us of. There's some truth to that, but some part of it is they wouldn't be crossing this threshold without those floor crossers.
And they also wouldn't be winning these by-elections if some of the same dynamics that maybe led to the floor crossers coming over were in place. So that's their talking point for tonight. It's sensible. You don't want to look arrogant. And you do want to emphasize that there's been votes cast by Canadians that have taken you to this point. But they're going to get their majority. We can see that now. I mean, we've even posted it, not confirmed, but we're posting that number, which takes you into majority territory. And I think very quickly they're going to move off of that. It isn't so much about whether you have the majority after tonight. It is going to be the discussion we were having earlier. What are you going to do with it? And how are you going to operate it?
And do you feel like that number is important? Because Shakir was mentioning, Kathleen, like, do people, like, the number has to stay static, but we know Jonathan Wilkinson, for example, out in BC is likely headed to a diplomatic post fairly soon, so then they're down a count, and then what, you know what I mean? Like,
for sure, it's a very Smith, who will be potentially running for the Ontario Liberals. Boularice, exactly.
Like that number quickly changes.
It constantly changes, right. So the thing is, the Liberals wanted to avoid the framing that was being put on these floor crossers. The accusation was that they were being opportunistic or potentially anti-democratic by forming a majority this way. And so this by-election opportunity this evening gives them the opportunity to basically say, no, we didn't do it through backroom deals, we did it through democracy, and then, you know, if the rumors are true, they'll get a whole other swath of floor crossers, which will be the padding that they need, the margin that they needed of error when they have these resignations that are frankly planned and the regular departures that will happen over the course of an election. But we have to see like what Carney does next, and we know that there's a spring economic statement coming soon that will likely be coming up in the next 2 weeks. How will the Liberals form the narrative around that? Will they have new policy drops in the coming weeks to show that this new majority government potentially is moving fast for Canadians?
And we don't know officially if they have that majority government, but certainly as we look at some of these preliminary results, Omar, it is giving the impression, even though there's you know, not a huge percentage of polls reporting, the lead is so sizable in both of the Toronto ridings that it looks very much headed in that direction.
Yeah, we're we're seeing more of those polls reporting in the 3 by-elections. Terrebonne, of course, will be the one to watch, but you can see there that the lead between the Bloc candidate and the Liberal has expanded somewhat. Nathalie Sinclair-Desgagnés has 231 vote lead. There are 13 polls out of 211 that are reporting in Terrebonne at the moment. And Vassy, as you were mentioning, the lead growing for the Liberals in those 2 Toronto ridings of Scarborough Southwest and University Rosedale. So we will be, of course, tracking this extremely closely in the minutes to come. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back to a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos. The polls have closed in 3 ridings, and results are coming in. They closed about an hour ago. They're starting to trickle in. Let's take a look at some of those results.
Here's a look at Terrebonne right now, which is where all the political drama is tonight. You can see the Bloc Québécois candidate there has a 68-vote lead, so still very early. 15 polls out of 211 reporting there. Scarborough Southwest, which is, of course, the riding that was held by Bill Blair, who is now Canada's High Commissioner to the UK. Dolly Begum, the Liberal candidate, has a 793-vote lead. And then finally, we'll move over to University of Rosedale, where earlier tonight, the results were sort of delayed. Elections Canada doesn't know why, but you can see those results now. 1,300, almost 1,400 vote lead for the Liberal Danielle Martin. And CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin is standing by in the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne, and she's with the Liberal Health Minister right now, Marjorie Michel, who shares the Haitian heritage of the Liberal candidate in that riding, Tatiana Auguste. Jen.
And we were talking about that, actually. We were talking about the Haitian community in the riding here. Tell me about, you've been going door to door, talking to people. What are they telling you? What were they telling you about this race?
Oh, well, people were talking much more about the cost of living and the general situation around the world, you know, the war. The last 2 weeks, it was about the fuel. People were talking a lot about, you know, the cost of fuel. But I have to say also that a lot of people, the ones who are watching politics, because not everybody knew even that there were an election in the riding, but those watching politics, they were very often saying that Prime Minister Carney is a reassuring Prime Minister, that they feel safe with Prime Minister Carney. So I think there's a sense of Prime Minister giving them comfort that he's doing the right thing for now, you know.
We're seeing that the Bloc candidate has some votes ahead. It's early still, but you were saying it's stressful. You were saying that you're on edge tonight.
Well, you know, it's stressful because, you know, it's we had an MP and now we want her back. And, you know, it's, of course, it's stressful, but I know also that, you know, this riding was a Bloc Québécois riding since 1980. We won it last time. We had a fantastic candidate, an MP, and we worked the ground the more we could.
Do you think that it changed the race, that it was likely to be a majority without the Terrebonne riding? Did it change a little bit people's comforts, where they might be able to go back to their, you know, their first love of the Bloc Québécois?
I think yes, some people. I think some people would do that because as soon as they know that we already got our majority, you know, without Terrebonne, it could change. But I could say, you know, you cannot win only with people changing their minds. We also found here a lot of liberals, people who didn't vote even in 2025 because they were liberal and they knew it was going to be Bloc. And this time they said, well, we understood and we will go to the polls. So this is why I feel, yes, it is a real race, you know.
And you're talking about the sort of bread and butter issues that people were talking about. What kind of other, I mean, there are concerns about the high speed train. Are local issues, did those take over, or really it was the overarching?
I would say the global issues took over the local ones. Some people were asking questions sometimes about the municipal. They didn't know, you know, it's always very complex for people to know exactly what's federal, provincial, municipal. So we had a number of things like this, but globally I would say the cost of living and the global anxiety was one of the major topics.
You talked about the fact that this is a traditional Bloc Québécois riding, has been so for so many years. Of course, it was redesigned, there were changes, but still, overall, a Bloc Québécois riding. Almost 90% of people in this riding are francophones. That's changing, you think? Could it help tonight with the results for the Liberal Party?
Well, I can tell you the demographic in Terrebonne is changing, and that could help the Liberal Party of Canada for sure, because we talk to this electorate, and they see themselves in us. So I think it can help. Is it going to be enough to win? I don't know.
We're seeing up by one. Oh, up by one again. I guess it could.
Well, you know, anyway, I would say Tatiana was a fantastic candidate, and she was a fantastic MP, and really, this is what people are talking a lot about majority, minority. Now we are majority. But for me, you know, it's like bringing Tatiana back to Ottawa. For me, it's really important because she's young. She learned the job. She was fantastic. And as a Quebecer also, I want to keep my Quebec caucus back to Ottawa.
Thank you so much. I guess it will be a long night. I know you'll still be on edge. I can through the night, as you've told me that. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Geneviève. That's Geneviève Beauchemin with the Federal Health Minister, Marjorie Michel. And we've got some results coming in from all ridings. You can see there the riding of Terrebonne still very close. It keeps going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberal candidate, which is exactly how close we thought it would be. In the riding of Scarborough Southwest, a different story. The Liberal candidate, Dolly Begum, there with a sizable lead, even though there are still a minority of polls reporting a sizable lead over her closest competitor. That's where we find Adrian Gabriel. He's at Dolly Begum's headquarters in the riding of Scarborough Southwest. Things getting loud there, I see by the look on your face there, Adrian.
Yeah, that's right, Vassy. Yeah, the music is blaring. The celebration started early, though. It is still very early in the count. We still do not have a winner yet, as you've just shared with our viewers across the country, though individuals have been piling in here tonight. lots of Liberal supporters who've been knocking on doors for Dolly Begum have been arriving. They've been telling me that over the last number of days, as they've been knocking on doors, they've felt that momentum. They felt that support from many here in Scarborough Southwest. Interestingly, former Toronto Mayor John Tory, who historically was a card-carrying Conservative, he was on the campaign trail with Dolly Begum over the weekend. And, she crossed over from the provincial NDP. She was the deputy leader of the provincial NDP as an MPP. She said she wanted to join Mark Carney's government. She wanted to work with him. She felt that she could do the most to help people in Scarborough Southwest by joining the Carney government. Now, we're still waiting to see if that comes to fruition, though this has been a Liberal stronghold, as we've been discussing all night, Vassy, just talking about the history here in this riding. For 10+ years, Bill Blair held this riding before he was moved to his post in the United Kingdom. So we're still waiting to see. It's early. We're still seeing just some of those early counts of votes coming in here for Scarborough Southwest, though lots of people hooting and hollering here, people having fun. It's a pretty jovial atmosphere here, some going on stage and taking selfies while the crowd cheers. That's the mood that's happening here tonight in Scarborough Southwest.
All right, Adrian, thank you so much. Similar story happening in parallel where CTV's Heather Wright is standing by at the Liberal headquarters of University of Rosedale. And I'm just looking at the numbers right here, and it looks like 11% of the polls are reporting in that riding just over, actually, I just changed. 15% of the polls are reporting, and a sizable lead right now, just over 2,300 votes total for Danielle Martin, and that is something that has been growing through the night and expanding through the night. Heather.
Certainly, and the crowd is excited here. You over the course of the night, we've heard from various supporters, various politicians that are here feeling very good about their candidate, about this campaign, and they're seeing those numbers come in, and they're very happy with what they're seeing. Now, it's very interesting being here in University Rosedale when you think about the MP that Danielle Martin is running to replace, and that, of course, is Chrystia Freeland, who really did start the entire Carney government with her resignation from the Trudeau government about 18 months ago. And so being here in this riding where Chrystia Freeland really, she stepped aside, Trudeau decided to not run in the election, paving the way for Mark Carney to be elected as Liberal leader. It's very interesting being here and seeing that this riding will soon elect their next MP, and it will likely be Liberal Danielle Martin.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in our Ottawa Bureau Chief, Graham Richardson, right now. And certainly looking or listening just to that audio there, Graham, you can almost tell that at those two Toronto ridings, they are preparing for celebration.
We're looking for one of three, and one of the ridings I heard we're up to 15% now. So clearly a trend is happening, and obviously it depends on how you heard Melanie Joly, whether it was confidence or whether it was cautioning that maybe we won't get it in Terrebonne. But as we've been saying, one of the three gets them to 172, 2 or 3 gets them higher. So we'll continue to wait and watch for that. The other thing, too, that we haven't talked at all about is in context of floor crossings. Like tonight is a night about volunteers and about pulling vote, right? And so when the Conservatives are hit with those kinds of things, you have to think long-term about the damage that does to that volunteer base. Now, I know they're committed, but this is hard work. This is not easy to do this. On by-election night, it's smaller, arguably, than obviously a full general. But it's just something I'm thinking about because we're looking at vote being pulled. We're looking at volunteers engaging, right? And so that's the hard part about the bigger story here tonight on the Conservative side is those defections and the impact they're going to have. Because I don't think it's going to go away quickly, regardless of if Mr. Poilievre's able to hold on or not.
They might have some time, though.
They will have time.
Right? If it's not a tomorrow issue for them now with a majority secured, they have a to their credit, they have a pretty strong volunteer
Very
get
strong.
Out the vote
Yes.
base at this point.
Yep.
Yeah. So lots more results coming in as we take a look at University Rosedale, as we take a look at Scarborough Southwest, both Liberal strongholds, senior ministers there, and certainly sizable leads for the Liberal candidates, Danielle Martin and Dolly Begum, in both of those ridings. Terrebonne in Montreal, just outside of Montreal, very much a more competitive race, one that has been competitive all night, was competitive in the last federal election, and remains so at this hour. Let's swing over to Sandy, who is with our political panel for some more analysis.
Okay, Vassy, everyone here is fascinated by the race in Terrebonne, and at one point, Nick Nanos was invited over here because we had a question for him.
Yeah, the question was, how does the early number on the advance stack up against last year? And I do think it really bears careful examination. So, you know, I say with a heavy caveat, let's see how the rest of the night plays out. And let's see how today goes in terms of the overall turnout. But I agree with what Scott said, notwithstanding the fact that he was making comments about doghouses. I just try to stay out of them, unlike you, Scott. You spend an awful lot of time in there. But I do agree that, you know, Minister Joly and others have projected, I think, some cautious optimism. Either way, I think it's quite remarkable that the Liberal Party has established a presence through the most recent incumbent, Tatiana Auguste. And the real question will be now whether or not they can pull this rabbit out of the hat and now bring her back to Parliament.
James, what do you think? I mean, we were talking about voter turnout, and the question was, why would there be such a large BQ turnout as well, along with the Liberals?
I mean, I suppose a lot of it is machinery politics, a long-lasting, you know, legacy of parents and kids. Like now, for Bloc Québécois was first contested the campaigns across Quebec on a broad scale in 1993, right? So you're now going back 30 years of a political party having machinery and families and a bit of a legacy of voting patterns there that is deeply held. So if they can reanimate that and get that vote out, obviously it'd be pretty forceful. But I do kind of retreat back to, I think, Scott's view, right? Which is, if you voted for Mark Carney last year, what has he done in the last year to offend you to not vote for him again? You might be disappointed. You might be really disappointed next year. But right now, nothing has really happened in the last 12 months to make you not vote for Mark Carney again, which puts the Liberals in a good spot. Plus, the Liberals have a machinery advantage and a fundraising advantage more broadly. They had their convention strategically in Montreal. You get those volunteers out to push out and get the final vote out. We have less than 15% of the votes have been tabulated so far. And look, by the way, as a historic parallel, my riding that I used to represent voted Reform Party in 1993, 1997. The Member of Parliament stepped down. We had a by-election in 1998, and the Liberals won it. The Liberals had not won my riding since 1968, but they won it in 1998. Why? Because it was in between election campaigns. It was clear there was not going to be a change in government, and they elected an incumbent sitting mayor of the largest city in my town. Why? Because he knew the community well, and you can get something possibly out of that. So I think in a practical way, we talk about politics at a high level here and what it means for the country and red and blue and all that. Right. But if you're a regular citizen on the ground, the argument of having a government member of parliament who can actually deliver something tangible to your community has meaning.
I have to stop you there, and I owe you one, but I have to throw back to Omar and to Vassy, okay? I won't forget.
Okay, we have some breaking news right now. The CTV News Decision Desk is ready to make a call. Well, there you have it. Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberals have formed a majority government, taking the riding of University of Rosedale in Toronto to reach 172 seats.
This is the first Liberal majority government and the first in Canada since Justin Trudeau formed a majority back in 2015. But at this moment in time, it remains a technical majority. The Speaker of the House is Liberal, so that Speaker will still need to cast a vote if things remain stagnant at this point in order to break a tie. But, and I will say it's a big but, that changes if the Liberals win another seat, which they very much look on track to doing. Right now, they've clinched University of Rosedale, but in Scarborough Southwest, they have a very sizable lead at this point. You can pull up some of the results as we take a look at them right now.
Yeah, as we just told you, Danielle Martin has been, or projection is that she will win that riding of University of Rosedale. And here's how the numbers are stacking up right now. 35 of 153 polls reporting, and she's got about a 2,100, more than that, vote lead over the NDP candidate. So again, the victory there, clinching Mark Carney's government to majority status. He will be forming a majority. Let's go to CTV's Heather Wright at the Liberal headquarters in University Rosedale. Heather, I can imagine there's already a sense of elation where you are right now.
Certainly a lot of cheers with the news that Danielle Martin is going to win this seat. Now, I'm speaking quietly because you might be able to see behind me, Bob Rae is addressing the crowd here tonight. Now, Bob Rae is one of the MPs that represented part of this riding during his tenure in the House of Commons. So he is introducing Danielle Martin now, saying that he has known Danielle Martin since before she was born. And so the crowd really excited, enthusiastic, and getting ready to hear the words from the newest MP that is going to go to Ottawa, Danielle Martin.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And again, just to recap, the Liberals have formed a majority government. They have reached the 172 seats that are needed. Heather Wright, of course, speaking to us from University Rosedale, which was, of course, the riding that previously belonged to Chrystia Freeland, who has now become an advisor to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, and also taken up a position at Oxford University
and who was there the day that the campaign kicked off next to Bob Rae, who is in the midst of introducing Danielle Martin to make her victory speech. And we can take you through some other outcomes or some of the other results that we have in Scarborough Southwest is where our eyes turn next, because of course, though the Liberals have now formed a majority in order to get over that technical majority of 172 and get 173 seats, this is the obvious place to look. You can see how sizable the lead for the Liberal candidate in Scarborough Southwest is for Dolly Begum. Adrian Gabriel is live for us there right now. Adrian, what is your sense on the ground?
Well, the sense on the ground is lots of excitement here. The room is absolutely packed right now, Vassy. Nate Erskine-Schmidt just walked in. We've got Michael Coteau, Liberal MP here. The President of the Young Liberals of Canada has walked in and introduced himself to me. Lots of big Liberals in this part of the country arriving here in anticipation. They believe that Dolly Begum will be winning tonight. We're still waiting to see. The votes are still in the early stages. You know, she's up against Diana Filipova, is the Conservative who's really right now the closest to Dolly. And now Dolly Begum is a household name here in this part of the GTA. She was an MPP for Scarborough Southwest as a member of the NDP, most recently as a deputy leader of the provincial NDP. So, you know, she really has a strong base already in place here. Previously, she was the first Bangladeshi Canadian ever elected to office in Canadian history. And this is also a riding that is really multicultural. About 64% registered on the latest census as visible minorities. The top three are South Asian community, members of the Black community, as well as the Filipino community. And many of them represented here tonight as they pack in this room. We've had people cheering as they've been seeing some of the early counts of votes coming in on the TV screens as they're watching CTV News Channel right behind us. And we're keeping a close eye.
All right, thank you so much, Adrian. Appreciate it. It's Adrian Gabriel at Dolly Begum's headquarters. That's the Liberal candidate in Scarborough Southwest, and our decision desk can now confirm that Dolly Begum will win that riding, which puts the Liberals at 173 seats officially, one seat past what was needed for a majority government. So tonight, a historical night, the first time in Canadian history that a government has gone from a minority to a majority through by-elections. There was a lot more that happened before that, including 5 floor crossers since just November. But essentially, a year ago, we were sitting, Omar, in the same place. The Liberals formed a minority government after a general election. A year later, just shy of 2 weeks, less than a year, the Liberals have now moved to a majority government.
Yeah, they started off this night at 171 seats. Now we are able to project that they will be capturing the riding of Scarborough Southwest, of course, the riding that used to belong to Bill Blair, who is now the Canadian High Commissioner to the UK, and University of Rosedale, the former riding of Chrystia Freeland, which we are able to project tonight is going to Danielle Martin. So the Liberals are able to hang on to those 2 Toronto area ridings, which is why at the bottom of your screen there you see that number at 173, 1 seat past the majority status of 172. The riding that we are all watching tonight, which has been somewhat seesawing, but as of late the Bloc Québécois has been able to expand their lead, is of course the riding of Terrebonne. You will remember, if you go back to last year in April, the Liberals had clinched that riding, but by a single vote. And this February, the Supreme Court of Canada nullified the results in that riding, which is why we are seeing tonight's by-election. So I did momentarily say that the Bloc Québécois had a lead. Look at that picture now, right? There's a 62 vote lead for Tatiana Auguste. So again, a really small lead, but it just gives you a sense of how much seesawing we're going to see through those late evening hours and possibly into the early morning. And in fact, Elections Canada did signal earlier this evening that the result may not come for several hours. So even though the Liberals have their majority this evening with 173 seats, this will be the riding to watch in Terrebonne, which is about 20 minutes outside of Montreal, to see if Tatiana Auguste is able to keep that riding, which she won by single vote last April. So the drama, Vassy, continues.
Yeah, sort of. It's a nail biter, but the big story is tonight, and I'll bring in Scott, Kathleen, and Shakir, the Liberals have clinched their majority. And I think, I always think in elections it's important to give who wins their due. 18 months ago, you and I, Scott, and Kathleen were on every panel talking about the death of the Trudeau Liberals. They were done. They were over. They were going to win 15 seats. And a year and a half later, they have managed to transform a minority government into a majority government. Like, your take?
Well, it took 2 steps. They thought they were doing it 1 year ago. And now here they are a year later. They finally achieved that majority government. But I want to underscore what you're saying. This has been such an extraordinary, historic, and atypical, unprecedented process. Like, we have rarely seen a political resurrection of the kind that Mark Carney enabled for the Liberal Party. They were done. They were in the ditch and covered with leaves. It was over. And Carney comes onto the stage. Trump intervenes in our politics, barges through like a bull. And here we are a year later with a majority government. All those questions with respect to Donald Trump remain. Prime Minister's got a monster challenge. I mean, we can talk about how great the political run has been for Mark Carney, but man, what a difficult time to be Prime Minister. The challenges are overwhelming.
What materially changes for the voter tomorrow morning?
Nothing. Nothing will materially change for voters. I think if we want to be honest, maybe expectations in a casual way will rise for the government, and they'll say, well, now you got your majority, so you can, like, snap your fingers, let's get a pipeline. Snap your fingers, let's get a port. But I think for most people, the reality is they're going to wake up tomorrow worried about the price of gas and the effect that Donald Trump is having on their day-to-day lives, just like they woke up today.
Is there a cautionary note, though, Shakir, in how much has changed over the last 18 months? Like, can you really be certain that the Trump factor holds in this way, or that the Carney factor holds in the way that it has? It feels like I feel nervous to pronounce anything based on the last year and a half.
No, absolutely. I think when I look at this majority, people are voting on the promise of Mark Carney. I think James said earlier, there's no reason to not vote against him right now, but he hasn't really put anything on the table to say that, wow, this guy's doing a magnificent job, right? So there's a promise that he's going to deliver for you. But there's so many variables out there. There's what happens with Kuzma. There's obviously global instability. There's separatist movements in Alberta and Quebec. There's a potential pipeline, what that does to his caucus and caucus management. There's so many things that are going to come at Mark Carney over the next year or so. How does he manage those things moving forward? I would also add, I think there is a generational divide. With all due respect to Scott, he said numerous times, this war that we're at, against Donald Trump, I'm looking around, I'm pretty sure I'm the youngest person on this panel. I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think people in my bracket view that threat the same way that we view paying rent, buying groceries, things of that, the affordability issue. I think that's just top of the priorities for us, not this battle against the U.S., not Donald Trump. And so we have to see how Carney manages that generational divide that I see on these issues.
You don't think even younger people think that Trump is the accelerant for all of those challenges, or many of those challenges?
The issues that we're facing right now with rent, with food, these things happened way before Donald Trump. I'm not going to sit here and point fingers at the previous government, but I mean, at the end of the day, the Liberals were in power for the past 10 years, and these issues accelerated. Donald Trump sure has been a factor on them, but he's not the cause of some of the issues we're facing on affordability. And I think a lot of youth see that.
But clearly, I don't think people think Mark Carney is either.
Mark Carney's
or he'd be getting pounded tonight.
Mark Carney's not the cause of the issues. I agree with that. They're putting trust in him that he can deal with the cost of living issues. I totally agree with that, for sure. There's a promise that he can do these things. But if he doesn't deliver, if he doesn't start putting numbers on the board, he's going to be in for a world of hurt when we face that next election.
It's interesting also, though, for the non-politician, right, who a year ago everyone was like, is he going to be okay in this politics thing,
100%.
the central banker? Is he going to, you know, this is really minority government through political maneuvers.
Political maneuvers, yeah, you could almost say...
I'm not saying that negatively or positively, just political maneuvers.
Yeah, on April 29th, 2025, it's like Canadians decided to get engaged to Mark Carney, and tonight they're getting married. It's like it's sealing the deal. You know, it's taken almost a year, but they've moved forward because he was a novice politician. We didn't know who he was. Yeah, whenever we talk about marriage, Scott and I are like, we are not qualified to have this conversation. But I want to draw your eye to something else that we haven't talked about tonight. It's interesting kind of bookends on this story, if you will. Remember, December 16th, 2024, Chrystia Freeland dramatically resigned, right? Which triggered Trudeau's resignation in January of 2025, which opened the door to a leadership race, which brought in, of course, Mark Carney. Tonight, one of the very seats that is up for grabs, which that CTV just declared, University Rosedale, is her seat. And so it's kind of like this perfect bookend where she actually triggered the race, which allowed Mark Carney to get in, and now is, in fact, helping him by delivering her seat, which gives him a majority.
Maybe Mark Carney should have given her more than transport minister.
Maybe.
Just joking. It's just a joke. She's doing lots of things now. Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Heather Butts right now, who is with Nick Nanos. Heather, what have you got?
Thank you so much, Omar. We're going to take a deeper dive right now at the riding of Terrebonne. We've been talking about it all night. So just to let you know where we're standing right now, about 55 of the 211 polls have closed. The Liberals currently in the lead with 229 votes ahead of the Bloc Québécois. So who are the people of Terrebonne? Who are these voters who are making this dramatic shift all night that we've been seeing between those two parties? So we had Environics Analytics break down Terrebonne for us. They broke it down into 12 segments of the population, but we're going to take a look at the top two. So we're going to start with Les Familles. So these people, upper middle income Quebec suburbanites, their average household income about $140,000. They work in the trades, they have diplomas, they typically have school-aged children, anywhere between 35 and up. The other segment of the population that's really driving these results would be the small city singles and couples with modest incomes. Their income averaging about $85,000 per household. Their jobs looking towards trades. They all have diplomas, apprenticeships, and they have issues. They all have typical issues that are really driving this segment of the population. But those two segments really broke down the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois, basically taking 40% each. The average household value of $460,000. If they're paying rent there, around $1,100 per month. When it comes to tariffs, though, the jobs at risk very high. We heard Melanie Joly earlier in the show talk about the automotive sector there, as well as the aluminum sector. Financial vulnerability to tariffs it would be at medium. Food insecurity would be at about 5%. So those are the two people who are really helping those Bloc Québécois and the Liberals battle it out. I want to bring in Nick Nanos now. Nick is going to help us break this down even further. Nick, we want to take a look now at the leadership and where that stands right now. We're going to bring that graphic board up for us. Walk us through this, Nick.
No, so you can see, you know, this shows the plus minus, the vote change when we roll up all of the by-elections, what's happened tonight. And you can see, if you look at Pierre Poilievre, he's down 14 percentage points, and you have the BQ up, the Libs up, the NDP generally flat, no change for the Green Party. The other key thing is that when we look at the riding of Terrebonne, Conservative support is at 3.3%, Heather, a far cry from 18%. So the big question is, where are those Conservative voters? Did they stay home? If they came home, if they went out to vote, who did they vote for? And the other thing is let's face it, if you're a Conservative strategist and you're looking at this number in Terrebonne, 3.3 compared to 18%, you're going to be asking yourself questions, because this is just another signal. I think it's probably fair to say that Pierre Poilievre will not do as well tonight as he did do in the last federal election in these three ridings. And the big question is how will his caucus and how will strategists kind of receive that? But watch the BQ, watch the Liberals, and then we'll watch for the fallout for Pierre Poilievre potentially.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you. We'll throw it back to Omar and Vassy.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. So if you are Pierre Poilievre tonight, Graham, what are you thinking?
Well, look, to Vassy's point, and to all the millions of Conservatives who voted for him and for the party, he's in a position where there's a lot of people who still believe in him. It appears that he has listened to some of the harsh criticism of his style. He's not chomping apples at local reporters anymore. I'm new old guy, right? I used to work on the Hill many years ago. I was a local anchor. I went away for a while and I came back. The most vigorous outreach to say hello to me and to just chat with the new bureau chief of CTV National News, the Conservatives. So that's a small thing. I don't know if that's going to translate for the public, because politics is kind of like television. The frame sets around you if you're a leader, and once it's on, it's hard to shake off. And so I think he's trying to slightly shake it off by keeping his base. But to Nick's point in Terrebonne, like, that's one by-election, but I was wondering about that big return for them, that 18% in the general. That's big in that riding. And now, what was the number? Like, it's down to 2. It's down, like, that vote disappeared. So if that's a trend around the country, that's obviously a problem. Again, one riding. It's not going to happen in the prairies. It's not going to happen in Alberta. But in order to win, like Harper, he's got to punch into those big cities. Is he further away from that now tonight than he was before the by-elections?
I would argue that tonight is not as important as the next few days and the next few weeks, only because they anticipated this outcome.
Yes.
They have for a long time. We've all been talking about this possibility ever since the by-elections were called. I think what matters next is if there are more people who leave the Conservative Party.
Totally agree.
If there are more MPs who cross the floor to the Liberals, who now, you know, see this as a signal that they can or they should or whatever it ends up being, that will be harder to withstand. Yeah.
And sorry, Omar, and 4 in 5 months is a lot. If that becomes more, even though we've said he's got the party, you got to hold caucus.
Well, and that was exactly my point. I mean, that completely negates the overwhelming endorsement that he got from his party, right? What was something like 80–90%? And so if you have this drip of people leaving your caucus, people are going to be wondering, you know, how can you manage them? What sort of inspiration are you providing them? So that is certainly going to be a big question. For Mark Carney, though, you know, we've touched on this earlier this evening. Marjorie Michel was talking about this earlier this evening with Geneviève Beauchemin. The fact that when she was knocking on doors, people described Mark Carney as somebody who was a reassuring figure. Not surprising that she would speak so glowingly of her boss this way. But at a certain point, you have to get results, not just reassurance. What has he got to do now as of tomorrow?
Well, I think we're going to see something from him. I gather a major announcement coming, apparently on an affordability issue. We can all guess what that might be. The other thing, I mean, he's got to show results. The switch from minority to majority is I agree with Scott and others who said that, you know, mechanically for the public it doesn't mean much, but the narrative does change. I'm here for at least 3 more years, maybe 2.5, whatever it's going to be. That's a long time, as opposed to a minority where you could go down. Now, everybody's got to stay healthy. The margin's still small. Things can happen, you know, so it's not easy street, but it is a different story. And his story has been very successful. And again, I keep saying it. It's not going to last forever. This is a longer honeymoon, I would argue, and extraordinary times. But when it goes, what's that going to look like? And it will go. It always goes for governments, regardless of stripe.
All right, Graham, thank you. You are watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. The Liberals have won 2 by-elections to hit the 173 seat point. That majority status was 172, so that they have surpassed that by 1, and they have formed a majority government.
We're going to continue tracking reaction and share it with you as it comes into the newsroom. Right now, we've got to take a quick break. We're still waiting for results from Terrebonne. We'll be back with those next.
It's the month of Ram, and nothing can stop us. We're light duty, we're heavy duty,
We're built for days like this. When it counts, we go big. When it matters most, we show up as the most dependable full-size truck ranked by J.D. Power. And we back it all up with an unsurpassed 10-year, 160,000-kilometer warranty. Get 0% financing for 72 months on both the 2026 Ram 1500 and Ram 2500, leaving zero doubt about your next truck.
It started with a few strands, then a few more, until it was everywhere, except where it belonged. Stop the shedding with Pantene Abundant and Strong System, powered by Pro Vitamins and niacinamide to strengthen scalp's hold at the root and reduce hair fall by 85%. For fuller, denser hair at a fraction of the cost. Stop the shedding with Pantene.
Tonight, the curtain was supposed to rise. Instead, one email shut it all down. A hoax bomb threat canceled 6 Shenyun shows at Toronto's Four Seasons Centre. This is not just a disrupted performance. This is transnational repression. This is a test. When the Chinese Communist Party can decide on Canadian soil what you can and cannot see, will you be next? Canada, are you ready to accept this? Stop transnational repression on Canadian soil.
Nothing is better than spending a whole afternoon wrapped in sheets washed with downy, gentle, soft and fresh. With nothing to do but luxuriate in the softness, breathe in its freshness, and feel its gentle touch across your skin. Babe? Maybe you can send him out to grab lunch. Yeah. Way out. Downy breathes life into your laundry.
In the beginning, we had to make a choice about who we were and what we wanted. I'm your sugar daddy now. But what we didn't realize was how far we were willing to go.
I'm trying to do a good thing.
Welcome back to a CTV News Special, Federal Byelections 2026. I'm Omar Sachedina.
And I'm Vassy Kapelos. The balance of power has officially shifted in Ottawa with 2 Toronto area by-election wins, allowing the Liberals to form a majority government right now with 173 seats, though we're awaiting the outcome in Terrebonne.
That's a tight one. Let's take a look at the 2 wins for the Liberals in University of Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. We're still waiting, as Vassy mentioned, for Terrebonne, and here is the whip around right now. Scarborough Southwest, you can see that Dolly Begum is in the lead with about 4,200 votes. And she has consistently maintained that lead through the evening. University of Rosedale, here are the results from that riding right now. 75 of the 153 polls reporting Danielle Martin, as we told you earlier this evening, has been elected in that riding of University of Rosedale. We want to go to CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Geneviève Beauchemin, who is standing by in the Montreal area riding of Terrebonne. And Jen, we have been able to call those 2 Toronto area ridings, but right now Terrebonne is still pretty tight.
We're still watching that seesawing. We're still watching Tatiana Auguste, the Liberal, a little bit ahead, but people are on edge here, including Joël Lightbound, who's Quebec's lieutenant for the Liberal Party. Tell me about what it's like now. What are you feeling about these results?
It's a very close race, as we expected, and the results, it's still early. More than half of the polls yet to be open, but it's encouraging to see our amazing candidate, Tatiana, taking a short lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Now, you told me that you were going through the riding, you were talking to business leaders in this, businessmen and women in this region. Tell me about the issues that they were bringing up most particularly to you that, could make a difference tonight.
I'll say this of the business people here in the riding, but constituents as well that I've met as well as different organizations with our candidate Tatiana. There are 2 things. One, what I've heard a lot is that for many here, they see themselves and they are drawn to the kind of leadership that Mark Carney has brought to the Liberal Party and to Canada. The focus on the economy, trade, diversification, building our armed forces, resiliency of the Canadian economy, building major projects, such as many that we've seen here in Quebec, in the Port of Montreal, for instance, is one example, high-speed rail as well. But the second aspect is our candidate has really left a mark in the last year when she was an MP, where she's gone to meet her constituents, her business community, her cultural organizations, and they've adopted her in many ways. And I think those two aspects will play in the results, as well as the incredible work the Quebec caucus has done here.
We were listening a little bit earlier to one of the commentators talking about the fact of our commentators on the show talking about the fact that, you know, early the general election that voters got engaged to Mark Carney. With this, they're getting married to Mark Carney. What do you make? What will happen if they actually get this particular riding?
That would be amazing. It's that's what, of course, I'm rooting for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Geneviève. Geneviève Beauchemin with Joël Lightbound, a federal cabinet minister over there in the riding of Terrebonne. We are still awaiting the results there, where the Liberals are ahead of the Bloc Québécois, but that riding is a very close riding, so we're not yet prepared to call it. We have called the riding of Scarborough Southwest for the Liberals, as well as University Rosedale. That allows the Liberals to form a majority government with 173 seats. We're going to bring up Heather Wright, our colleague who is live right now at the University Rosedale headquarters. I believe the winning candidate there, Danielle Martin, has already spoken. What was her message to the crowd?
Yes, we heard from her a little while ago.
To our colleague Adrian Gobriel, who is instead in the downtown Toronto riding of, well, actually just outside the Greater Toronto area of Scarborough Southwest. We do have Adrian Gobriel, and I believe Dolly Begum is about to talk any moment, who is the winning candidate in that riding.
Yeah, that's right. We're here at the front. Supporters here erupted in cheers when they heard that we had called Dolly Begum as the winner here in Scarborough Southwest. People, I think they're feeling all right tonight. How are you guys feeling? What does this Liberal win mean?
It means a lot, because, you know, Scarborough Southwest is the most Bangladeshi populated area, and she made the history for us. She made the pride for us. She will be the first Bangladesh origin member of parliament representing in Ottawa. So this means, like, this is one of the day we waited for so long. So thanks for our Honorable Prime Minister Mark Carney for giving out the opportunity. And this means a lot of almost 200,000 Bangladeshi people living in Canada. So this is one of the, like, a starting point for us, you know what I mean, politically. So we are excited. We are, like, overjoyed.
You get a sense there of the excitement in the room, and what he's referencing is that Dolly Begum, during her time as an MPP with the NDP, was the first ever Bangladeshi Canadian voted to office in Canadian history. Just take a little look right here. The place is absolutely packed here tonight. We're right at the front stage. Dolly Begum is expected to take the stage any minute, and they are clearly celebrating a Liberal majority government. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a lot of pride from her community members behind you. Adrian Dolly Begum was, of course, deputy leader of the NDP, but will now be going to Parliament as an MP for the Liberals, and a lot of enthusiasm, as you saw in those images behind Adrian momentarily. Again, Dolly Begum expected to speak in a few minutes' time. We'll try to bring that live to you as we can, but for now, let's go to Sandy Ronaldo's political panel for more on what this majority win means. Sandy.
All right, so Omar, the headline is minority government was engagement, majority is now marriage, and we're in the honeymoon phase. But Nathan, I promised you the first question, and that is, so what are the challenges of being Prime Minister now during this honeymoon period?
Well, in my time in office as Prime Minister, I found that the schedule was the hardest thing, staying fit.
And now for something completely different.
Now for something completely different. What are the challenges? I do think ego management is going to be a piece of it. I think the anticipation, as Kathleen and others said, about what a majority government and a majority Prime Minister can do are going to be real for Mr. Carney. I think the next little bit is going to be really challenging in terms of telling stories to please people, as some politicians, you know, we like to do at times. But if they end up in conflict, we have mentioned big projects, things like pipelines, keeping Alberta happy, satisfying BC. But Mr. Carney sometimes has a tendency, I've noticed, knowing him for a little while, to tell whoever's in front of him maybe some things they'd like to hear, and then the next group some things they'd like to hear too. Canadians have been very forgiving to this point, but the results are going to matter. And Alberta wants to build a pipeline through the part of the country where I live. Coastal First Nations and others, including the BC government, have said no. At some point, those two things come together, and you either deliver on something you promised one side or you don't. And that's one issue. There are many, many issues. But like many Canadians, I always wish our Prime Minister well, because his success does lead to our country being stronger regardless of their political stripe.
James, I want to ask you the question that Omar put to Graham, and that is, what would Pierre Poilievre be thinking right now about what's happened?
Well, there'll be a fallout from this, obviously, and an analysis of what this means. The shift in the number in Quebec, right, from 18% to 3% in Terrebonne is one riding. But when ridings get really, really close, voters are smart, and they know that there's a binary choice in front of them, and so third parties typically do fall away. So I don't know that that's necessarily a cascade view across the whole of the province of Quebec. But that aside, I think what the wise thing for both the Prime Minister to do and Mark Carney, and Pierre Poilievre to do, is push away from the table a little bit from the obsession about politics. In my view, look, we talk a little bit too much about politics in this country, not enough, frankly, about policy and culture and where we're going. And we have some real tectonic challenges, right? Because there's a majority government, it looks like, and people can debate about, is this because of the floor crossers or the seats? It doesn't matter. We are where we are. The Liberals have a majority government. And so the Prime Minister needs to focus on the dynamic and the reality that we're probably not going to have an election until 2029. We have huge issues in front of us as a country with regard to productivity, immigration, trade issues with the United States, the future of NATO, the future of Canada's relationship with Europe, what we're going to do with vis-a-vis China. We have massive issues in this country, getting Canadian products to global markets, huge substantive policy issues. And the Canadian public expects the government of Canada to move forward. With regard to the Conservatives, I think their obligation is to keep an eye on 2029 and think about the next election campaign, how they're going to position themselves, how Mr. Poilievre will position himself and what he wants to present and all that, but focus on being a really important and an effective opposition. The country needs an effective opposition. The governments do better when they have oppositions that are not just oppositional, not obstructionist, but are substantive and thoughtful and principled and a genuine alternative going forward. And Avi Lewis needs to get himself in the Parliament of Canada. He needs to find a way to get himself a seat. Somebody from that caucus needs to step down. They need to have a by-election, and the NDP needs to have a voice in Parliament. I think all these things together, I think good public policy is good politics in the end for the Prime Minister, and good, substantive, principled opposition that is not just focused on politics will, in the fullness of time, be good politics for the Conservative Party. So get back to work. It's a majority government. It is what it is. You can dislike it, accept reality on reality's terms, and focus on being a good, effective opposition.
All right, you're itching to say something. I can feel it.
Gosh, it's a shame that, James, you're still not in Parliament. I'd say a few things. This is a majority in the making for a year. It's a heck of a milestone. Majorities are not easy achievements, and it's a majority that has now been...
Explain to the audience why you're saying for a year, if an election is not going to happen for another 3 years.
Well, no, it's been a year in the making, because a year ago, as we said right off the top, there was a desire to get to a majority, and we were, just shy. And I think over the course of the last year, the Prime Minister has demonstrated the kind of thoughtful leadership, principled, pragmatic, that has resonated, and it's drawn members to the fold. And tonight, you've got 3 by-elections where the people had the final say. I think that there is a lot to be taken internal to the world of politics, so there'll be reflections about how the Prime Minister manages the agenda going forward and connecting policy to the average Canadian when it comes to how they pay for food and for fuel and for everything, really. There'll be a reflection for Pierre Poilievre. I mean, the result in Terrebonne is got to be disconcerting if you're a Conservative. I mean, maybe it goes up a little bit, but right now it's hovering at about 2 or 3%. So clearly there's a lack of motivation on the ground there, and so what to take from that? But the really important thing is what does this mean for everybody outside the world of politics? What does it mean for Canadians? And I think this is what's going to start tomorrow, or it's going to continue tomorrow. So how are we helping Canadians pay the bills? Right. How are we getting energy to market? How are we reinvigorating the industrial base? And how are we managing that agenda in a way that is less partisan, more bipartisan in the House of Commons, so that we get those results? It's a lot. It's not easy, but this is a milestone, and I think everybody should take a moment tonight to recognize that achievement and then get back to work tomorrow. I know what it's like to be in that office first thing in the morning, and I'm quite confident the Prime Minister will have a lot of fire in his belly to keep driving results going forward.
All right, we'll be watching closely. Okay, Omar, Vassy.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much. A truly historic night and a milestone. We are at this hour waiting for Dali Begum, who was a Liberal candidate. She's now won that riding in Scarborough Southwest. We'll bring that to you. You're watching a CTV News Special, Federal By-Elections 2026. And as we have told you, the Liberals have won 2 by-elections to hit 173 seats, and that gets them enough to form a majority government.
We'll continue tracking results out of Terrebonne and look for more reaction to the big outcome. We'll take a quick break first. More just ahead. By-elections in the Toronto area. They received wins in both of those by-elections, Scarborough Southwest as well as University Rosedale. That puts them from 171 seats to 173 seats. 172 was the magic number they needed to clinch a majority. Whether they are able to get to 174 remains undetermined at this point because we are still awaiting a final outcome in the by-election that's taking place in the Montreal suburb of Terrebonne.
Let's take a look right now at the 2 wins for the Liberals in University Rosedale and Scarborough Southwest. Here is a snapshot in University Rosedale. Danielle Martin at about 12,000 votes, and Dali Begum has captured that seat, that riding in Scarborough Southwest. We should also add that we are hearing that Dali Begum will be making her victory speech momentarily in just 2 or 3 minutes, in fact. So we will bring that to you as it happens. And this is the riding we've talked a lot about tonight, Terrebonne, where the Liberal candidate Tatiana Auguste has increased her lead somewhat, but still quite a bit narrower than what we've seen in the other 2 Toronto area ridings.
Yeah, still too close to call. Let's get a deeper dive of what information we do have from all of the by-elections that are reporting so far, all the polls reporting so far. Heather Butts and Nick Nanos are here to do just that.
Thank you so much, Vassy. We're going to take a look at one of Nick's favorites, I'm going to call this, Nick, where you always like to see where did everybody go? Where did the vote go? You know, where did things end up? And I really like to see it too because it's a very interesting breakdown. So, Nick, since we've called the 2 ridings in Toronto, let's start in Ontario with those Toronto ridings. We'll look at University Rosedale, and we're looking at the popular vote. And this is a significant shift here, Nick.
Absolutely, Heather. I thought you were going to say the numbers tell a story, right?
Do.
And the numbers do tell a story on this front. When we look at University of Rosedale, Liberals able to maintain the same level of support, so checkbox for them. But, you know, look at the numbers between the New Democrats and the Conservatives. You know, basically a swap. One up 10, another down 11. You know, the thing is that we can't project this to the whole country, but all the leaders have to take responsibility for what happens in all of these by-elections, and in this particular case, not great numbers for the Conservatives.
Okay, we'll move over to Scarborough Southwest. A similar outplay of the numbers here. Conservatives a little higher here, but still a 13% shift here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for the good news, at least, is for the Liberals, is that they were able to increase their margin and pick up 9 points. But, you know, same kind of trend we're seeing for the Conservatives, down 13 points, you know, the 13 percentage points. It just speaks to the, what do we say, lower level of motivation for the blue team right now.
And now we'll head over to Terrebonne. We've been talking about it all evening, that vote split between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois, and the Conservatives, Nick, quite far down.
Down 15%. But, you know, I think this speaks to the point that the Liberals and the BQ have motivated voters, the organizations are strong, and they're both working hard to deliver their vote.
All right, Nick, thank you. Omar, Vassy, back to you.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. I want to take you now to the riding of Scarborough Southwest, where Dolly Begum, the Liberal candidate, now winner, is saying her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Tonight, we celebrate something so powerful. Not just as an incredible campaign, but a community coming together, putting aside their differences to choose hope, compassion, and progress. Tonight, we celebrate a new beginning. Over the last 2 months, hundreds of you from every corner of our beautiful riding and beyond came together to knock on doors, make phone calls, and sometimes canvass in the freezing rain to connect with families and neighbors across Scarborough Southwest. To each and every single one of you, thank you. To each and every single one of you who worked tirelessly over the last 2 months, from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Thank you for your positive energy, for your patience, and for your big smiles. Shabash! Shabash to all of you. I stand here tonight deeply humbled and honored by the love and kindness you have shown me. Thank you to my friend and my brother and now colleague who was just here. Let's give it up for our Minister of Public Safety, Gary Anandasangri. Folks, there are people and there are leaders who show up day in, day out without taking the credit they deserve, yet they make the greatest of impact in our lives. And Gary is one of those people. My friend, Scarborough is lucky to have you, and Canada is lucky to have you. To my campaign team, Duncan and Chris, the East End boys who came back from Ottawa to run our campaign, I am so grateful for your leadership, your dedication, and your immeasurable patience. Your positivity, creating a safe space, welcoming space for every volunteer who walked through our doors. And to Christina, David, Faizulbai, Fayaz, Gavin, Evan, Edward, Max, Adnan, Aisha, Nahidapu, Dalton, and every single one of you who I wish I could name tonight, who showed up, rain or shine, to do the tough work, to do the hard work. I am so proud of each and every single one of you, and I'm so proud of what we've accomplished together. Thank you. To my parents, my
All right, you're listening live to Dolly Begum, who was deputy leader of the Ontario NDP, but who will now be going to Ottawa as a Liberal MP for the riding of Scarborough Southwest. This, of course, was a riding that used to be represented by Bill Blair, who had a number of cabinet portfolios, including Minister of Defence. We know that he is now Canada's High Commissioner to the UK. And here's a snapshot of what it looks like in her riding right now. Most of those polls have reported 145 of the 188. And Dolly Begum there with a sizable lead of just over 11,000 votes, which is why we've been able to project her as the winner, and you heard her deliver her victory speech moments ago. This is the snapshot in University Rosedale, where Danielle Martin has also won a seat by a sizable majority there, just over 9,000 votes in that riding. And the riding that we have not been able to call right now, Elections Canada has said that this could be a very long night. The Liberal incumbent who won last year by a single vote has right now a 522 vote lead. So still things there very, very tight.
All right, and just getting into my inbox, actually a statement from the leader of the Conservatives on the outcome of tonight's by-elections and the fact that the Liberals are now forming a majority government. Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the party, writes, the Carney Liberals did not win a majority government through a general election or today's by-elections. Instead, it was won through backroom deals with politicians who betrayed the people who voted for them. While the Prime Minister spent the year on this cynical power grab, he has doubled the deficit and given Canada the worst grocery prices and housing costs in the G7. Liberals expect Canadians to give up. The statement goes on to say, get complacent and go away so Carney can have total power without any accountability. That will not happen. Our country and its people are worth fighting for. We will continue to fight for people to afford homes, food, and fuel. And the statement goes on to talk more about Kathleen, Shakir, and Scott, what he intends to do, what the party intends to do as opposition. What do you make of that statement, Kathleen?
True to type. Sounds like older messaging, not the more current messaging you've seen more recently that's been softer, that's been more welcoming, that you've heard from him on the podcast or other part of his media charm offensive. I'm surprised. I think on election night, it's a moment to be a bit more magnanimous and to go back to the majority by stealth line seems, you know, that he wants to keep the frame that Carney has crafted this majority that is undemocratic and opportunistic, and he's not going to move off of that. I don't think that's going to appeal to the Canadian voters who, frankly, are saying tonight that they want this kind of stability, that they're willing to give the stability to Carney.
I think it probably appeals to people who support Pierre Poilievre, though, Shakir. That'd be my guess. I know that I hear from many of them who are upset about the idea of floor crossing leading to this. But to Kathleen's point, does it appeal to a broader swath?
That's what I mean. You need more than the people that just appeal to Pierre right now. You got to broaden that tent. And so how are you getting in that direction? I think at the end of the day, whether or not you like how they got the majority, if you're a Canadian, you want the Prime Minister to succeed, right? Because when he succeeds, Canada does well, and everybody wants to see that happening. I think moving forward, the thing that I take away from this is that now that they have a majority, there really can't be much finger pointing anymore. I see Minister McKinnon on your show quite often talk about obstructionist opposition. That's no longer the issue, right? You hear a lot of Liberals say that.
Talk about?
You have a lot of Liberals who say Mark Carney's not a guy who likes to campaign, he likes to govern. Well, now's your time to govern. This is your government, and what we said this entire panel, we need to see results moving forward. I think that's where we are right now. But all the backroom deal stuff, I think that's just not a winning message, in my opinion.
I imagine they felt like they had to make it. And to be fair, the NDP, Scott, is making that message and was making it all day. Their new leader, Avi Lewis, was saying today, you know, this is essentially not what voters wanted a year ago when they elected a minority government. My guess is they also, both parties move on now to focusing on what they're going to oppose.
The ball is dropped. It's New Year's. Yeah. Okay, so you got to make a change.
Are we getting divorced, married, engaged? What's happening?
Oh, let's drop that damn metaphor. We're going to go into counseling. How about that? If Pierre Poilievre sounds bitter in that statement, I think it's because he probably is. And I'm struck by something that I remember from 1 year ago, and that was he said, this is victory delayed, not denied. It took Stephen Harper 2 steps to get into government. That's the path we will follow. Well, his prediction was right in a way. This is now the second step toward a majority 1 year later, but it wasn't his path, it was Mark Carney's. That's got to be a very difficult pill to swallow. And even if you want to linger on the issue of floor crossers, that itself is a reminder that he couldn't keep his caucus members. So I think at some point he's got to stop talking about why he's losing and focus on how he can win. And I don't know that he has as much time as he might imagine.
So the Prime Minister is also reacting, Omar.
I'm just looking right now on social media, and we can pull that up right now, reacting to the Liberal wins in University of Rosedale. And he wrote on social media, congratulations to Danielle Martin, the newest member of Parliament for University of Rosedale. Danielle has spent her career building better public health care for Torontonians and all Canadians. And now she is bringing her experience and determination to the House of Commons, and our country will be stronger for it. He's also congratulated Dolly Begum on her election as the new member of Parliament for Scarborough Southwest. He wrote a similar message. Dolly has fought fiercely and effectively to build a better future for her community, and her tireless voice and experience will help build a stronger and more just Canada for all. And you can see there on your screen the results in that riding of Scarborough Southwest, and Dolly Begum there with a healthy lead, almost 12,000 votes over her opponent.
So I'm looking to hear the statement on the majority. Certainly interesting to hear his comments there on each of the by-elections, but I mostly want to hear a statement about that. And if not tonight, then we do know that the Prime Minister is going to be talking tomorrow, making an announcement around affordability and something to do with gas prices. So I do anticipate that the majority of the questions there will be about the majority. Let's swing over to Heather Butts and Nick Nanos for more on the question of leadership.
Leadership, Vassy, thank you so much, as well as where people stand right now in Quebec. Nick, we've been talking so much this evening about Terrebonne. It is in the Montreal area, and there has been a significant shift there. We've been talking all night about the change in issues from the last election moving forward to this spring. Walk us through some of your projections in that area.
It's interesting, Heather, these are the results of the 2025 election, and you can see the Bloc in blue doing very well outside in the greater Montreal area, and not a big surprise, the island of Montreal, with the exception of one riding, kind of two ridings, rock solid. And but the key takeaway, Bloc doing very well, kind of clustered around Montreal. But when we fast forward to the seat modeling that Nanos does, and we do seat projections every month, and black shows that the riding is too close to call. And when it's red or another color, you can see that it's been declared. And this is why tonight is actually critical for the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Blanchet. The fact of the matter is that he really needs to win this riding. The Bloc support has been dropping in Quebec. The Liberal support is up. And this could be, if he doesn't win tonight, it could be a harbinger of bad news, because there are other seats in Quebec that are in play and are toss-up that the Bloc have been able to hold. That's going to be another story potentially tonight, whether he makes it through and holds on to the riding or loses it, and it's just the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, in terms of other stuff that he has to worry about.
Okay, Nick, let's take a look then at Blanchet and his leadership. What would be the significant issue here that has really driven this change?
Well, the thing is that the fortunes of the federal parties, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, have really, in the last 4 weeks, mirrored a lot of the changes that have been happening provincially. The Parti Québécois was high up in the polls, and it looked like they were cruising to victory, and that what we saw is that number dropped, and the provincial Liberals improved. We've also seen the same thing happen federally. So the thing is will the fortunes of Blanchet follow the fortunes of the Parti Québécois? And what will that mean for his future as the leader of the party, depending on what happens tonight?
Okay, Nick, thank you so much. Omar and Vassy, back to you.
All right, Heather and Nick, thank you so much. Let's head over to Sandy Rinaldo's political panel. Again, a very historic night and a significant milestone tonight. But as we've been mentioning, Sandy, now the real work begins.
It does, Omar. And I have to ask James this question as a big C conservative. When you hear Pierre Poilievre saying that Carney won this election, Mark Carney, through backroom deals, power without accountability, and Scott says he sounds bitter, do you agree?
Sure, but look, it's fair to argue these are three ridings the Liberals won last year and they didn't get a majority. There were 5 floor crossers, now they have a majority. That's true, but again, it doesn't really matter, does it? We are where we are. The dynamic of the Parliament of Canada is 174 seats. That's a majority parliament. It's still a fragile majority, by the way. You can still have some people depart, leave to provincial politics or some other circumstance. So it's still a fragile majority, but it's a majority. I think Mr. Poilievre, the Conservatives, I think they need to take a step back, recast, re-engage, and say, look, Canadians have spoken. They clearly aspire for comfort of a majority government. And they found it in Mr. Carney for different reasons. Some of them we believe in, some of them we don't, but it kind of doesn't matter. During COVID, during the 2008 global recession, and even now as a consequence of Donald Trump and the dynamics of the Canadian economy, the future of trade, the future of NATO, Canadians see instability everywhere, and they're looking for stability, and they have found it in Mr. Carney and giving him a majority government. Right. And he's earned this. So congratulations to him on that. But we are going to be a forceful, thoughtful, substantive opposition, and we're going to prepare ourselves to give Canadians not just one, but two choices of a majority government in the next campaign to take this country past Donald Trump and into the future. There is a future where Donald Trump is not the president. There is a future where the crisis of today is gone, and the issues that Canadians are dealing with will be refreshed, and they will aspire for new leadership. That's where the Conservatives is to look to the horizon, look to 2029. Don't look to tomorrow's soundbite. Don't look to tomorrow's podcast. Don't look to the next polls. Look to 2029. Your job as the opposition to be thoughtful and substantive and to prepare yourself for 2029 in a world that is post-Donald Trump. They need to do that. Stop being bitter about what happened. Move past Michael Maw, move past Marilyn Gladue, move past tonight, and reframe the party as a party that's ready for 2029.
I wonder if Pierre Poilievre is listening to you.
I think if they don't do that, then they'll be stuck in this internal drama, and I think it's going, and I think that takes you nowhere.
Nathan, you know, the NDP are also saying this isn't what voters wanted a year ago. So combine that with the comments from Pierre Poilievre.
Well, I'll tack a little bit onto what James said, and I know he's not interested in the job, but that sounded like a great stump speech right there. I found it doesn't have to all be about floor crossing. If someone can actually have a position that's tenable and not be a part of the Liberal Party, true fact. But I think it's saying a lot more about where Pierre Poilievre is at than it is where Mr. Carney is at. I think there is bitterness in the tone. I think it's missing the night. Both things are true. The Liberals did well in the by-elections, and they achieved their majority through that, plus 5 floor crossers. Those are both true. I actually think how the opposition reacts to this is going to be very interesting as well. Now the threat of an election is gone, somewhat. I think Mr. Carney would like to go early. And how the opposition describes themselves. The NDP took such hits, as you know, in the last election from having, quote-unquote, propped up the Liberals. That's all gone now, too. Yeah. So I'm looking for Avi to step into a very, very pragmatic place around issues that matter to Canadians, particularly cost of living and those kinds of things, with some solutions on the table, which he's already doing. And, you know, free up your hands a little bit, because there isn't what Jagmeet was burdened by, or chose to be burdened by, which was continuing to support the Liberals while criticizing, which was confusing for voters in the end.
Okay, final word to the Liberal.
Yeah, just very briefly, I mean, what James said with regards to Mr. Poilievre, I think he should listen to James. But with regards to what it means for Liberals tonight, obviously, 2 very solid results in Toronto. We're going to continue to watch Terrebonne, although it looks like it's continuing to trend in the right direction. And if so, it would be one of the best, if not the best, turnouts for the Liberal Party in that riding since 1980, and obviously a really terrible and tough result for the Conservatives there. I just want to conclude by saying a few words for the local candidates, and as somebody who's gone through it, it's fun to watch election night on this side of the camera. It's a little bit more suspenseful on the other side, and that's why I think it's important to just give a shout out not only to the candidates from all parties who put their name on the ballot, and to give a shout out to the volunteers, to the people who work day and night, who are still, you know, eyes glued to this television because they care about the arena. And I think that, to me, is perhaps the most important observation. It's the moment that we find ourselves in as Canadians means that politics matter. Right. And partisanship matters too, but maybe it matters a little less right now. And if we can be a little more unified coming out of these by-elections and start tomorrow with or continue tomorrow with the same urgency we've seen last year, then that'll drive the country forward.
Very insightful to talk to the 3 of you, and my takeaway is conciliation. You know, we work together on all of this.
Scott's got like a discount on the therapy, so you know.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm glad I didn't
we've gone
make
together.
That joke,
I mean, like,
that's the reddest I've ever seen Scott get. Yeah, wow. All right, thanks, Sandy. Thanks so much. And we're here, of course, with Ottawa Bureau Chief Graham Richardson. Graham, what's your takeaway tonight?
Two big stories, right? The majority, obviously. I'm watching Terrebonne very, very closely. It appears that the gap is holding. We are at, according to Elections Canada, and our results as well, like 65% of the polls reporting. That's a big sample. So the Conservative vote collapsed there. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here, but, Quebecers respond to stars. So, is this the star of Mark Carney punching through in a place like others have said that he really shouldn't punch through? We heard from Liberals tonight, and I spoke to people that though we don't expect to win this, and I think Scott and others quite rightly pointed out that maybe we're getting spun here. They're just trying to tamp down expectations. So if this holds. Huge night, 3 for 3. And yes, hard work begins tomorrow, but a very, very significant situation for the Parliament and for the country, really, where we're going.
What did you make of Pierre Poilievre's statement earlier this evening and the fact that it was not sort of the softer Poilievre that we've seen? I believe Kathleen made that point.
Well, he's being himself, right? He's being himself. He doesn't believe, he thinks that this has been cooked in the back rooms, and he's keeping that. And I think we're going to keep hearing that from him over and over and over again. And I think there is an anger in Conservative land about a whole bunch of things. I think we forget how close they were to government, right? How close they were. We talk about the turnaround for the Liberals. Like, we had, people were gaming cabinet ministers from the opposition benches. And that's really, really hard to get to and then to lose. And so I think there's still some of that in him, despite the fact that they're making progress with apparently what he needs to do to turn things around.
Yeah. But to compound that, it's like you went from measuring the drapes to losing the election to now, watching a majority government form in the course of 18 months. That's not easy.
It's not easy. People in this room know better than I do. The hardest thing to do is lead a party, let alone a government, in this system as a leader. And I think Pierre Poilievre is finding that out the hard way. And we'll see if he can hold on, if there are more floor crossers, if that changes things for him, or if he repairs, he rebuilds. Just like people wrote off the Liberal Party, maybe we're not going to write off the leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre.
Harper did it in 2004.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and the big question is, how much time does he have to be able to turn this around, right? That is no small task, as we've been talking about this evening. All right, well, there you have it. A historic night in politics. Canadians in 2 ridings have spoken, and after some help from recent floor crossers, it is enough for the Liberals to form a majority government. Danielle Martin won University Rosedale, Christopher Freeland's old riding, and Dolly Begum winning Bill Blair's old riding of Scarborough Southwest. We are still waiting at this hour for results in Terrebonne, and that could widen the lead in the House of Commons.
But those 2 wins in Liberal strongholds mean it is the first majority government in 11 years. It is a big deal. It's a big moment in Canadian politics. It's a slim majority, yes, of just 173 seats. 172 is the magic number that catapults a government into majority territory. And that means there are big questions that remain. How powerful a majority will it be? What are they going to do with it? Are there going to be more floor crossers? Will there be other Liberals that leave for diplomatic posts? And what does it mean about the possibility of a general election in the future, or the leadership, as we were just discussing, of some of the opposition parties? Keep it right here on CTV News Channel, because we've got more coverage ahead. It's been a true pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you to everyone here on set.
Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great evening.
Guilty of irritating your sensitive skin? Switch to